To start things off, in this world, games and reality have fused together, creating countless different classes and endless mysteries like ruins, secret realms, and even monsters. Everyone earns experience points and materials, crafting new gear and items by hunting monsters. However, no matter how ferocious the monsters are, they can't compare to Tames' terrifying existence. A mystery as rare and powerful as a god. At a high school in the Dragon Kingdom, a hand slams down on a desk. All right, everyone, listen up. Today's class awakening ceremony won't just affect whether you get into college. It will also determine the entire course of your future. Although in theory the results of the awakening are random and predetermined, you all must have faith in yourselves. If your will is strong enough, every single one of you has the chance to awaken a combat class. Just then, in a small corner of the classroom, a student named Lu Fan was deep in thought. The day has finally come. This is Lu Fan. He's been in this world for 3 years. And in those 3 years, his understanding of this place has grown clearer and clearer. In this world, there are 3 major types of classes. At the very top are the combat classes, like warriors, mages, and archers. They use their immense power to explore secret realms, obtaining countless powerful items, and earning huge rewards. It's the life everyone dreams of. Next up are the enhancement classes, like alchemists. They can craft special items with powerful effects, but purchasing the materials costs a fortune. Only those from wealthy families can afford it. And finally, at the very bottom, are the life skill classes, like cooks, herbalists, and miners. This path is the future for most people, becoming an ordinary person, working hard, and just living. My Aunt Han-Ka is a cook just like that. Every single day, she works herself to the bone at her small steamed bun shop just to put me through school. Even though she's only 8 years older than me, she struggled so much to take care of me. I've felt every bit of her hardship. To survive in this world, and to give her a better life, I have times to awaken a combat class. The teacher took a phone call. Yes, of course, principal. I understand, he said, brimming with excitement. Everyone, the class awakening ceremony is about to begin. Let's get a move on. The entire class cheered. Yeah, let's go. The teacher noticed Lu Fan hadn't moved and asked, "What's wrong? You're the top student in our class. There's no need to put so much pressure on yourself." Suddenly, a system panel popped into view. Lu Fan, congratulations. The ultimate treasure system has been successfully activated. Lu Fan stared, bewildered. What is this? The teacher called out, Lu Fan, are you listening to me? Lu Fan snapped out of it and shot up from his seat, not forgetting to call back. Sorry, sir, I'm coming. As he ran, Lu Fan thought, so this is my cheat for being transmigrated into this world. It's about time a system showed up. But what does this system even do? I'll check it out later. The ceremony is more important right now. Outside in the plaza, everyone was buzzing with excitement. Is that the class awakening crystal? This is my first time seeing it in person. Another student chimed in. I'm so nervous. On the stage, the principal shouted, "Settle down, everyone, quiet down. It would be amazing if I could become a special combat class. Powerful. Admired by thousands." Someone else cut in, "Keep dreaming, buddy. A special combat class? This entire school is lucky to see a few of those. You should just be happy you don't end up with a life skill class." The principal pointed towards a priest. This is the priest who will be presiding over today's class awakening ceremony. The crowd murmured. So that's the person in charge of the awakening? Lu Fan's eyes locked onto the priest. He thought to himself, a priest. So, this is the aura of a combat class user. It's on a completely different level. People around him whispered in awe. His aura is so powerful. I wish I could awaken an aura like that. Just then, a system notification appeared. Skill acquired. Appraisal. Lu Fan was confused. Appraisal? He then used the system panel to view the priest's information. Class. Priest. Level. 29. Skill. Class awakening initiation. Stored value. 5 million dragon coins. Seeing this, Lu Fan thought, I can see the priest's information? He stared at the system panel, shocked. Stored value. 5 million dragon coins. The principal's voice boomed. Quiet down. When I call your name, please come forward. Lu Fan was still staring at his system, thinking, my aunt could make steamed buns her entire life and never earn that much money. The principal shouted, Zhang Tao. The crowd immediately started gossiping. Zhang Tao, the top student of the first years. I wonder what kind of combat class he'll get. Another student replied, definitely something good. His stats are super high. Even though the awakening is technically random, the higher your stats, the better your chances of getting a combat class. A group of girls started cheering, "You can do it, handsome." Just then, Zhang Tao strode forward, standing before the awakening altar where the priest was performing the ritual. He smiled confidently at the glowing crystal. In that moment, streams of energy converged into a golden orb. Seeing this, the crowd below erupted. "It's a mage! A fireball casting mage!" Zhang Dao is so badass, just what you'd expect from a combat class. Another student is practically green with envy. That guy's future is limitless now. The girls start squealing again. "Oh my god, he's so dreamy. Dao, please let me cling to your leg." Zhang Dao reaches out and touches the orb with a smirk. Lu Fan watches and thinks to himself, just getting a combat class means you can say goodbye to an ordinary life. The principal, hearing the commotion, speaks up, settle down, next student, next." After that, they went up one by one for their class awakening. Herbalist, guess I'm taking over the family business. A tailor, but I don't want this at all. A miner, no way. I don't want this. Lu Fan watches everyone awaken ordinary life classes and can't help but think, it seems combat classes really are the minority. The vast majority of people get life classes. Awakening a combat class means an infinite future, while most who awaken a life class are destined to be ordinary for the rest of their lives. Someone looks over at Lu Fan and says, "It's for the best." Really? Hey, look at Li Ping from class 3. His family was dirt poor. Getting an enhancement class is the most expensive. You're better off with a life class. It's almost better to have no skills at all. Hearing this, Lu Fan can't help but worry. My family's poor, too. What if I end up with an enhancement class? Just as Lu Fan is lost in thought, the principal calls his name. Lu Fan, class 25. Startled, Lu Fan shouts, "Here!" He slowly walks up to the stage. People in the crowd start whispering, "Wow, that guy's really handsome. I wonder what class he'll get." Lu Fan looks at the stone pillar and thinks, well, this is it. No point in being nervous now. Then, Lu Fan places his hand on the stone for the class awakening ceremony, focusing on what kind of class he'll awaken. Suddenly, an eye appears, and Lu Fan's face darkens. What the hell? He snaps back to reality and glares angrily at his hand. Could it be a dragon tamer? The principal is completely stunned by this sight, and the crowd has no idea what's happening. The principal walks closer to him. How could such a massive phenomenon result in the most useless, trash class of all? A dragon tamer? Later, Lu Fan is on his way home after the ceremony. The old streets of Jianghai City are already deserted. He opens his system window to check his information. Class, Dragon Tamer. Level, 10. Skill, Dragon Taming. Can tame dragon-type creatures. Reserve, 239. Dragon Tamer, he thinks to himself, recalling the scene from the ceremony that morning. Isn't this guy doomed to be a nobody? How can a human possibly tame a creature as powerful as a dragon? Exactly. Even though it's a special class, in reality, it's the absolute weakest. Two guys whispered to each other, weakest, but aren't dragon tamers, along with dragon blood warriors and dragon tongue mages, known as the 3 great special classes? Another student chimed in, yeah, but if you can't even find a dragon, how are you supposed to tame one? You'd be better off as a summoner. Arriving home, he calls out, Auntie, I'm home. His aunt, Hanke, is a cook with a life class. Seeing him, she happily runs over to hug him. Our Xiao Fan is home. She takes his hand and leads him to the dinner table. Today is Xiao Fan's big awakening day. So, what class did you get? Hearing his aunt's question, Lu Fan lowers his head. She sees his expression and immediately understands, saying gently, oh, it's okay even if it's not a combat class. I'd be worried sick if you had to fight monsters every day. His face darkens as he says, that's not it, Auntie. His hands trembling, he continues, I became a dragon tamer. It's a class that's completely useless without a dragon. Hearing this, his aunt says cheerfully, a dragon tamer is fine. That just means my Xiao Fan has incredible potential. Then she hugs him and adds, if you decide to go to college later, Auntie will still support you. If you don't want to, you can always make steamed buns with me. He looks up at his aunt and says, but she cuts him off. All right now, stop thinking about it. Let's eat. He replies, whoa, this is too much. I can't possibly eat all of it. Later, he returns to his room and flops onto his bed, exhausted. He thinks, Auntie is only 26 years old. No matter how hard she works, she can't escape this ordinary life. I want to give her a better life than this. And now that I'm a dragon tamer, is that dream even more impossible? I refuse to accept this. It's only called a special class because of what it can do times, if times a dragon ever appears. But where in the world am I supposed to find a dragon? He hears a Tames, ding Tames from the system. Congratulations, Lufan. You have received a god-level hidden treasure. First day gift package has been delivered. He sits up in shock. A god-level hidden treasure, only in the first day gift package? The system clarifies, each day, you will receive one super-level hidden treasure. The first day's reward is a god-level hidden treasure. He thinks, that's right. I remember when it first activated, it called itself the Super Treasure System. Today, I only tried its appraisal function. I still don't understand the main purpose of these hidden treasures. With that thought, he clicks on the gift box, and the system opens. Treasure levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and god level. 3 treasure maps of the same lower grade can be fused through the system into one map of a higher grade. Each day, you will receive one treasure map of a random grade at a random location. Model will naturally be granted to you. Just by going there, you can find treasures related to your corresponding class. Right now, he stood at a crossroads. On one side, a complete failure. On the other, the pinnacle of the Dragon Clan. He knew that when it came to his class, Dragon Tamer was widely considered the absolute weakest, all because taming dragons was seen as impossible. If I can use this system right, I'll have a chance to cross the line from the weakest and become the absolute strongest. In other words, this god-tier treasure map might just be my last hope. If I give up here, I'll be stuck at the bottom of society for the rest of my life. Not to mention, I'll never be able to repay my aunt. I have to go. With his mind made up, he pressed the claim button. The system displayed a map, announcing the Stonerock Plains, a level 10 to 20 zone. Lufan looked at the map and thought, the Stonerock Plains aren't too far from Zhonghai City. I just need to catch the last late-night bus out of the city, and I'll be there by early morning. The next morning, Lufan's aunt woke up, still yawning. She noticed a note on the table and called out, Xiaofan, Xiaofan. The letter he'd written said, Auntie, I'm heading out to the Stonerock Plains for a few days. Don't worry about me. This could be the chance to change my destiny as a dragon tamer. I'll be fine. Wait for me to come back, and I'll give us a better life. By now, Lufan had already reached the outskirts of the Stonerock Plains. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder, making him jump and spin around. A one-eyed old man looked at him and said, Want to team up, brother? He brushed the man's hand away. No, thanks. He glanced at the 3 of them and thought to himself, aren't these guys material hunters? The 3 of them stared at him, and the girl spoke up. You should really reconsider, big brother. The old man added, Young man, it's dangerous to enter a desolate place like this at night without any companions. Ha, he thought. What an easy way to murder someone and steal their loot. Seeing his hesitation, the big, tall guy cracked his knuckles. So, have you made up your mind? He instinctively took a step back, one hand on his backpack, the other on his self-defense tool, thinking, I'm screwed. They've targeted me. The big guy stared him down. Well, let's go together. He shook his head. No, I already said I don't need to. The old man spoke again. Kid, you don't understand the rules of the wild. It's more dangerous at night than you think. As they walked past, Lufan thought, I don't have a single skill right now. I have to avoid a direct confrontation at all costs. Lufan looked at them and said, I'm a summoner. I don't need anyone with me. If I run into danger, I can just summon an elemental creature to solve the problem. He thought about being chased by those level 8 armored horses. Even though they don't actively attack people, if I startle them, I'm definitely no match for them. He then shook his head and thought again, forget it, I'll just find another way. He took careful steps, trying not to make a sound. But even though he chose to take a detour for safety, it wasn't all that safe. He spotted a level 7 giant horned beast, not noticing the frog right beneath his foot. Oh no, his foot came down on the frog, causing it to let out a loud ribbit. Hearing the noise, he broke into a cold sweat and looked down at his feet, only to see the entire herd of giant horned beasts staring right at him. Lufan realized what was happening as one of them lifted its head, and then the whole herd started charging after him. He yelled as he ran. I still ended up startling them. He saw a cliff to his side, took a running leap, and clung to it, waiting for the herd of giant horned beasts to pass before dropping down. As soon as he landed, he saw the frog he had stepped on earlier. Only a single leg was sticking out. He opened the system to check the map and thought, at my current level, even though giant horned beasts are timid, I can't beat them. If I give up this chance, I'll end up just like that frog. He pointed at a red dot on the map. Is this the place? He then looked up and saw a glowing cave in front of him. I found it. This is the spot the treasure map was pointing to. He immediately ran toward it, thinking this was the treasure that could change his destiny as a dragon tamer. He focused on the dragon egg and saw that it was cracking. Is it hatching? The baby dragon is about to be born. The system announced, Black Dragon Egg, rank unknown. Then he heard a noise from outside. He pulled out the knife he was carrying, thinking the journey had been suspiciously smooth. The system displayed its info. Beginner's knife. Quality, common. A standard issue blade from the Dragon Kingdom Academy, one of the most basic melee weapons. Suddenly, a gray wolf lunged at him, and he frantically swung his knife. But the wolf bit down on his blade, holding it in place. At such a close distance, he finally realized it was a bloodthirsty gray wolf, and his whole body started to tremble. He used both hands to brace himself, then pushed with all his might to throw it off before landing another slash that sent it flying. The system announced, Bloodthirsty Gray Wolf, Level 10. Skills, Triple Claw Strike, 3 consecutive attacks with its claws. Blood Heal, recovers its own health by stealing the opponent's. Experience points, 120. Materials, 80 dragon coins. He looked at the gray wolf and thought, Triple Claw Strike and Blood Heal. That means it can use 3 consecutive attacks and heal itself. He glanced at the cracking egg and thought, asterisk, damn it. Asterisk, asterisk, I don't have any defensive skills, nor can I hold out until the baby dragon hatches so I can use my dragon taming art, asterisk. He couldn't dodge in time as the wolf leaped toward him. He hastily raised his arm to block, only for it to be torn open by the wolf's claws. He thought angrily, asterisk, I can't let it heal. I have to finish it now while it's using its triple claw attack, asterisk. He swung his blade, but the wolf raised its claws to parry, causing his dagger to crack. The wolf then closed in, clawing at him again. He dodged nimbly and gritted his teeth, thinking, asterisk, now's my chance, asterisk. He raised his dagger high and slashed down, striking the beast before it could evade. A system notification announced, Level 10 Bloodthirsty Gray Wolf has been defeated. Lu Fan gained 120 experience points. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he sighed in exhaustion. Asterisk, I did it. Asterisk, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Ha ha ha, you actually managed to kill it. He froze. It was the 3 from before. Not bad, kiddo. Seeing them, he clenched his fists tightly. You were following me? I already told you I'm not joining your group. The pink-haired girl stepped forward. Aw, handsome. No need to be so tense. You're misunderstanding us, the old man pointed at him. That's right, young man. We heard you say you were a summoner. But why haven't you used any skills when you're this badly injured? Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in anger. If you want the wolf's corpse, take it. Just stop following me. He then kicked the carcass over to them. The old man walked over to the wolf, smirking sinisterly. Haha, you're an interesting one, kid. But this wolf pelt is only worth 80 dragon coins. How many slashes would we need you to make for us to split that? What we want isn't this. The man looked at the cliff wall behind him, and Lu Fan finally realized what they were after. They knew he'd found a dragon egg. 2 of them rushed him. Before he could react, a punch sent him flying. The pink-haired girl was already on him, a knife at his throat. Don't move, handsome. You wouldn't want to get hurt. The old man looked down at him and said, Hey, kid. You seriously underestimated a material hunter's nose for treasure. The big brute had already picked up the egg, calling out, Hey, look at this. Seeing this, Lu Fan thought to himself, asterisk, damn it, I'm screwed, asterisk. The old man saw the egg and declared, the treasure's in hand. Kill him. The girl looked at Lu Fan and said, what a shame, handsome. Looks like we have to part ways. Forever. The old man gleefully ran toward the egg. Oh, what a beautiful egg. Lu Fan thought, asterisk, that's my only chance to turn my life around. I absolutely cannot let them take it. Asterisk. But suddenly, the egg shattered and flew into the sky. The 2 men looked up in shock, only to see a massive dark shadow with glowing red eyes staring down at them. What is that monster? Seeing it, Lu Fan's eyes widened. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the dragon dove down with incredible speed. The old man threw a green orb at the dragon, but it dodged to the side and charged straight for the tall guy. Lu Fan prepared to fight, but in the face of the dragon's overwhelming aura, he was powerless to resist. With a single strike, the baby dragon obliterated the man. Seeing this, the old man collapsed to his knees, watching his comrade die. The baby dragon then turned its attention to him, making him shudder with fear. Help me, somebody save me, asterisk. To be this strong right after hatching. No wonder no one has ever been able to tame the dragon clan. Asterisk. The pink-haired woman was furious. A dragon is a dragon, but what did you just say? This is a dragon egg? The dragon stood there, confused, while the pink-haired woman trembled. Seeing his chance, Lu Fan pushed her aside and ran. So much for a material hunter's sense of smell. This is what you get for trying to steal the dragon that belongs to me. He ran toward the dragon and activated his dragon taming art. You. Who in the world are you? Ha ha ha. Didn't you want to know who I am? I'm not a summoner. I am a dragon tamer. System notification. Contract with the black dragon is complete. Skills unlocked. Dragon Claw, Dragon Fang Strike, Dragon's Roar. Seeing the dragon approach her, the pink-haired woman panicked. Spare me, I didn't know it was a dragon egg. Lufan glared angrily. You despicable hunters. How many people have you schemed against? No, I haven't. Go find your comrades. As he spoke, the baby dragon leaped toward her, and a second later, both of their bodies lay on the ground. Lufan bandaged his arm. Finally, it's over. I can't believe it. Haha, all right. You're a little too energetic. I've really crossed the line between the strongest and the weakest. To be this powerful right after being born. I can't even imagine how strong he'll be after he levels up. He hugged the baby dragon. The Dragon Tamer class is no longer the weakest. But what should I call you? Little Seeker? No. Black Diamond? No, that's not right either. Then how about… Wait, what are you doing? Uh-oh. The baby dragon was creating a swirl of red energy around itself. The baby dragon gradually evolved into a small dragon girl. Lufan watched this scene unfold and wondered, asterisk, what in the world is happening? Asterisk. Lufan looked at her floating in the air and asked, so, you can turn into a human too? A decisive blow, determined by the Dragon Clan under the Dragon Fang Strike, mobilizing dragon energy to unleash an attack of immense power. Dragon's Valor strengthens myself and the dragons under my command, increasing all stats and attack power by 30%. Legendary Black Dragon Contract, Level 1, Value 200.39. After reading it, Lufan thought to himself, it's just as I expected. Once you tame a member of the Dragon Clan, all skills are unlocked. Dragon's Valor can strengthen both myself and the dragons under my command, increasing all stats and attack power by 30%. Dragon Fang Strike is a high damage skill, and Dragon Claw can even transform my hands into dragon claws, dealing damage equivalent to a member of the Dragon Clan. And this is just a black dragon hatchling, yet its stats are already 5 or 6 times higher than a normal person's. Right now, even if I fight on my own, I could probably crush any combat class of the same level. Lufan clicked on the little dragon girl's portrait to see her detailed information. Legendary Black Dragon Contract, Level 1, Strength, 342, Agility, 267, Spirit, 359, Stamina, 373. Skill, Brutal Charge, lunges forward at high speed, causing damage and continuous bleeding to the target. Molten Flame continuously spews fire forward, causing damage and healing herself. The Black Dragon Bloodline reduces incoming damage by 50%. She's immune to all debuffs and has a 500% increase in self-regeneration. The Bloodlink contract increases the Dragon Master's stats by 10%. After reading everything, Lufan was shocked. Just a level 1 hatchling, and she already has these kinds of skills and nearly 400 attribute points? Humans are nothing in comparison. Even an opponent with a 20-level advantage would stand no chance against her. And it's that blood link that boosted my own stats so much. No wonder I felt stronger after successfully taming her. The 3 strongest hidden classes. No matter how strong a hidden class is, it stands no chance against the Dragon Clan. There's no doubt about it anymore. The Dragon Master is the most powerful hidden class. Excellent. Just excellent. Lufan watched her eat and mused to himself. Even though she can take human form, she still has the instincts of a dragon. What should I name you? A little black dragon, born on the night before the dawn. Xiao Ye. How about I call you Xiao Ye? Hearing this, she chirped happily. Aw, looks like you like that name, huh? This treasure hunt was dangerous, but it was totally worth it. With that thought, he patted her head and asked, Are you hungry? Lufan stood up straight, hands on his hips. Guess it's time to hunt some wild monsters to fill Xiao Ye's belly, huh? Then Lufan thought again, that's right, I can't go back just yet. This is my chance to determine whether I pass the university's practical entrance exam. A lot of my classmates have already gone out to level up. He slung his backpack on and left with her. The title of top scorer of Nan Province and a spot at the Dragon Kingdom's most prestigious academy, which were once out of reach, are now within my grasp. Even so, I can't get careless. Leveling up my skills and getting used to my new abilities is the top priority. Xiao Ye, let's head deeper into the East Ice Mountain Stone. There are monsters there that are much tastier than eggshells. Before them was a barren wasteland, Suddenly, there was a noise. The two of them sensed it and turned to see a large pack of hyenas charging toward them. Lu Fan's eyes widened in alarm. Those are plains hyenas. They're even more dangerous than the bloodthirsty foxes. The system displayed an info panel. Plains hyena, level 12. Skill, festering bite. Bites the target, causing a continuously bleeding wound. Decomposition. Inflicts a debuff, sickening the target. Experience, 380. Material drop. Hyena fang, 95 dragon coins. Lu Fan read it and thought, but that was before. Back then, I barely won against a level 10 bloodthirsty fox and was seriously injured. A cloud of dust blinded the hero, forcing him to shield his eyes. It turned out to be the little dragon, who had leaped high into the air, clearly eager for a fight. Seeing her like this, Lu Fan said, "If you want to go, then go." With that, Lu Fan and she charged straight toward the pack of hyenas. But now, this East Ice Mountain Stone region is the personal hunting ground for the strongest dragon master and his dragon. It wasn't dangerous at all anymore. The little dragon soared into the sky, took a deep breath, and unleashed a torrent of fire on the wolves. Molten flame continuously spewed fire forward, causing damage and healing herself. As a result, the entire pack of wolves died in an instant. System notifications spammed the screen. Black Dragon EXP plus 380. Lu Fan EXP plus 380. Lu Fan EXP plus 380. Black Dragon EXP plus 380. Lu Fan leveled up to 11. Black Dragon leveled up to 2. Black Dragon leveled up to 3. The system notifications kept rolling in. Black Dragon EXP plus 380. Lu Fan EXP plus 380. Hearing so many notifications, Lu Fan couldn't help but think, not bad. But I need to level up even faster. Time to hunt some elite monsters, don't you think? He looked at Xiao Ye and said, "Xiao Ye, let's ignore these small fry." Lu Fan peered into a cave and saw 3 pairs of red eyes staring back at him. Even so, the system was still continuously awarding experience points to Lu Fan and the little dragon. Suddenly, a massive paw emerged from the cave, revealing a 3-headed lion. System notification. 3-headed blood lion, level 25. Lion's roar increases its defensive capabilities. Model and attack. 3-headed blood lion. 2,570 dragon coins. Lu Fan finished reading and said, A level 25. Elite boss. Normally, you'd need an entire team of monster hunters to even dare approach it. Xiao Ye, let's go. Her blood boiled with excitement as she charged straight for the lion. Seeing this, the beast roared, activating its defensive and offensive abilities. Its 3 heads converged, preparing to unleash a skill. Triple Blazing Howl deals triple damage in an area. Dragon Fang Strike pierced straight through the lion's head. A system notification appeared. Dragon Fang Strike has activated its effect, using dragon energy to deliver a powerful attack with the current weapon. A massive explosion sent the lion crashing to the ground. Its eyes rolled back into its head. Lu Fan and Xiao Ye landed on the ground and said, "It's over." System notification. Lu Fan has received 23,790 experience points. Lu Fan has leveled up to level 14. The Black Dragon has leveled up to level 9. Lu Fan saw this and remarked, "Fighting elite monsters really levels you up fast. Just 1 kill and we gained so many levels." Then, a new notification popped up. The treasure map system has been activated. A treasure map has been delivered. Lu Fan was a little surprised. Another treasure map? I wonder what kind of Dragon Master exclusive item this one will lead to. Lu Fan and Xiao Ye's spirits lifted. Xiao Ye, let's go find some treasure. The scene changes to deep within the Stone Mountain Plains. At that moment, 3 people were standing and talking. A man named Tok Dan said, "Uncle, are we really going to have to miss out on this rare opportunity?" "Young miss, it's simply because we can't get in." This was Sunga, a combat class. Rift Warrior. To enter a secret realm, you need at least 5 people, and we don't have enough to open it. Kai Ni, a combat class, a stalker, spoke up. "I suggest going back to Jianghai to find more people, but that won't work. Even at my speed, a round trip would take a full day." Qin Chu brushed her hair back and said, "Secret realms of opportunity spawn randomly and have better rewards than normal dungeons, but they only exist for 24 hours. A day is definitely not enough time." The one who just spoke was Qin Chu, a combat class. Seeing her disappointment, Sunga tried to console her. "Young miss, don't worry about it too much. With your strength, as long as you get into one of the 10 great academies, you'll be given access to plenty of secret realms." "Uncle Gay, I know all that, but it's still such a shame." Suddenly, Sun-Gae became alert and shouted toward a certain direction. Kai Ni immediately drew her weapon, staring warily ahead. From behind a boulder, Lu Fan slowly walked out. Just passing through. Look at your filthy appearance, kid. This isn't a place a treasure hunter should be. As Sun-Gae was speaking, Qin Qiu signaled for him to stop. She stepped forward, extending a hand toward Lu Fan with a smile. Hello. We are from the Qin family of Jianghai. My name is Qin Qiu. I know this is sudden, but would you be willing to temporarily join our party? You don't have to do anything. We just need you to come with us into the secret realm of opportunity. After it's over, I'll pay you 100,000 dragon coins for your trouble. What do you say? 100,000 dragon coins. Lu Fan chuckled softly, thinking to himself that, for the wealthy Qin family to be this desperate, the rewards from this secret realm must be extraordinary. That's right, Qin Qiu confirmed. We just need you to fill a slot so we can enter the secret realm. You can earn 100,000 dragon coins for doing absolutely nothing. Sun-Gae interjected, his voice persuasive. A sweet deal like this doesn't come around often. Hurry up, this opportunity won't last long. Lu Fan smiled lightly. I'm not particularly interested in money, but we could cooperate based on a different set of rules. Kai Ni frowned. Are you saying you want to split the rewards based on your performance inside the secret realm? Exactly, Lu Fan admitted bluntly. Qin Qiu raised her chin, thinking for a moment. Their average level was around 20, while he looked significantly weaker. Was he overconfident, or just arrogant? With time running out, she didn't dwell on it, and extended her hand. All right, we'll do it your way. Let's form the party on those terms. And as a show of good faith, my initial offer of 100,000 dragon coins still stands. And with that, Lu Fan shook her hand. All right, everyone, let's get ready to move out. Walking at the back of the group, Lu Fan thought to himself that revealing Xiao Ye's identity out here in the wilderness would only attract trouble. He decided not to summon her for the time being. As the group entered the dungeon, a notification panel appeared. Secret Realm of Opportunity. Zheng Village. Level 20. Requires more than 5 people. The group proceeded cautiously, scanning their surroundings. The village was eerily quiet. They could even hear their own echoes. Qin Qiu spoke up. The air feels heavy. There seems to be no sign of life coming from the fog. Kai Ni added. Noticing Lu Fan was empty-handed, Sun-Gae asked, Hey kid, why are your hands empty? Don't tell me you don't have any equipment? Lu Fan just smiled, holding out his hand. A flame erupted, swirling around his palm. When the fire dissipated, a blade had appeared in his hand. The dark dragon scale blade. Mystic iron grade. It was the weapon he had just received from the treasure map after defeating the three-headed bloodlion, a timely replacement for his beginner's machete. Glancing at Lu Fan's weapon, Sun-Gae remarked, Kid, that weapon of yours doesn't look half bad, model. A moment ago, I thought you were just another treasure hunter, but you look more like a student who just awakened his class, don't you? Why do you even care about him, uncle? Thai Ni interjected. Even if we team up, the second he tries anything funny, I'll take him down myself. Suddenly, the ground beneath Tonkatch's feet cracked open, and a pale white hand shot out. More and more zombies crawled out from the earth. Uncle Catch, watch out! The young lady shouted. He immediately used a skill to charge forward, ramming several zombies away with his shield. Nice one, miss, Tonkatch praised, before he and Thien He joined the fight. Lu Fan remained still, observing and silently assessing their team composition. A warrior, a rogue, and a knight. A very logical setup. Tonkatch was already level 28, just one step away from his second awakening. Just then, Tan Thu finished casting her spell. She raised her staff high and shouted, Holy Light Starfall. Countless points of starlight rained down like a torrential shower. It simultaneously healed her allies while wiping out a large area of monsters. Afterwards, she turned to Lu Fan to explain. This is my class's specialty. The hidden class, Holy Light Mage, can combine both attack and healing. However, right now, its attacks are weaker than a pure mage's, and its healing is weaker than a priest's. Is that so? Lu Fan said softly. He mentally noted another hidden class. Her damage was indeed very effective against the undead. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. A new wave of monsters, level 20 fresh blood zombies, rose from the earth. These were true elite monsters. Tonkatch immediately gave an order. Thai Ni, protect the young lady and that kid. Miss, let's go. Don't let these grunts break our front line. Right. Tonkatch and the young lady charged forward to attack, but their blows seemed to have no effect. The wounds on the fresh blood zombies closed up instantly, and they even clamped down on their weapons. How is this possible? The young lady cried out in fear. Right after, the monsters all opened their mouths at once, unleashing a toxic spray. Lu Fan knew this kind of poison could only be cured by a priest, and Tan Thu, being a holy light mage, couldn't help them. "Brother Tan, help me a little." The young lady screamed for help, one of her arms already caught. Tan Catch was also struggling. He decisively let go of his weapon and rushed to pull her to safety. "Drop your weapons. Thigh knee, get to the front line, and hold these zombies back for me. There's no need to bother her, just leave it to me." Lu Fan smiled, grabbing his weapon and stepping up to the front. "Kid, are you insane? Get back here, now," Tan Catch yelled, worried. Lu Fan didn't answer. With a cold look in his eyes, he glanced at the approaching monster and swung his blade in a single, sharp slash. Before everyone's astonished eyes, the monster they had struggled against was cleanly sliced in two. Lu Fan turned back and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid. Don't forget. We still have to keep moving forward." The group stared at him, dumbfounded. It wasn't until the young lady cried out in pain that Tan Thu snapped out of it and rushed over to heal her. "I'll treat you." Meanwhile, Tun Cash, still in shock, asked Lu Fan with a trembling voice, "Kid, what level are you, exactly?" A student who just awakened couldn't possibly deal that kind of horrifying damage. Lu Fan replied calmly, "I'm just a level 14 student. Don't worry, I have no reason to lie to you guys. I only came here to prepare for the upcoming placement exam." Hearing the words placement exam, Tan Thu, who was healing the young lady, couldn't help but frown. She thought to herself, is his goal the same as mine? But how can a level 14 deal more damage than Uncle Cash? And he's level 28. Her train of thought was suddenly interrupted as the ground cracked open once more. A hideous monster emerged from the earth, its deafening roar tearing through the air as it lunged straight for Tan Thursday. "Miss, watch out!" Thiny shouted, quickly dashing in front of her. But just as she raised her crossbow, a black shadow swept past like a whirlwind. Lu Fan had already acted, ending the monster's life instantly with a single, clean slash of his blade. With that done, he calmly made a suggestion. "The deeper we go, the stronger the zombies will get. I'll take point. Anyone have a problem with that?" No one objected. A suspicion suddenly formed in Tan Thu's mind. Could he be the one who's been causing such a stir in Jianghai recently? She smiled faintly. "Then we'll be counting on you. Classmate, you and Uncle Cash will take the lead. I'll look after the young lady, and Thai Ni will cover our rear. The dungeon guardian must be deep inside the village. Just call me Lu Fan. Let's go. Time to head deeper in." With that, he immediately led the group forward. Tan Thu watched Lu Fan's steady back, her mind filled with doubt. "Lu Fan, could you be the rumored hidden class, Dragon Master?" "No way. Isn't the Dragon Master supposed to be the weakest class?" As time passed, the group ventured deep into the center of the village. Tan Thu focused on healing the young lady, while the other three cleared a path through the monsters. After wiping out another wave of zombies, Lu Fan glanced at the young lady, a sense of urgency growing within him. Tan Thu's magic can't cure the zombie poison. The only way out of here is to defeat the dungeon guardian. We have to hurry. If that poison spreads through her entire body, his body, little Jia wouldn't just die. He was in danger of turning into a zombie. Chai spoke up. "There's no sign of the realm's guardian in the village. Something's not right." Just then, the enormous pile of scrap metal behind them began to tremble. No one else noticed, except for little Jia. With the last of his strength, he screamed, "Brother Sun, everyone, behind you, run!" "Little Jia, just hang on a little longer." Chin-Chu cried out in panic as Sun-Ge quickly spun around. Before they could even check on their teammate, they were both hit by a terrifying pressure. Their eyes shot toward the scrap heap little Jia had warned them about. In just a few seconds, a massive monster towered before them, the guardian of the secret realm. "It's here," Kair exclaimed in terror. Lu Fan immediately activated his appraisal eye. Steel Zombie, level 20, experience 3,720, dropped items. Scrap metal, 45 yuan. Skills, corpse poison fusion, iron skin. He quickly analyzed the situation, realizing the poison in little Jia's body was severe. So severe, it had awakened the Steel Zombie. Looking at its skill panel, Lu Fan seemed to understand the problem. He shouted urgently, "We have to take it down now. It's probably trying to absorb little Jia." Hearing that, Sun-Ge didn't hesitate, unleashing his full moon slash. But to his horror, he realized his attack was completely useless against the monster's steel-like defense. Seeing this, Lu Fan grew even more anxious. If the corpse poison on little Jia was attracting the Steel Zombie, they had no time to waste. He charged forward, swinging his blade straight at its head. But the result was just as disappointing. Its iron skin state increased its defense by 40%. I need at least 2 more powerful hits, and they have to be fast. Lu Fan calculated internally, immediately activating his dragon blood transformation. It was a skill from his black dragon scale blade, which transformed a part of his body into that of a dragon to increase his power. At the same time, the steel zombie, drawn by the corpse poison on Little Jia, charged straight for him, and Chin Chu, coordinate with me using your holy magic. Uncle Gay, you and Kai Er protect Little Jia, Lu Fan commanded decisively, one of his arms already a dragon's claw as he lunged into the attack. Right, okay, Chin Chu responded. She stepped away from Little Jia, raising her staff to cast Holy Light Stardust. This time, the combined attack was effective. The iron skin of the steel zombie began to crack and shatter into pieces. Its body is collapsing, Kair cheered excitedly. Sunga observed thoughtfully. It seems this zombie grew so large by absorbing and fusing with other materials. Lu Fan nodded and concluded. Then, its true form must be inside this shell. Sunga stared intently at Lu Fan, thinking to himself, in all my years with the Qin family, I've met countless masters, but this kid, he must have a special hidden class. Soon enough, the steel zombie's iron shell completely disintegrated, revealing a weak body inside. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan leaped forward, throwing a thunderous punch. Kneel! Without its protective layer, the monster was obliterated by his attack. The guardian of the secret realm is defeated. Kai Er cried out in astonishment. Chin Chu frowned, her mind reeling. It was a skill she had never seen before, powerful enough to take down a level 20 boss as if it were nothing. Lu Fan, who in the world are you? Just then, a sparkling treasure chest appeared. Chin Chu looked at Lu Fan, her tone sincere. Classmate, we'll stick to our agreement and divide the loot according to the rules. We didn't know you before and underestimated you. That was our mistake. I hope you can forgive us. Sunga clapped Lu Fan on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Kid, with your strength, you could have cleared this whole secret realm by yourself. We just ended up being extra bodies. Haha. Lu Fan replied humbly. Uncle Gay, you're flattering me. Let's have classmate Chin divide the spoils. Chin Chu didn't refuse and stepped forward to open the chest. Inside were 3 items, a potion of strength, an antidote, and the crimson blood bracers. This is all we get from a fated secret realm? Kai Er pouted. Yeah, the rewards are a bit poor, Sun Ge nodded in agreement. Lu Fan rubbed his chin, thinking to himself, a level 2 secret realm can't possibly have so few items. Chin Chu quickly took the antidote and handed it to Sun Ge. Uncle Jia, hurry and give this to Little Jia. Then, she offered the majority of the remaining items to Lu Fan. Classmate, this is what you deserve. You should take both the antidote and the potion of strength. Lu Fan happily accepted. He praised her inwardly. The people of the Qin family really do play by the rules. Chin Chu looked around, her voice full of doubt. We've defeated the boss, so why hasn't the portal appeared? Let's try searching the area, Kai Er suggested. Just as Sun Ge and Kai Er were about to move, Lu Fan quickly stopped them. Wait, don't move around just yet. That thing just now wasn't the final boss. His eyes were glued to the system panel. The secret realm's progress was divided into 4 parts. They had only completed the first 3. The last part was still marked with a bright red skull. Clearly, the steel zombie wasn't the real boss. What makes you say that? Did you find something new? Sun Ge asked urgently. Before Lu Fan could answer, Ching Chu spoke in a serious tone. Uncle Ge, as a holy light mage, I can feel the presence of another dark entity. Not long after, following Chin Chu's lead, the group made their way to a lake on the outskirts of Song Village. Not far from there, Chin Chu pointed toward the lake. Tai Ni said, if the young miss says so, the boss must be nearby. Sun Ge nodded in agreement. This hidden realm isn't very large. We probably overlooked this spot when we first came in. At that moment, deep at the bottom of the lake, a monster with long, sprawling tentacles was deep in slumber. As Lu Fan's group drew closer, countless eyes on its tentacles snapped open all at once. On the shore, Lu Fan shouted, "It's coming!" The lake's surface immediately began to churn violently, as countless tentacles, covered in eyes, burst out from the water. Lu Fan activated his appraisal eye, but it couldn't retrieve any information. Lu Fan was right. This has to be the final boss. Everyone, be careful. Find cover. Sun Ge charged forward without hesitation, intercepting a few of the thrashing tentacles. But their strength was overwhelming, and he was thrown backward. Sun Ge, Ching Chu cried out in worry. Suddenly, she felt something constricting her body. She whipped around to see several tentacles aiming right for her, and she squeezed her eyes shut in fear. Young miss. Sun Ge and the others could only watch helplessly. Fortunately, Lu Fan rushed in just in time, sweeping Qingqiu into his arms and leaping aside, saving her from certain death. Opening her eyes, she realized the one who saved her was Lu Fan, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Tiny quickly ran over. "Miss, are you all right?" Suddenly, the group felt a terrifying presence surge up from the water. They turned in horror to see a colossal monster, many times larger than the steel zombie. It turned out those tentacles were just a small part of it. Lu Fan used his appraisal eye again. Level 25, Vengeful Corpse Fiend, Boss. Skills: Corpse Chi Miasma, Chains of Vengeance, Resentment Eruption, Indomitable Grudge. "This is the real boss," Tiny whispered. Sunge stepped forward with a grim expression and commanded, "Xiaojia, get behind me, I'll hold it off." Xiaojia braced himself and replied, "I can still fight. I'll help hold it back too." "You've only just recovered, don't get cocky," Sunge yelled, raising his sword to block a tentacle strike, before shouting, "Lu Fan, the offense is up to you." Lu Fan charged straight toward the boss, his eyes locked onto its humanoid upper body. He calculated inwardly, Sun Ge and Xiao Jia are just barely holding on. I can only rely on myself. But as long as this boss is still a type of zombie, attacking its main body should be effective. Just then, the boss opened its mouth and roared, casting Corpse Chi Miasma. A debuff instantly appeared over everyone's heads, reducing all their attributes by 20%, making the situation even more dire. A tentacle slammed down, aiming right for Lu Fan. He leaped onto a chain to dodge, continuing his charge toward its main body, but the boss was extremely vigilant and reacted instantly. "Classmate, watch out for the chains," Qingqiu screamed a warning. The moment she spoke, the boss unleashed its chains of vengeance. Lu Fan was knocked off the chain, cursing inwardly. The boss roared, directing the iron chains to attack Sunge's group. "Young miss, be careful." Sunge stood in front of Qingqiu, blocking with his sword. Xiao Jia also struggled to raise his shield. Tai In He saw Lu Fan suspended in mid-air, about to be hit by a tentacle. She immediately raised her crossbow and fired an arrow straight into the eye on the tentacle, neutralizing the threat. Looking down at his struggling comrades, Lu Fan knew that if this continued, the entire group would be in danger. He temporarily abandoned his plan to attack the main body, pushed off a chain, and dove downward, shouting, "Everyone, get back!" As soon as he landed, he unleashed Dragon Fang Strike, sending the iron chains flying. The boss above roared in anger and threw more chains. This time, Lu Fan activated both Dragon Blood Armor and Dragon Claw, meeting the attack head-on. He leaped up, swinging his Dragon Claw to sever the iron chains. However, this only neutralized the attack without dealing any real damage. "Little brother, this boss is not something we can handle. We should retreat for now," Sunge suggested, dejected. Qingqiu also spoke up, "Classmate, we're no match for it. Staying here will only hold you back." Lu Fan calmly gave an order. "Everyone, retreat deep into the village, where we've already cleared out the zombies." "What about you?" Qingqiu asked worriedly. "I'll cover the rear. All of you, go now." "Miss, let's go. In the end, we still have to rely on him," Tiny urged. Qingqiu gave Lu Fan one last look before retreating into the village with the group. No longer held back, Lu Fan stepped forward. He held out his hand, creating a spatial vortex, and thought, even without that debuff, they wouldn't have been able to help. "In that case, I'll let my partner handle you. Time to come out, Xiao Ye." As he finished speaking, Xiao Ye shot out from the vortex, sinking its teeth into one of the boss's tentacles with devastating force. From a distance, Sunji's group heard the commotion and curiously looked back. When they saw Xiao Ye appear, they were all completely stunned. That's a dragon. That kid just summoned a dragon." Xiao Ye repeatedly chomped down with its massive jaws, tearing the tentacles to shreds. The vengeful corpse fiend shrieked in agony as the dragon then swiped its sharp claws, lunging straight for the boss's main body. With one final blow, the vengeful corpse fiend's enormous body collapsed, exhausted, into the deep lake. Sun Ge's group watched from afar, their jaws agape in astonishment. We won?" Tai Ni asked, her voice trembling with uncertainty. Damn, the boss was torn to shreds in just a few hits. Its power was truly terrifying. Sun Ge exclaimed in awe, while Xiao Ye whispered, "To think I'd get to see a great dragon with my own eyes." Only Tan Thu remained silent, her eyes glued to Lu Fan, who was happily patting Xiao Ye's head. "So, the dragon tamer Lu Fan, that's been the talk of Jianghai lately. It really is you. Behind every villain lies a tragic story, and the vengeful spirit was no exception. 3 years ago, she was born and raised here under the church's protection, but then a plague struck, destroying everything. Bodies piled up, the dead left without a proper burial. As a dark witch, all she could do was summon their spirits so they could say goodbye to their loved ones. Ironically, the very church that once protected her accused her of causing the disaster. They bound her in iron chains and sank her to the bottom of the cold lake. I just wanted to save everyone. What did I do wrong? Back in the present, while everyone was still celebrating, Lu Fan suddenly stared at the churning lake surface, his voice sharp with caution. The portal didn't appear. That means the boss isn't dead yet. It's probably too soon to think about leaving. Just as he finished speaking, the vengeful spirit rose from the water again, entering its next phase. Its stats skyrocketed, the difficulty leaped to nightmare level, and its entire skill set was completely transformed. New skills: Wraith Strike, Deep Water Prison, Corpse of Grudges, and Will of Hatred. No one is leaving this place. The vengeful spirit roared, immediately casting Deep Water Prison, creating water cages to trap its targets. With Xiaoye providing cover, Lu Fan easily dodged, but Tiny wasn't so lucky and was trapped with no way out. "It's over, miss. I'm sorry," Tiny cried out in despair. Tanthu quickly replied, "No, I'm the one who should be sorry. I was the one who insisted on entering this dungeon, getting everyone trapped here." Hearing their pained, self-blaming words, Lu Fan suddenly asked, "It's come to this, and you're all just going to give up? I'm the only one who knows any attack magic, but with the little damage I can do." Tanthu replied helplessly. Sunga seemed to catch his meaning. "The boss is immune to physical attacks. We can barely even protect ourselves. Lu Fan, don't tell me you know attack magic?" Without giving them time to think, the vengeful spirit unleashed another Wraith Strike, creating a giant spectral hand that shot straight for Lu Fan. "I don't. But my pet dragon does," Lu Fan replied calmly. "And I'm not the one who's about to die." Under his command, Xiaoye activated her black dragon bloodline and easily severed the spirit's spectral arm. The boss shrieked and formed another spectral hand, attacking with even more ferocity. Tiny said worriedly, "Dragon Tamer, the level difference is so huge. Don't worry, a dragon's stats are on a completely different level from a human's." Lu Fan nodded, activating Dragon's excitement. He commanded, "Xiaoye, use Scorching Lava Breath," engulfing the vengeful spirit in a brilliant sea of flames. A series of level-up notifications appeared, proving the boss had been completely obliterated. "Good job, Xiaoye, it's over." But just then, a scraping sound echoed from behind them. The zombies had resurrected and were slowly advancing toward them. It was the aftermath of the vengeful spirit's final skill. While Tanthu's group was still in shock, Xiaoye transformed into a red-haired girl and unleashed a torrent of fire, incinerating the entire zombie horde. She's the dragon," Sunga stammered in disbelief. Tanthu looked on in admiration. "That little one is the black dragon, Xiaoye." Xiaoye seemed to be having fun toying with these minions. Lu Fan introduced her proudly. "Miss Tan, the boss is dealt with. No need to be so tense. After we split the rewards, we can get ready to leave." He walked over to the treasure chest. "According to the rules, I get first pick. Any objections?" "Ah, no. Of course we have no objections," Tanthu quickly replied. After inspecting it, the chest contained the Holy Light Scepter, the Ring of Silvergrave's Lament, and a class change scroll. Lu Fan took the class change scroll, leaving the rest for Tanthu's group. Tanthu said hesitantly, "Student Lu, you don't have to share with us. By the rules, it should all be yours. I'm not pretending to be some noble hero. This gear is a better fit for you." Lu Fan explained with a smile, "But I really need this class change scroll. Without you, we all would have died here. Please, take this," Tanthu said, picking up the Ring of Lament and handing it to Lu Fan. "All right, then I won't be polite." Lu Fan took it and left quickly. Tanthu watched him go, an indescribable sense of anticipation welling up inside her. "Lu Fan, what else are you hiding? You're impossible to read." That evening, after a 4-hour car ride, Lu Fan finally made it home. After hearing everything he'd been through, Han Ke hugged him tightly, sobbing. "That was too dangerous. Just hearing you talk about it terrifies me. You've faced so much these past few days. I was so afraid this was just a dream, that I'd wake up and you still wouldn't be home." Lu Fan smiled and comforted her. "It's my fault. I'm sorry for leaving without saying anything. Don't worry, Auntie. From now on, I won't ever make you worry again." Han Ke stopped crying and turned to pat the head of a happily tail-wagging Xiaoye. "And Xiaoye too. The first time I saw her, you gave me quite a scare. To think such a cute girl is actually an all-powerful great dragon." Han Ke asked gently, "Being away for so many days, I bet you two haven't been eating properly, have you?" Xiaoye's eyes lit up and she nodded eagerly. Lu Fan took out the class change book with a smile. "Auntie, I cleared a special hidden dungeon and got this for you. If you switch to a hidden class, you won't have to just look after this dumpling shop anymore. No way, Fan. This is too valuable. Han Ke quickly refused. Sell it so you can buy more equipment. That way, you'll do better on the upcoming exam. Lu Fan just chuckled and pulled out his phone to show her his account balance. Auntie, I'm not short on money or gear anymore. I sold the items I got, and this includes the fee for accompanying my classmate, Chin Chu. Staring at the number on the screen, Han Ke's eyes widened in shock. So please, take it. It would be best if you used it right away. This time, Han Ke didn't refuse. She opened the scroll, and with a flash of light, successfully changed her class to Mystic Chef. Is there anything special about this new class? Lu Fan asked excitedly. It has an enchanted cooking skill that can create all sorts of different foods. My skills were already good, and now I have an extra ability on top of that, she said happily. By the way, where did Xiao Ye go? It turned out that after devouring nearly all the dumplings, Xiao Ye had flopped onto the floor and was sleeping soundly. Elsewhere, Chin Chu was reporting everything to her father, Qin Shanhai. And so, that dragon master named Lu Fan summoned a great black dragon and saved everyone. Qin Shanhai asked calmly, gently swirling the wine in his glass. You haven't told anyone else about this, have you? No, I haven't. We made a pact before we left, Qin Chu replied, startled. Good. If word got out, the other powers who covet the strength of a dragon wouldn't just sit idly by. Qin Chu grew anxious. Father, he saved our lives. You don't have any designs on his dragon, do you? Her expression made Qin Shanhai laugh. What kind of person do you think I am? On the contrary, what are Tames preparing to do to repay him for saving your life? Qin Chu hesitated. When I invited him to the party, I promised to pay him 100,000. How about this? Tomorrow, you'll personally deliver a violet crystal card to his door and express your gratitude. Understood. Father, Qin Chu replied, you're very curious about him too, so why don't you come with me? Qin Shanhai sighed, declining the offer. If I could, I would truly love to meet this dragon master, but I already have plans for tomorrow morning. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Lu Fan's dumpling shop received some uninvited guests. The young princess of the Tai Chi kingdom, who was studying abroad in Jianghai. As the doorbell chimed, Han Ke quickly left a fresh batch of dumplings and went to crack open the door, saying with a smile, Are you two here for dumplings? I'm sorry, but we're closed today. The young princess shot Han Ke a scrutinizing glare before turning sharply to the young man in black armor behind her, her voice dripping with suspicion. Is this really the place? You didn't deliberately bring me to this garbage heap, did you? I wouldn't dare. According to our investigation, this is definitely the place. Before Han Ke could say another word, the man in black armor violently shoved the door open, sending her stumbling backward. The tray of hot dumplings went flying, scattering across the floor. The princess didn't even bat an eye, instead raising her voice. This princess is here to find someone. Do you know a dragon master named Lu Fan? The commotion downstairs immediately brought Lu Fan running down the stairs. The sight of scattered dumplings, Han Ke wincing as she rubbed her hand, and a strange girl pinching her nose in disgust immediately met his eyes. This place is filled with such a nauseating smell. Auntie, are you all right? What in the world happened? Lu Fan rushed to Han Ke's side. Han Ke just forced a smile. It's nothing. Are you Lu Fan? This princess has personally come here today on a special trip. Lu Fan shifted his ice-cold gaze to the strange girl. You're looking for me, princess? Who are you people? The man in black armor stepped forward, gesturing respectfully toward his master. This is Princess Jinzhou of the Tai Chi Kingdom, and I am Cui Hangtai, her attendant. Jinzhou maintained her superior attitude. This princess has come to give you a chance to become someone great. Become someone great? That's right. As a dragon master, you must be deeply frustrated, right? As long as you agree to my request, this will be yours. As the princess spoke, she signaled to Cui Hangtai. He immediately opened a briefcase, revealing a shimmering egg inside. It's a dragon egg, Lu Fan thought to himself. Seeing his surprised expression, Jinzhou gloated. Well, surprised, aren't you? Do you want it? The condition is simple. Become my servant. You will do whatever I say and never defy me. Become her servant? Han Ke gasped. This is something this princess found in a special lair. You could say it's one of a kind in this world. Seeing Lu Fan's dead silence, Jinzhou fixed her gaze on him. Speechless? Are commoners like you so easily terrified by the sheer power of a dragon? In reality, Lu Fan's silence wasn't because he was overwhelmed. He was secretly activating his appraisal eye, armored dragon egg. Quality, low. Armor plating. The armored dragon hatches with thick armor on its exterior, reducing all elemental damage taken. Tail sweep. Swings its tail in a fan-shaped arc, dealing damage in a designated area. So, it's just a lesser dragon's egg. And a low-grade earth dragon at that. This armored dragon is basically model. It's just a walking clod of dirt. And you people call this thing a dragon? Lu Fan scoffed to himself, then let out a sigh. The stats aren't too bad though. Lu Fan's indifferent attitude clearly confused Kim Xiao. Doesn't this guy realize how important a dragon egg is to a dragon tamer? What? How can he talk like that? Lu Fan quickly reassured his aunt. Don't worry, Auntie, I'll get rid of them right away. Kim Xiao placed her hands on her hips and spoke condescendingly. A dragon tamer without a dragon is just useless trash, right? If you just become my servant, you could be the first to obtain the strongest class change in history, something no one has ever achieved. Aren't you excited to be given such an opportunity? Kim Xiao's voice was sharp, her eyes piercing. Lu Fan smirked. Yeah, I'm thrilled, but I refuse. Her answer left Kim Xiao stunned, which quickly turned to fury. She yelled, Do you have any idea what you're saying? To actually refuse to be my servant, to refuse the chance to rewrite the history of dragon tamers. Lu Fan's face turned serious as he retorted, You people had better not come looking for me again. Take your dragon egg back, I'm not interested. And a servant? Don't make me laugh. Hearing this, veins bulged on Toi Hoentai's forehead. The princess herself has given you a chance to advance, yet you dare to be so arrogant and insolent to her. You ungrateful little brat. A chance to advance? You've got to be kidding me. No matter what, I will never be a servant to anyone. Humiliated, Kim Xiao immediately ordered, Toi Hoentai, teach him a lesson. Han Ka rushed forward to intervene, but the guard shoved her violently to the ground. The princess has given an order. Get out of the way. Just a commoner daring to be insolent to the princess. If you won't do this the easy way, then fine. Just as Toi Hoentai finished his sentence and prepared to strike, a flash of light and a line of blood appeared across the man's cheek. Lu Fan held the black dragon scale blade, pointed straight at his face, his eyes as cold as ice. You dare lay a hand on my family? I will destroy you. Little Fan, don't be rash, Han Ka pleaded in fear. Toi Hoentai instinctively took a step back, thinking to himself that something was very wrong with this kid. Seeing her subordinate hesitate, Kim Xiao screamed, What are you doing? I told you to teach him a lesson. Lu Fan walked step by step toward Kim Xiao, then suddenly delivered a thunderous slap across her face. I don't care what kind of princess you are, shut your mouth. Now take that piece of trash and get out of here. You lowly scum, dare to lay a hand on the princess. Toi Hoentai roared, charging forward with his weapon raised, but Lu Fan sent it flying with a casual swing of his sword. Humiliated, Toi Hoentai turned his attention back to Kim Xiao. Princess, are you all right? But instead of being grateful, Kim Xiao trembled with rage and slapped Toi Hoentai right across the face. You useless piece of trash. Do I look like I'm all right to you? Get rid of him for me. Even if I can't find another dragon tamer, I want him dead. While the atmosphere downstairs was tense enough to snap, upstairs, the incessant ringing of a phone finally woke up Tuda. On the other end of the line, Tanthu was confused why she couldn't get through. That's weird. No answer. I'm sure we exchanged contact info before I left. Did I remember it wrong? Standing in front of the house, she was startled by a loud explosion coming from a nearby building. Curious residents crowded around, whispering amongst themselves. A fight? Is there a fight? Is it those foreigners? Kim Xiao yelled angrily, raising her scepter threateningly. What are you looking at? Get lost, you lowly commoners. Toi Hoentai knelt, his voice trembling as he confessed. Princess, this guy's stats are not low. Your subordinate was incompetent. Useless. You can't even handle a single lowly commoner from the Dragon Kingdom? Fine, then I'll lend you a hand. Kim Xiao gave a sinister smile as her scepter began to radiate a dark aura. Lu Fan frowned slightly, recognizing the magic as similar to Tanthu's. It must be a hidden class. Just then, Tanthu rushed to the scene, asking frantically, What's going on? Student Lu, why are you here? Before he could answer, streams of dark energy flowed from Kim Xiao's scepter into Toi Hoentai. His body swelled to an unnatural size, the humanity draining from his eyes. He's turning into a monster. Lu Fan thought to himself, immediately activating his appraisal eye. Toi Hoentai, level 30, Guardian Knight. Kim Xiao, level 15, Hidden Class, Spirit Master. Lu Fan, let me help you. Tanthu stepped forward aggressively, but he gently pushed her aside. Stay back. Help me take care of my aunt. She's inside the shop. At the same time, the newly empowered Toy Hoan Tai charged forward, attacking like a storm. Lu Fan quickly retreated to dodge, mentally noting that the man's attack power had skyrocketed. Looks like I'll have to use Dragon's Rally. Seeing Toy Hoan Tai gain the upper hand, Kim Chow laughed triumphantly. Yes, just like that. Destroying him is the only way to satisfy my anger, with the blessing of your princess. Before Toy Hoan Tai could finish, Cheetah burst through the wall from inside the house. Its body began to transform. Could this be? Kim Chow was stunned, terrified by the ferocious aura erupting from Tuda. Lu Fan spoke coolly. Well then, that's perfect. Now it's my turn to vent. The moment he finished speaking, Tuda revealed its true form as a giant dragon. Before Kim Chow and Toy Hoan Tai could even process what was happening, Tuda let out a deafening roar and charged straight for them. A massive claw smashed Kui Heng Tai deep into the ground. The shockwave sent Jin Zhou tumbling backward, her mind reeling in disbelief. How is this possible? It can't be. He defeated Heng Tai in a single blow. A pained cry escaped Kui Heng Tai's lips as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He weakly reached a hand toward Jin Zhou, his voice a hoarse whisper, begging for help. Cough, cough, princess, help. Just hold on for a second, you useless piece of trash. Jin Zhou cursed, pointing her scepter at Xiao Ye. She began to cast a spell. But Xiao Ye roared at Jin Zhou, and the terrifying aura instantly shattered her incantation. Pinned beneath Xiao Ye's claw, Kui Heng Tai cried out helplessly, "Ugh, let me go." Without a shred of mercy, Xiao Ye tossed him like a sack of garbage toward Jin Zhou, leaving them both trembling in terror. The weakened Kui Heng Tai reached feebly for his master, whispering, Princess. Jin Zhou stood frozen, staring at her subordinate's wretched state, horrified. This power, it's a real dragon. Do other dragon eggs actually exist outside of my Jin family? Lu Fan slowly approached, his voice cold as he questioned her. Princess Jin Zhou, what was that you were barking about earlier? About punishing me to vent your anger? Seeing him draw near, Jin Zhou panicked. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, and she collapsed to the ground, screaming, You, don't come any closer, stay away from me. You attacked my subordinate, and gravely injured him, and then you tried to humiliate and threaten me. Do you have any idea what the consequences for that will be? I'll become an enemy of your Tai Chi kingdom? Lu Fan drew his black dragon scale blade and scoffed. Huh, so you still think you can threaten me? You ordered your subordinate to attack someone precious to me. Sensing the cold killing intent in his eyes, Jin Zhou flinched. What are you going to do? Xiao Ye answered by opening her maw, condensing a brilliant fireball. At the same time, Lu Fan raised his blade high. Don't you dare bark about being a princess anymore. Even if you were a god, I'd pay you back 100-fold. Just then, Qin Shanhai swooped in from the distance on a flying beast, shouting urgently, Lu Fan, stop. Qin Qiu cried out in alarm, Dad, be careful. Before she could finish her warning, Xiao Ye whirled to face Qin Shanhai. The fireball was ready to launch. Xiao Ye, stop. Lu Fan shouted as he brought his blade down in a single strike, shattering the scepter in Jin Zhou's hand. Then he sheathed his weapon. Seeing Xiao Ye cancel her attack, Qin Shanhai guided his mount to the ground and reminded him, There are quite a few civilians around here. This dragon, Lu Fan, you need to call it back. He glanced at Xiao Ye, thinking to himself, A real dragon is truly on another level. I can feel its terrifying pressure just from being near it. Qin Qiu also spoke up, trying to persuade him. Lu Fan, please listen to my father. Please, just trust me this once. Lu Fan glanced at Qin Qiu, thought for a moment, then called out softly, Xiao Ye. Understanding his intent, Xiao Ye threw her head back and roared, transforming back into the red-haired girl. Qin Qiu breathed a sigh of relief and pulled Lu Fan's hand. Come here. On the other side, Qin Shanhai walked over to Jin Zhou, who was still trembling on the ground. He smiled. Princess Jin Zhou, are you all right? I was just on my way to the airport to pick you up. I didn't expect to find you here. The Qin family driver will be here shortly. First, let's get you to a hospital. Inside the house, Han Ke clung tightly to Lu Fan's arm, her face filled with worry. Qin Qiu explained, My father probably knows this princess. I called him because I thought he could resolve this conflict peacefully. Lu Fan frowned. But I have a feeling that Princess isn't going to let this go so easily. A moment later, Qin Shanhai walked over, a calm smile on his face. I've taken care of everything. To think we'd meet for the first time in such a messy situation. I'm glad it was you, Lu Fan. Lu Fan bowed his head in apology. I'm sorry for causing you trouble, Mr. Qin, but I had no other choice in this matter. Standing beside him, Hanke couldn't help but interject. Mr. Qin, About what happened today, Lu Fan won't Qin Shanhai lit a cigarette. He spoke calmly. I've sent Princess Jin Zhou and her subordinate to the hospital, but ultimately, we still owe the Jin family an explanation. The Jin family isn't just a commercial powerhouse. They also hold significant influence in the upper echelons of the Tai Chi kingdom, Han Ke said worriedly. With a background that powerful, and after Lu Fan defeated them, I'm afraid they'll retaliate against him. Lu Fan exploded. So what if her family is powerful? I'm not going to sell my dignity for some dragon egg. Qin Shanhai smiled and clapped him on the shoulder in praise. Now that's spirit. Good. I like your attitude. Then, his smile faded, and his tone grew serious. None of you need to worry. I have a way to ensure Lu Fan gets out of this, unscathed. But I can't do it alone, so, there's a condition. Lu Fan pressed him. What kind of condition? Qin Shanhai pointed his cigarette at him. In the upcoming major examination, you must achieve the title of provincial top scorer. I'll do everything I can to keep Princess Jin Zhou at bay until you complete the exam. Qin Qiu reminded Lu Fan. That's not going to be easy, you know. The entire southern province is filled with countless outstanding individuals. Qin Shanhai continued. Only when you surpass them all and claim that top spot can I help you. Seeing Lu Fan close his eyes in silence, Han Ke called out his name softly, worried. Lu Fan. A moment later, Lu Fan opened his eyes, his gaze burning with determination. I get it. I accept this condition. A few hours later, at the hospital, Jin Zhou was awake. When she learned that Lu Fan was still safe and sound, she flew into a rage, grabbing her phone and screaming at Qin Shanhai. Why hasn't that Lu Fan been captured yet? Qin Shanhai. You're obviously playing favorites with that guy. Qin Shanhai calmly explained. Princess, please calm down. We've already notified the higher-ups. They need to handle this matter. Jin Zhou scoffed, her voice filled with resentment. You'd better hope so. Put pressure on him. I don't care what you do. That Lu Fan has to disappear. The next day, at the high school campus, the air was buzzing with excitement for the grand examination. Students gathered in large groups, chatting animatedly. You're level 11 already? Damn. Dude, you've mastered 7 mage skills. You want to party up later? Lu Fan's appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. Hey, look, isn't that Lu Fan? I thought he went home to sell steamed buns or something. He used to be a top student, but he got stuck with a trash profession. Is he so bored he came here just to get humiliated for free? Hearing the whispers around him, Lu Fan frowned slightly, cursing inwardly. Damn, they're already looking down on me. Lu Fan cursed under his breath, but before he could think further, the headmaster's voice boomed from the high platform. Everyone, settle down. The Southern Province's grand examination is about to begin. Lu Fan muttered to himself. Ever since I hit level 15, I still have some daily maps I haven't used. It's a shame they're all intermediate grade, but if I combine 3 of them, I can create an advanced grade map. That will definitely be useful for the grand examination. Lost in thought, a voice called out from behind him. Lu Fan, are you also here for the grand examination? He turned around to see his homeroom teacher and smiled. Yes, sir. Of course I have to participate. I've improved my strength quite a bit these past few days. Teacher Lee nodded in satisfaction, handing him an object. Good. You absolutely must give it your all. This is your teleportation stone. A system notification popped up. Teleportation stone received. Can be used within the trial. To teleport to a specific floor of the secret realm or to return. Teacher Lee didn't stay long, but before leaving, he offered some advice. Lu Fan, I believe that with your willpower, you're not necessarily weaker than other professions. But you can't deny the importance of one's class. During the exam, any mistake can lead to injury or even death. Try to form a party with your classmates. If anything goes wrong, use this immediately to get out. Yes, sir, Lu Fan replied cheerfully, but he thought to himself, if I party up, the points will be split equally among the members. My goal isn't just to pass the exam, it's to take first place. Just then, Qin Qiu ran over, pulling a girl along with her, and called out happily to Lu Fan. He looked at the two of them and asked with a smile, what a coincidence. Is this your teammate? Qin Qiu enthusiastically made the introduction. That's right. Let me introduce you. This is my best friend. You can call her Xiao Tao. She's really strong, too. Tao Xiaoman spoke flatly. Hello. Uh-huh. Qin Qiu blushed slightly and suggested, Lu Fan, do you want to party up with us? Tao Xiaoman's jaw dropped as she let out a small gasp. Huh? Lu Fan smiled and waved his hand, turning away as he spoke. Sorry. I'm planning on going solo. I know you want to help me, but this is a condition I already agreed to. I'll head to the assembly point first. You two do your best later. Qin Qiu replied. Okay, you too. A trace of sadness flickered in her heart as she thought, anyway, with Lu Fan's strength, anyone here would just be holding him back. After Lu Fan was gone, Tao Xiaoman looked at Qin Chu suspiciously. Xiao Chu, why on earth would you invite the weakest guy to join our party? Qin Chu smiled and replied, no, he's very strong. Believe it or not, this year's top scorer for the southern province will definitely be him. Tao Xiaoman was skeptical, her eyes scanning her friend as her voice filled with disbelief. Xiao Chu, what are you talking about? Don't tell me you've fallen for that dragon master, have you? Tao Xiaoman teased with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Qin Chu's face immediately turned bright red as she waved her hands dismissively. Don't let your imagination run wild. Tao Xiaoman giggled. Heh, look at you, your face is all red. A while later, Lu Fan stepped through the teleportation gate and entered the secret realm, where a large number of candidates had already gathered. Once everyone was ready, the headmaster's image appeared on a large screen floating in midair, and he began to explain the rules. Attention, candidates. The teleportation gates in the sky above are divided into 4 difficulty levels: normal, hard, very hard, and nightmare. Each candidate chooses their own difficulty. On normal difficulty, most opponents are just projections, and you won't receive fatal injuries. The point multiplier is 0.9. From hard difficulty onwards, the opponents are real monsters. A few candidates started whispering among themselves. Looks like everyone is defaulting to hard difficulty. Higher difficulties are too life-threatening. Only those with hidden professions would probably dare, the headmaster continued. Monsters on the very hard difficulty will be stronger and more ferocious, so you should travel in a party. Your life is more important than your score. Very hard difficulty has a point multiplier of 2. Suddenly, a candidate named Hong Yu, a level 14 Qigong master, pointed at the big screen. He laughed loudly and declared, haha, headmaster, you're watching, right? This time, I'll be the one with the highest score. His actions. Hong Vu drew every eye in the room. Dao Xiaomeng whispered to Qin Chu, Hong Vu. He's one of the strongest fighters of the younger generation in the southern province. Qin Chu nodded. A Qi master? For someone with a class so well-rounded in both offense and defense to still fight solo, we'd better be careful. A dejected student spoke up. It's over. With Hong Vu here, how could anyone else possibly win? Soon, all the participants finished selecting their difficulty levels and entered the secret realm. At the same time, in the principal's office, a group of VIPs sat before the monitoring screens. They were evaluating the students' performances. The principal of First High laughed heartily. Ha, Hong Vu, that kid is my most brilliant student. The top score naturally belongs to him. I see that Mr. Chin's daughter here isn't bad either. A top 3 finish is definitely possible. Another person commented. In contrast, the principal of Lu Fan's school sighed to himself. What a shame. If only Lu Fan had awakened a different hidden class, perhaps then. Qin Shanhai suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. Gentlemen, I, for one, am quite confident about who will take the top spot. A curious man asked, oh, is Mr. Qin referring to someone in particular? Qin Shanhai replied, Lu Fan, from Third High. The principal of Third High gasped in shock. Lu Fan? Qin Shanhai's declaration made all eyes turn to Lu Fan's monitor. The principal of First High burst out laughing. Everyone else has already teleported in. He's the only one left. Is he planning to drop out? Haha, Mr. Qin, you can't be serious. What can you even expect from a dragon tamer? My Hong Vu has already reached the 4th floor and is guaranteed to take first place, he said smugly. Suddenly, the Third High principal's expression changed as he exclaimed in shock, he's not dropping out. Is that kid waiting for the final difficulty portal? Everyone was stunned. That kid wants to choose nightmare level? That's a one-way trip. Is he overconfident or just insane? That dragon tamer. He's going to get himself killed. Stop him. A man hurriedly tried to dissuade him through the large screen in the secret realm. Young man, no one who has chosen nightmare level has ever returned in one piece. Before he could finish, Lu Fan smiled and stepped straight into the nightmare level teleportation gate. The principal of Third High stood there, frozen, recalling the last person who chose nightmare level 8 months ago. That person was ripped to shreds by monsters, a truly gruesome death. The principal of First High's smile vanished. He glanced at his colleague, his voice dripping with criticism. How absurd. Did you people not even explain the rules of the grand examination? Then he turned to Qin Shanhai. Mr. Qin, you really need to work on your judgment. A foolish choice like this can't even begin to compare to our Hong Vu. Another agreed. Indeed. We're better off watching the performance of the genius Qi Master. Qin Shanhai laughed nonchalantly. Gentlemen, isn't it a bit early to jump to conclusions? Why don't we watch a little more before we decide? The principal of Third High asked doubtfully. Mr. Qin, why do you have so much faith in him? Then, a possibility dawned on him, and his face changed. Could it be that Lu Fan, in the nightmare level trial realm, a blazing red vortex appeared, teleporting Lu Fan in. The moment his feet touched the ground, he realized he was completely surrounded by monsters lurking in the pitch-black fog. Lu Fan drew his black dragon scale blade, thinking to himself, the first floor of the Nightmare Tower should have at least 10 of them. As the monsters stepped out of the mist, he immediately identified them. 10 black dire wolves. Their skills were Shredding Bite, which inflicts damage with a bleeding effect, and Night Howl, which buffs the stats of all allies while also resetting their cooldowns. The black dire wolves bared their sharp fangs and charged at Lu Fan in unison. Well then, shall we begin? He smiled, then moved like the wind, unleashing his dragon fang strike. Just a few seconds later, the system notification rang out. Nightmare Trial Realm, first floor, cleared. Points awarded, 990. In the observation room, the principal of First High shot up from his seat. He screamed in disbelief. With just one strike? How is that kid Lu Fan so abnormally strong? The man beside him analyzed. His stats are clearly much higher than his level would suggest. The principal of Third High trembled as he voiced his earlier suspicion. Lu Fan. Did he actually find the legendary Great Dragon? The score rankings updated. Number 1. Hongvu Hell Difficulty, 3,000 points. Number 2. Lu Fan. Nightmare Difficulty, 990 points. Number 3. Qing Chu, Hell Difficulty, 900 points. Tied for third, Dao Xiaomeng, Hell Difficulty, 900 points. While everyone in the monitoring room was still stunned by Lu Fan's performance, the door burst open. A man walked in, his voice stern. Pardon the intrusion. I am a special envoy from Dragon City. I regret to disturb you all, but we need to take someone back to Dragon City for an investigation. Where is the Dragon Tamer, Lu Fan? Qin Shanhai glanced at the door, immediately recognizing the man as Qianshong, a level 57 swordsman. Inside the Nightmare Realm, after clearing out the monsters, Lu Fan didn't rush to the second floor. Instead, he stopped to search for a location provided by the high-grade map he had assembled earlier. Soon, a smile spread across his face. Finally found it. The system announced, "You have reached the location on the treasure map." Before entering, he'd pieced together a high-grade map, never expecting the treasure. And it was right there on the first floor. Lu Fan reached out and grabbed a book. The system registered the skill book, Growth Acceleration, which increases the amount of XP he and his pet receive from defeating monsters. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan used it instantly through the system. Skill, Growth Acceleration acquired. He thought happily, an experience boost? This is perfect for Xiao Ye. After leaving Tang Village, Xiao Ye's leveling speed had slowed down. This skill was an absolute godsend. In the monitoring room, Qianshong's eyes were glued to the image of Lu Fan on the screen. He turned to the principal of Third High School and made a firm demand. Principal Bai, Lu Fan is your student. Stop his assessment immediately and teleport him here. Principal Bai refused instantly. Special Envoy, whatever this is about, it should wait until his assessment is complete. As his principal, I can step in to resolve this for him. Qianxiong pushed up his glasses, his voice cold. You can act on his behalf, but you can't take the punishment for him. Punishment? Principal Bai was momentarily confused. The others were also baffled, wondering what on earth Lu Fan could have done. Just then, Qin Shanhai walked over, placing a hand on Qianxiong's arm. Old Qian, for old time's sake, could you let me have a word? Showing no respect, Qianxiong shoved his hand away, his voice a warning. Mr. Qin, I suggest you stop interfering with my duties. I don't know why you're protecting him. But let me give you a piece of advice. Stay out of this. Neither the Kim family nor the higher-ups in Longdu City will let this go. If you understand, then please leave. Qianxiong turned his cold gaze back to Principal Bai. Hand him over. Now. Before Principal Bai could even react, Qin Shanhai lit a cigarette and spoke calmly. Old Qian, the higher-ups in Longdu, the Kim family, even the entire Taichi nation. Yes, the situation is indeed complex. But once Lu Fan's secret is revealed, neither the higher-ups nor the Kim family will pursue this any longer. No one is taking Lu Fan away today. Qianshong frowned, pointing a finger straight at Qin Shanhai. What secret? You're spouting nonsense. Do you have any idea what the penalty is for obstructing a special envoy? Qin Shanhai suddenly gripped Qianxiong's hand, his expression resolute. If that's what it takes, then so be it. Provoked, Qianxiong erupted in anger. Your actions will definitely be reported to the higher-ups. Seeing the tension boil over, Principal Bai quickly tried to intervene. Special Envoy, Mr. Qin, please, both of you, calm down. Did Qianxiong's anger subside at all? He pulled his hand back and glared at Qin Shanhai. What is he to you that you'd go this far? Qin Shanhai's gaze shifted to the screen, showing Lu Fan. Aren't you curious about a secret so powerful it could make both the higher-ups and the Kim family back down? Qianxiong followed his gaze and was suddenly stunned when he realized Lu Fan had chosen the nightmare-level dungeon. He dared to choose nightmare difficulty? What kind of power does this kid actually have? Didn't you see him earlier? With just one slash, he... Before the principal of First High could finish his sentence, the entire room fell silent. The moment Xiao Ye was summoned, everyone was frozen in shock. All eyes were glued to the screen. Qianxiong pointed a trembling finger, stammering, That's a dragon. The instant Xiao Ye appeared, it unleashed a single blow that shattered the gate to the second floor. Qin Shanhai gave a weary smile. Even though I've seen it once, it's still just as breathtaking. He paused, letting everyone witness the sight of Xiao Ye, effortlessly clearing out the monsters on the second floor before continuing. As you've all seen, that is the secret I was talking about. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Lu Fan and Xiao Ye tore through the tower floors at a dizzying speed. In no time at all, they had cleared the 13th floor. His score shot up, leaving the person in second place far behind. Scoreboard: 1. Lu Fan, Nightmare Difficulty, 58,500 points. 2. Hong Yu, Extreme Difficulty, 27,050 points. 3. Qinqiu, Extreme Difficulty, 12,570 points. 4. Tao Xiaoman, Extreme Difficulty, 12,570 points. After observing for a while, Principal Bai made a firm assessment. It's not just the dragon, Lu Fan's own strength. All of his stats must be over 100 by now. Even without the dragon summoning skill, he would have easily secured the top spot in Jianghai. Qin Shanhai smiled and turned to Qianxiong. Old Qian, do you still want to escort him to the higher-ups? Today, I finally understand why you would confront the Kim family for him. Qianxiong replied, In that case, I will send a video clip of Lu Fan from this assessment to my master. The matter between Lu Fan and the Kim family will no longer require your attention. Special Envoy. Qianxiong was taken aback. Master, you mean? Qin Shanhai smiled. Marquis Tu Jing of Zhenbei. Inside the nightmare dungeon, Lu Fan had reached the 20th floor, facing a group of level 15 dark priests. Their skills included Dark Encirclement, which reduces the target stats by 50%, while increasing their own by 25%, and Shadow Fusion, which pulls the opponent into darkness, grants immunity to dark damage and control, and allows them to command Shadow Knights. Remembering his new equipment, he knew Xiao Ye's level was about to skyrocket. With that thought, Lu Fan gave the command, Xiao Ye, use Lava Flame. Xiao Ye immediately obeyed, opening its mouth to unleash a heavenly sea of fire that incinerated every enemy in sight. System, 20th floor cleared. Xiao Ye has leveled up. Lu Fan reached level 16. Let's go, Xiao Ye. Let's tear this whole tower down, Lu Fan shouted with excitement. The scoreboard updated. 1. Lu Fan, Nightmare Difficulty, 90,000 points. 2. Hong Yu, Extreme Difficulty, 31,550 points. 3. Qinqiu, Extreme Difficulty, 16,000 points. 4. Tao Xiaoman, Extreme Difficulty, 16,900 points. An hour later, Hong Yu cleared the 50th floor on Extreme Difficulty, panting heavily. He never expected this exam to be so terrifying. A monster like this should be reserved for those at level 70. Still, everyone's struggling. The only one who could compete with me for first place is Qinqiu, but she's in a party, so her score is split in half. This year's provincial top scorer is definitely me. He threw his head back and laughed, shouting, Principal, did you see my performance? You guys from the 10 grade academies better send my acceptance letters now. The proctors merely glanced at Hong Yu before their eyes were glued back to Lu Fan's screen. Floor 50. This is where all the previous top scorers stopped. This is the turning point. Lu Fan, you can't get careless. Your tower climbing speed is about to slow down. One of them commented. Inside the tower, Lu Fan was examining Xiao Ye's new skills after its form shift upgrade. Hatchling form, all attributes and mana consumption reduced by 50%. Dragon Maiden form, unlocked through the blood contract. Giant dragon form, strength reduced by 50%, spirit increased by 100%. Skill, scorching lava burst. World ender form, spirit reduced by 50%, strength increased by 100%. Skill, earth-shattering dragon's roar. As he was deep in thought, rocks from a nearby mountain suddenly crumbled, revealing a giant beast, a level 20. Nightmare Tier 3 boss. The Purple Crystal Mountain Giant. Skills, Fist of the Mountain, Avalanche and Quake, Purple Crystal Armor, which reduces magic damage by 50% and resists armor penetration. Principal Bai grew worried. How is he supposed to beat that? I told you, this is the turning point. From here on out, Lu Fan's tower climbing speed will definitely slow down. The principal of number 1 high school sighed, secretly jealous. With this achievement, Lu Fan had already secured the top spot in Jianghai City, and the provincial title was practically in his grasp. Why isn't a student with such potential from my number 1 high school? Inside the tower, the mountain giant unleashed its Fist of the Mountain, its massive fist hurtling straight towards Lu Fan. He remained calm, analyzing. A 50% reduction in magic damage. We're halfway through, so it's only natural for the difficulty to increase. Lu Fan smiled with amusement. If that's the case, Xiao Ye, shall we test out your world ender form? Xiao Ye blocked the attack with one hand, letting out a roar before soaring into the sky and shifting into its world ender form, its strength stat skyrocketing. Through the screen, the proctors were stunned once again. What the hell? It has a combat form too? Suddenly sensing danger from behind, Lu Fan leaped to the side, dodging the mountain giant's punch. He countered with Dragon's encouragement, boosting all his and Xiao Ye's attributes by 30%, then gave the command, Xiao Ye, use Titanic Jaws. Xiao Ye charged forward, its ferocious bites causing the level 20 boss to collapse. The principal of number 1 high school exclaimed in terror. That last attack definitely dealt over 2,000 damage. Principal Bai broke into a cold sweat, guessing its power was far beyond his predictions. Just as Lu Fan thought the battle was over, the mountain giant's hand reached for him again. He dodged, activating his dragon blood armor manifestation. It formed into a dragon claw as he threw a powerful punch, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Qin Shanhai looked at Qianzhong's bewildered face and smiled. Old Qian, seeing Lu Fan's current strength, shouldn't you feel lucky that I stopped you? Qianzhong remained silent. Inside the tower, the dust settled. Just as the mountain giant was about to counterattack, Xiao Ye unleashed a combo of Dragon's Roar and earth-shattering annihilation, finishing it off for good. System. Floor 50 cleared. Xiao Ye reached level 12. Lu Fan reached level 17. Choosing nightmare difficulty was the right call. Lu Fan thought to himself, the difficulty is no longer an obstacle. Sweeping through each floor will grant a ton of experience. He continued his journey. In the observation room, Qin Shanhai stubbed out his cigarette, smugly telling the principal of number 1 high, it seems even 50 floors of nightmare difficulty haven't given Lu Fan any trouble at all. A giant dragon truly is beyond our comprehension. Principal Bai sighed in amazement, then asked Qianqiong, Special Envoy, you're from the dragon capital and have seen much. Can you tell how much the giant dragon's power increases when it changes form? Qianqiong pondered for a moment. I've seen some powerful figures in the dragon capital make their move. Using them as a benchmark, after it changes form, its attributes must be at least 2,500. What? The principal of number 1 high exclaimed, thinking to himself, it's just as I predicted. Maybe even higher. Principal Bai calmly suggested. In any case, he's past floor 50. Why don't we use the X+1 mode? We'll know for sure then. X+1? Qin Shanhai was confused. Principal Bai explained, that's right. The X+1 format, created by the very first scholar who designed the trial tower. After clearing floor 50, the number of monsters is multiplied by a factor of X. All candidates are forced to face the tower boss. This turns the trial into a true secret realm, where your life can be snuffed out at any moment. Even on nightmare difficulty with X+1 mode, everything is replaced with corresponding nightmare bosses. The X+1 mode on nightmare difficulty isn't just limited to one boss. Their attributes are also boosted to astronomical levels. Qin Shanhai lit another cigarette and jutted his chin towards the screen with a smug look. And yet, look at Lu Fan. To him, this X+1 thing is probably nothing worth mentioning. Inside the tower, Lu Fan clearly noticed that the difficulty had completely transformed after floor 50. But thanks to Xiao Ye's annihilation form, he swept through the floors without a second thought. In just 10 minutes, he'd already reached the 70th floor. This left the judges completely astonished. It had only been 10 minutes, and Lu Fan was already on the 70th floor. This version of the trial tower is considered the most brutal one ever designed. At first, I was wondering if anyone could even make it to the 80th floor, but with the way things are going, I'm not so sure. The principal of number 1 high school was left speechless, watching Lu Fan hit the 83rd floor. Qin Shanhai nodded. Over the years, countless geniuses who pushed their levels to the absolute limit had collapsed and died inside this tower. After all, once you've climbed 70 to 80 floors, and the final reward is within reach, who would give up so easily? Principal Bai pointed to the leaderboard, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. But Lu Fan, that kid might just be the first person to ever clear all 100 floors of the trial tower. The bald principal from number 1 high, green with envy, chimed in, "Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Even though those bosses are weaker than their original versions, don't forget how insanely difficult the 99th floor is." Before he could finish his sentence, someone cut him off. "Look, Lu Fan, he's already at the 99th floor." All eyes were on Lu Fan again. He strode into a dilapidated palace where 4 suits of headless armor stood ominously. The candles on the walls flared to life. The suits of armor began to move, emitting a strange blue glow as they chanted, "Annihilation." Level 55, Headless Knights with a skill set of World Ender Pierce, Counterattack, Thunder Slash, and a pact that shares their HP, increasing their defense by 400%. These were enemies from the Fallen Kingdom, a famous secret realm based on a real historical event. "Intruder, be slain," one knight shouted, locking onto Lu Fan with a World Ender Slash. He quickly dodged it, but the aftershock still pushed him back a few steps. "They share HP? I'll have to take out all 4 at once." Devising a strategy, Lu Fan leaped high into the air and launched a fierce counterattack. A knight retaliated with a World Ender Pierce, but he gracefully dodged it and unleashed a powerful slash of his own. To his surprise, it didn't even scratch their armor. Just as another knight loomed behind him and swung its sword, Lu Fan spun around to parry the blow. The moment it activated its counterattack skill, he yelled, "Now, Xiao Ye." Xiao Ye descended like a god, obliterating the entire castle and the 4 headless knights, but they simply regenerated. They charged forward like moths to a flame. Lu Fan shot into the air. He couldn't waste another second. He had to get to the 100th floor immediately. He decisively ordered Xiao Ye to unleash scorching lava flame, incinerating the knights in an instant. Lu Fan leveled up 20 times, the Black Dragon leveled up 15 times, and learned a new skill. The Great Cataclysm. "That's my Xiao Ye, learning a new skill already. Now there's only 1 floor left," Lu Fan exclaimed in excitement. The door to the final floor of the trial tower swung wide open. Qin Shanhai chuckled, glancing at the bald principal who was standing there, stunned. "Looks like we're about to witness history in the making." The 100th floor. Principal Bai looked at the screen, a sense of dread washing over him. That floor, it wasn't designed for any contestant to pass. The moment they stepped through the gate, Lu Fan and Xiao Ye were enveloped by a dark aura. The sword in his hand slowly disintegrated. Before them was the complete Fallen Kingdom secret realm, with an army of over 500 undead spirits and the level 60 Emperor of Annihilation. Lu Fan checked Xiao Ye's new skill. The Great Cataclysm dealt massive damage over 3 powerful stages. "This is the last floor. Let's go get our reward." Xiao Ye roared in agreement. Lu Fan materialized a sword and pointed it at the boss. Xiao Ye transformed into his destructive, great dragon form. Xiao Ye's entire body radiated scorching flames, and his strength and spirit stats rose to unbelievable levels, leaving the judges completely stunned. A third form? Those flames. Lu Fan still had another ace up his sleeve. "Protect the king. All troops, attack." At the Headless Knight's command, the undead army surged forward. Lu Fan and Xiao Ye charged in to meet them. He signaled for Xiao Ye to use the Great Cataclysm, continuously blasting the army with fire, causing their numbers to dwindle rapidly. Is this really something a high school student can master? The judges thought in terror. While Xiao Ye was clearing the area, Lu Fan charged toward the boss. "You insolent creature, how dare you not kneel before your king?" The Headless Knights leaped forward in unison to ambush Lu Fan. He dodged to the side and shouted, "Xiao Ye, get over here." Xiao Ye unleashed the 3rd stage of the Great Cataclysm, causing a massive explosion that wiped out the 4 knights in the blink of an eye. 9,800,000 points. For 30 years, no one has ever broken 1 million. Just one more step, and Lu Fan might actually claim the prize. Inside the tower, the undead army was annihilated. Lu Fan, sword in hand, slowly approached the boss. I've cleaned up all your minions. Aren't you going to show yourself? You pathetic final boss? You foolish brute. The enraged Emperor of Annihilation charged forward. Lu Fan parried the attack with his Dragon Claw, while ordering Xiao Ye to attack with Incinerate All Creation. The Emperor of Annihilation staggered back, discovering his hand was bleeding, and he couldn't use his powers. Lu Fan had cleverly combined a physical attack with the effect of the Ring of Grievance, but Xiao Ye blocked it with an even stronger version of Incinerate Everything. While the enemy was distracted, Lu Fan lunged forward, landing a fatal blow to its chest and finishing off the boss. System: Xiao Ye has reached level 17. Lu Fan has reached level 22. The examiners in the observation room were absolutely stunned. 1,000,000 points, the 100th floor trial. No one had passed it in 30 years, yet Lu Fan had cleared it so quickly. The trial's over. Let's go home, Lu Fan said cheerfully to Xiao Ye. You must be missing my cooking, huh? System notification. Rewards rare skill book. Fury of the Ice Dragon King. Rare ring, Spirit Wind Ring. Legendary cloak, Flamebone. I thought I wouldn't get a control skill until at least level 30. Awesome. Lu Fan excitedly inspected the items. Each one was incredibly useful. He recalled Xiao Ye and strode confidently out of the secret realm. As soon as he left, Lu Fan was greeted warmly by the examiners, especially Principal Bai. How is this kid so damn good? Top scorer. You're the pride of our school. From now on, your picture will hang forever on our school's wall of fame. The principal of number 1 high school scoffed. Are you serious? The wall of fame is for heroes who died fighting the beast invasion. Are you trying to jinx the boy? Get lost. If anyone's getting cursed, it's you, Principal Bai shot back. Lu Fan had shattered the exam record. His future was bound to be unimaginable. Qin Shanhai spoke up. Regardless, this exam allowed Lu Fan to fully display his strength. Lu Fan smiled and asked, Uncle Qin, I've met the conditions. I'm guessing that princess from Tai Chi won't be coming to cause a scene anymore, right? Qin Shanhai smiled. Of course. I'll uphold our agreement. The teacher will be receiving his part soon too. Teacher? Lu Fan was confused. Just leave that matter to me. Right now, you should focus on deciding which university you want to attend. Qin Shanhai replied. The two principals immediately jumped in, eagerly discussing Lu Fan's future. Amid the excitement, Qian Xiang slipped away quietly. At the border of the Northern Dragon Kingdom, the Marquis of Zhenbei, Tu Jing, sipped his wine while watching a video of Lu Fan's trial. A subordinate entered and reported, All the evidence is in here, sir. We can confirm that Qin Shanhai's speculation about your student was correct. Through his conversation with the special envoy Qian Xiang, Qin Shanhai had deduced that Nguyen Truong-Feng, a high-ranking leader in Longdu, was colluding with the Kim family of the Tai Chi Kingdom. Princess Jin Zhu's study abroad and her bringing a dragon tamer with her were all approved by Nguyen Truong-Feng. Crash! The wine bottle shattered as Tu Jing slammed it on the table, his eyes burning with rage. Nguyen Truong-Feng, so it really was him. Publicly, he maintains relations between our two nations, but behind the scenes, he's been giving the Kim family special privileges in exchange for personal gain. No wonder he sent a special envoy to capture the dragon tamer. The Marquis of Zhenbei's fury erupted. Nguyen Truong-Feng, that traitorous bastard, he dares to help the Tai Chi princess run rampant in our dragon kingdom. He slammed the table, his voice like thunder. Go and deliver this order to Nguyen Truong-Feng. I am stripping him of all his positions and authority. From this moment on, he has no place in the leadership of Longdu. Go, immediately. If he has any objections, tell him to come talk to me. As for the Kim family, if they even think about contacting Nguyen Truong-Feng again, send a diplomatic delegation to pay them a little visit. He paused, deep in thought. One more thing, keep an eye on which school this dragon tamer chooses, and contact the principal in advance to provide him with the absolute best resources. A wave of excitement rose in Tu Jing's heart. For the Dragon Kingdom to have such a legendary youth, it was truly exhilarating. Such an interesting young man, he thought. I'll have to meet him personally once this mission is over. But the bigger question was, when would this heavy responsibility finally end? A few minutes later, news of Nguyen Truong-Feng's dismissal reached Princess Jin Zhu, sending her into a furious rage. Her subordinate quickly tried to calm her down. Your Highness, please calm your anger. We also have some good news. What good news could you possibly have? Without him, how are we supposed to capture that dragon tamer? Your Highness no longer needs to waste your precious time on him. The day the trial results are announced is almost here. We've discovered that besides Lu Fan in Jianghai, there is another dragon tamer in Qingzhou. Jin Zhu's surprise quickly morphed into a sinister smile. Now that Tames is Tames good news. Let's hope this one knows his place. System. Congratulations to candidate Hong Yu for completing the extremely difficult provincial trial. Floor 72. Score, 89,250. Hong Yu stepped out of the secret realm, his mind filled with fantasies of being crowned the top scorer and receiving a hero's welcome from the examiners, especially his principal. Seeing him, the boy walked over. "Oh, Hong Yu, you're finished with the exam?" Hong Yu said humbly. "Yes, sir, but I only managed to get 89,000 points. I'm not sure if that's enough to be the top scorer." The principal laughed loudly. "Haha, don't worry. A score like that is excellent. You can get into any university you want. Achievements are important, but don't push yourself too hard. You're quite injured. Go get treated." The principal's calm reaction and cryptic words left Hong Yu confused. How could he be so nonchalant about such a high score? Asterisk, he must just be reminding me not to get arrogant. Asterisk. Thinking this, he replied cheerfully, "I understand, sir. Thank you for your guidance." 3 days later, when the results were announced, a crowd of businessmen and school representatives swarmed Lu Fan's house just to give him gifts and build connections. Amidst the chaos, Qin Shanhai appeared, a calm smile on his face. "The results were released today, so I assume everyone knows you're number one, right?" Qin Shanhai chuckled. "It's too noisy out here. Let's head inside first." Han Qi suggested shyly. Lu Fan tried checking his score online but couldn't find his information. While he was wondering, Qin Shanhai began handing out the rewards. "This is 50 million in cash, the reward from Jianghai City for the top scorer of Nan Province. Go on, take it. Besides the cash, there's also a reward Principal Bai sent for you." Qin Shanhai opened a chest, and the item information immediately appeared before Lu Fan's eyes. Rare skill book, Blue Dragon King's Roar. Requires Dragon Tamer or Dragon Language Mage, level 20. Description. Fires a bolt of lightning, dealing massive damage with a paralysis effect. After attacking, you gain 20 stacks of the lightning attribute. Each attack consumes 1 stack and has a 20% chance to paralyze the target. Legendary Thunder Potion, a consumable item that permanently increases the power of lightning-based skills and lightning attribute resistance by 20%. Rare Wind Armor, requires level 20, strength plus 70, stamina plus 46. Effect. Gentle Breeze. Reduces damage taken from crowd control effects by 30%. Legendary Flash Boots. Requires level 20. Strength plus 68. Stamina plus 54. Effect. Flash Step. Blink to any location within 50 meters, with a 30-second cooldown. Lu Fan thought to himself, asterisk, a dragon language, magic book, and a reinforcement potion. Now I have lightning magic on top of my ice magic. I won't have to rely entirely on Xiao Ye's damage anymore. Asterisk. This equipment was far beyond what a newly graduated candidate could ever possess. If he equipped it all, his stats would be nearly on par with Xiao Ye right after she hatched. Principal Bai had clearly chosen these items carefully, especially the boots with the blink skill. Qin Shanhai explained. That's a skill that mages usually only get after their second job change. Then I'll gladly accept them. Lu Fan took the items. Just then, Qin Chu ran in, breathlessly announcing the news. Lu Fan, Sister Han, the recruiters from the 10 major universities have arrived in Jianghai. My dad invited them to our house, so I came to get you for the interviews. Already? The results were just announced, Lu Fan said, surprised. Qin Chu smiled. For a talent like you, they have to be fast. They came right after watching the video of your exam. Your video and test scores have been classified by my master. No one can see them except for the 10 universities and the higher-ups in Longdu. You're too special. It would be a problem if another princess showed up. As for the matter with Jin Zhou, my master has already taken care of everything, and he really wants to meet you, she added. Lu Fan was thrilled. That's great. I'd also like to meet him and thank him. Qin Shanhai patted his shoulder. Not just yet. He's still on a mission. Don't be in a hurry. You two will meet sooner or later. Qin Chu handed a card to Lu Fan, her voice sincere. I hope you'll accept this. I came to thank you last time, but unfortunately, I ran into Jin Zhou. Lu Fan shook his head. A purple crystal card. I can't accept this. We only agreed on 100,000. This card has 10 million on it. Qin Shanhai interjected with a loud laugh. This is a token of our Qin family's gratitude. Thank you for saving Xiaochu's squad in Aidong village. Just accept it. Seeing Lu Fan still hesitating, he continued. Tonight, someone is even planning to take you two to Jiangshan Gardens. If you won't even accept this card, how will you react when you see the villa the province is gifting its top scorer? Dad, stop teasing him. Qin Chu quickly came to his defense and pulled Lu Fan by the hand to meet the recruiters. Meanwhile, in a forest on the outskirts of Qingzhou, Cui Hangtai led Princess Jinzhou to meet the dragon tamer they had targeted. What level is he? Jinzhou asked. Level 19. His armored dragon is level 14, Cui Hangtai replied. Jinzhou watched with interest as Chen Tianji and his armored dragon fought up ahead. Dragon tamers truly are different. He can already fight a level 30 boss. The giant boss roared and charged forward. Chen Tianji commanded his armored dragon to unleash a wide-area tail swipe, while he himself used Dragon Lance Strike. Channeling his dragon chi, he delivered a fatal blow, finishing off the monster. System. Chen Tianji reached level 20. Armored dragon reached level 15. Well done. You haven't wasted the dragon egg I gave you. Jinzhou clapped in approval. Chen Tianji bowed his head. I am glad I did not disappoint you, princess. I'd only be disappointed if you were like this useless piece of trash. Jinzhou glared at Cui Hangtai. From now on, this spear of yours belongs to him. Any problem with that? Although he was furious inside, Cui Hangtai simply bowed his head. This subordinate obeys the princess's command. Chen Tianji was grateful. Thank you, princess. With the armored dragon lance and your enhancement magic, I will surely defeat the top scorer of Nan province. Jinzhou was secretly pleased. Chen Tianji was ranked second with 210,000 points, while Lu Fan's score, though unannounced, was estimated to be around 300,000. There's still hope, Lu Fan. You will remember that name until the day you destroy him and steal his black dragon. I will help you become the strongest dragon tamer in history. In the Taichi Kingdom, you will be my servant. Below only 1, but above 10,000. About Lu Fan, don't you dare disappoint me. Tran Thinchi's eyes burned with intensity. Rest assured, princess. It would be my honor. I will forever be your knight. You're a quick learner, much quicker than that Lu Fan. I gave him a golden opportunity to rise above his station, and yet he showed no gratitude. Kim Chao sneered, then ordered Doi Hoentai, go to Jianghai and find out which academy Lu Fan enrolled in for me. If you can't even handle something this simple, then get out of my sight. Yes, ma'am, Doi Hoentai replied. The mere thought of Lu Fan made Kim Chao grind her teeth, her heart filled with hatred. Soon, he will regret everything he's done. In the living room of the Qin family villa, Qin Chu asked tentatively, have you decided which academy you're applying to yet? Lu Fan shook his head. It's because I want. He hesitated, then corrected himself. No, it's because my dad wanted to ask. He told me I should apply to the same school as you so we can help each other out in the future. That would be great, Qin Chu exclaimed. I heard teamwork is really important at the academies, and we've worked together before. If we're running a secret realm, you'd definitely be my first choice, but I still don't know which school to pick. I'll tell you later. Okay? Okay. Qin Chu answered shyly, thinking to herself, I wonder what Lu Fan's score was. If I can't keep up, the distance between us will just keep growing. She made a resolution. I'll do my best to get into the same academy as you. Yeah, okay, Lu Fan smiled, pushing open the door to a room. Hello, teachers. My name is Lu Fan. Before he could finish, a middle-aged man cut him off. Lu Fan, right? All of us have seen your trial video. Absolutely incredible. The first dragon tamer in history to have a dragon. I wonder if the top scorer of Nam province has chosen an academy yet? A female teacher interjected. Old man, you don't need to ask if he's interested or not. Jiangnan Academy will give you every kind of benefit imaginable. A 10 million dragon coin scholarship per year, plus all potions, secret realms, and other resources are completely free. The female teacher mocked. Hey, everyone here is a recruiter from the top academies in the Dragon Kingdom. Is times all you're offering to compete for the top scorer? In addition to what Jiangnan Academy is offering, Beijiang Academy will add 20 million a year and access to 20 exclusive secret realms. The old man refused to be outdone. Anything Beijiang can offer, we can offer too. We'll match that and throw in a secret realm of destiny. The female teacher immediately raised the price. All conditions are negotiable. If you're not satisfied, we can offer more. Lu Fan was bewildered by the intense bidding war, unsure of what to choose. Just then, Ko Han, representing Longdu Academy, spoke up. The participants in this year's national trials will be selected by Longdu. Lu Fan, we can give you a spot. The whole room was stunned. Is that for real? He's strong, but he just changed his class. How could he possibly be qualified for the national trials? Someone protested. Previous participants all went through rigorous selection. The other countries have already finished their preparations. Are you really entrusting such an important task to a freshman? Are you treating the national trials like some kind of joke? Ignoring the chatter, Kohan continued speaking to Lu Fan. The national trial is a super-secret realm jointly created by 23 nations around the world. It's held once every 3 years, with each country sending one competitor under the age of 25 who has never participated before. This is a competition that the entire world watches. The prizes are some of the rarest treasures in existence, Kohan explained. The two teachers who were just at each other's throats were now united in their opposition. Even if you give him a spot, it should be for the next one. This year's competition starts in just 6 months. Isn't that way too reckless? Kohan was firm. The one who passes the national trial earns the right to become a national-level master. From the #1 in Nam Province to the #1 in the Dragon Kingdom, Longdu Academy can give you this chance. The chance to become a true powerhouse and claim immense rewards. As Lu Fan was considering, the system suddenly announced, "Lu Fan, congratulations, today's treasure map has been sent to you." It was the second God-tier treasure map. He looked at the location it pointed to. It was Longdu Academy. Without any more hesitation, Lu Fan accepted Kohan's offer, but with one condition. "I want an admission application for Han Ka. Her class is Gourmet Chef, a very rare hidden class." Kohan thought for a moment, then replied, "All right. But whether she gets accepted or not will have to be decided by a committee." 4 days later, Lu Fan and Han Ka were packing their bags to head to Longdu. "I never thought we'd actually be leaving this place. We've lived here for so long. It feels a little sad to go. You know?" Han Ka sighed. Lu Fan comforted her. "We have a villa now, and we have savings. We can live wherever we want." "You don't have to feel sad, Auntie," Han Ka reminisced. "I still remember when we first moved here. You were only about this tall. Time really flies." Just then, Qin Qiu and Dao Tuman pulled up in a supercar to pick them up. "Dao Tuman is applying to Longdu too?" Lu Fan asked with a smile. Dao Tieman answered honestly, "My score was the same as Ti Thu's. When I saw she was applying to Longdu because of you, I decided to as well." Before she could finish, Qin Qiu covered her mouth. Han Ka said gratefully, "You kids really didn't have to go to all this trouble. I never imagined Xiao Fan would become so amazing. Back when I found out I had a lifestyle class, I used to dream of going to a university like everyone else. I really want to start over." Han Ki's eyes welled up with tears. Lu Fan hugged his aunt. "I will never forget your disappointment and regret. I promise I'll make our dream of a better life come true. This is just the beginning." Everyone boarded the Qin family's private jet and headed straight for Dragon Capital. A few hours later, while admiring the bustling scenery outside the academy, they happened to run into Jin Zhou, who had also just arrived to enroll. As soon as she got out of the car, she started talking trash. "So this is the Dragon Country. Even its capital is just this mediocre." Lu Fan's brow furrowed slightly. Kui Hengtai suddenly exclaimed, "So, the Dragon Master from Jianghai City. It was him? Well, this saves me the trouble of hunting him down." Hehe. Chen Tianji was about to charge forward, but Jin Zhou stopped him. "We don't have Ruan Chengfeng backing us right now. If we start a fight here, we'll be deported. Calm down." Chen Tianji bowed his head. "I understand. My apologies, Princess." On Lu Fan's side, Jin Zhou's appearance made the whole group uneasy. Qin Qiu whispered, "What do we do now? I remember my dad saying she was coming to the Dragon Country to study abroad. Don't tell me she's also enrolling at Dragon Capital Academy?" Just then, Guhan appeared with a radiant smile. "Xiao Fan, you two arrived at the same time? Come on in." Seeing Lu Fan's confused expression, she added, "Wait, don't you two know each other? You're #1 and #2 from Nan Province, and you're both Dragon Masters. We've been calling you the twin stars of Nan Province." Chen Tianji, the runner-up of Nan Province, was also a Dragon Master. Lu Fan eyed him carefully, while Chen Tianji glared back with hostility. "I've heard a lot about you, Lu Fan. It's about time we met." Lu Fan turned to Guhan. "Miss Gu, I guess you could say we're acquainted now, but we're all exhausted from the long trip. Could you show us to our rooms so we can rest first?" Guhan nodded. "All right, let me show you to your accommodations. If there's anything you don't like, you can change rooms. I'll also tell you about the freshman orientation tomorrow that you'll have to attend." Jin Zhou arrogantly replied, "We'll go by ourselves." Then she and her two subordinates left. Guhan led Lu Fan's group to the villa area. This area is for the top-ranked freshmen. There are 30 villas in total. Every year, the instructors watch the trial videos to rank everyone. The top 30 get to stay here. As the valedictorian, Lu Fan was assigned to villa #1. Chen Tianji, the runner-up from Nan Province, was ranked 18th overall and assigned to Villa number 18. Lu Fan thought to himself, looks like he accepted Jin Zhou's offer after all. To think that someone who sold his own pride is being called one of the twin stars of Nan Province alongside me. How ridiculous. Qin Chu wondered, Miss Gu, I'm guessing Mai and Tao Zi's scores weren't good enough for the top 30, right? Does that mean we have to register for the student dorms? Guhan replied, that's right. Qin Chu, Tao Xiaoman, Han Ke, I'll take you three to the dormitory area later, but in every respect, the villa area is obviously much better. Han Ke suggested, then, can we live with Lu Fan? Her words shocked both Qin Chu and Tao Xiaoman. Guhan thought for a moment. There's no rule against it. As long as the person living there doesn't have a problem with it. Xiaofan definitely doesn't have a problem with it, right? Don't tell me you don't want to eat your auntie's cooking anymore? Lu Fan laughed and immediately agreed. Of course it's fine. Han Ke happily linked arms with the two girls. See? The boy has no objections, so we'll all live together. This will be a good chance to get closer and strengthen our bond. It'll be much more convenient when we team up for dungeons later on. Seeing Tao Xiaoman still looked hesitant, Lu Fan spoke up. You guys should stay here with my aunt. The dorms are pretty far away anyway. If something comes up later, you won't have to walk across half the campus. Tao Xiaoman shrugged. Fine. If Xiao Qu is staying, I'll stay too. Besides, the conditions here are much better. Okay. Qin Chu shyly agreed. That's great. Then from now on, Xiao Qu, you'll get to taste my cooking too, Han Ke said excitedly. While Qin Chu was being swept up by Han Ke's enthusiasm, Tao Xiaoman leaned in and whispered to Lu Fan, living together is fine, but don't you dare get any ideas about Xiao Qu. I'll be watching you. Suddenly, Lu Fan's system announced that he was near the location on the map. The treasure is in the villa behind this one. He quickly asked Gu Han, Miss Gu, who's staying in villa number 2? Gu Han replied, I'm only in charge of Nan Province, so I'm not familiar with students from other places. But I believe it's just a single girl in villa number 2. Lu Fan told the others to go on ahead, using the excuse of wanting to greet his new neighbor to investigate. Han Ke handed him a slice of cake, silently celebrating that her nephew was finally growing up, wanting to meet a girl as soon as he heard about her. In contrast, Tao Xiaoman scoffed, he's already living with the three of us, and he still wants to hit on the neighbor. Ringing the doorbell of villa number 2, Lu Fan felt a bit nervous. A moment later, a girl opened the door. He smiled brightly. Hi, I'm Lu Fan. I live in number 1. I'm from Jianghai City in Nan Province. This is a small welcoming gift. We're neighbors from now on, so let's get along. Exquisite pumpkin cake. First-time consumption permanently increases agility by 3 points. After inspecting the gift box, the girl took it and replied coldly, Yunbei Province, Jianying. Her voice was cute, but she seemed hard to talk to. So, Kiam-an, do you mind if I come in for a bit? I'm a little thirsty and could use some tea. Strangely enough, Kiam-an nodded. The moment he was inside, Lu Fan shot off like an arrow, following the system's guide straight into the bedroom, where he found his treasure. In the privacy of the bathroom, he handled the second egg. He quickly hid his treasure and ran outside. I suddenly don't feel like drinking anymore. I'm heading home. It was really nice meeting you. See you at the opening ceremony tomorrow, okay? And with that, Lu Fan disappeared. Jian Ying stared after him, bewildered, then noticed the door to her bedroom, where she'd left her dress and underwear on the bed, was slightly ajar. A thought flashed through her mind. Could he be some kind of pervert? That night, inside Villa number 1, the dragon egg hatched. A Jade Dragon contract. Legendary grade, level 1. Strength, 122. Agility, 153. Spirit, 659. Stamina, 216. Skills. 1. Puppet of Life's Origin. Continuously restores health for all allied targets. 2. Jade Light. Creates 3 layers of Jade Blessing. Removes control effects. Increases all stats by 30%. And each layer blocks a single instance of damage. The Jade Dragon's skills continued. 3. Natural Assimilation. Devours equipment, absorbing its skills and characteristics and making them its own. 4. Jade Dragon Bloodline. Doubles the effect of skills on dragonkin and those with a connected bloodline, grants immunity to all crowd control, and increases self-regeneration by 500%. 5. Blood Pact Resonance. Transfers 10% of the dragon pet's stats to the Dragon Tamer. The Jade Dragon was a support type with unbelievably high spirit, and it even had the ability to double the effects of crowd control. His and Xiao Ye's power was about to skyrocket, not to mention its ability to devour equipment, which had endless potential. Lu Fan thought to himself, the most important thing now is to give it a name. He looked away from the screen and saw the Jade Dragon and Xiao Ye already trading blows. You two, stop it right now. He separated the two little demons, lifting the Jade Dragon into the air. I'll call you Xiao Fei. Haha, Xiao Fei sounds great. From now on, you'll be Xiao Ye's little sister. Xiao Fei chirped happily. Xiao Ye growled in protest, and the two dragons started hissing at each other again. Lu Fan yelled, "Be quiet! You're going to wake everyone up." The next day, at the opening ceremony, students were divided by their professional class, so Han Ke had to temporarily separate from Lu Fan's group. Zhao Fan, was your room okay last night? She asked. Lu Fan was about to answer when he was distracted by the whispers from a group of male students. The beauty of Qin Qiu and Tao Xiaoman had become the center of attention. So beautiful, any one of them could be the school goddess. If I got to go into a dungeon with beauties like that, I could die happy. Keep dreaming. Don't you see that one dude walking with them? But there are two of them. They can't both be his girlfriends, right? Qin Qiu, embarrassed, pulled everyone towards the auditorium. I asked Teacher Gu yesterday, she said. Hidden classes have to sit in the front row. She said apologetically to Tao Xiaoman as she and Lu Fan walked forward. So, I can't sit with you, Xiao Chu? That's okay. I'm fine sitting in the back, Tao Xiaoman replied. On the way, Lu Fan caught a glimpse of Hong Yu, that noisy chi master from the trials. Seeing the other guy staring at him, Lu Fan gave a friendly smile and walked past. Hong Yu gritted his teeth, remembering the principal's dismissive gaze and words. Lu Fan, I finally found you, you bastard. You're the reason I lost all my dignity. Arriving at the front row, Lu Fan saw Jian Ying was already there and gave her a wave. Qin Qiu was surprised. You two know each other? I guess so. That's Jian Ying. She's our neighbor, living in Villa number 2 next to us, Lu Fan replied. Oh, so that means she's the one with the second highest overall score. She's as talented as she is beautiful, Qin Qiu remarked. A few moments later, Vice Principal Zhao Shengming, a level 78 lightning mage, began his speech. I am the Vice Principal of Longdu Academy, Professor Zhao Shengming of the Magic Academy. On behalf of the Academy, I welcome all new students. I don't like to waste time with empty platitudes, so next, you will all be issued your ID cards, and I will explain some regulations. This ID card is proof that you belong to Longdu Academy and is used to record your accumulated points, Zhao Shengming explained. These points are considered currency within the school, used to open dungeons, buy weapons, and elixirs. Your starting points are the scores you achieved in the recent trial exam. A young man raised his hand. Excuse me, Vice Principal. The exams in each province had different difficulty levels. Wouldn't students from provinces with easier exams have an advantage in points? That doesn't seem fair. Zhao Shengming nodded. The Academy has already taken that into account. Your accumulated points will be your exam score divided by a difficulty coefficient. The harder the exam, the smaller the coefficient. For example, this year's Nan province exam was the most difficult, so students from Nan will divide their score by the lowest coefficient, which is 0.96. Lu Fan looked at the 13,539 points on his card, thinking to himself that this was his entire starting capital. But the vice principal continued, these points are only temporary. Your official points will be redetermined in the freshman placement exam 1 month from now. The 30 students with the highest scores will be admitted to the Qingyun class, where you'll receive special privileges, access to private dungeons, the ability to exchange for rare items, and the right to live in the Villa District. Murmurs about the Qingyun class and the privilege of living in the Villa District spread through the crowd. The Qingyun class? This is the first I'm hearing of it, so there's a chance to move into the Villa District? Lu Fan calculated in his head. His current number 1 position already guaranteed him a spot in the Qingyun class, but he understood this position was only temporary and needed to be defended. If he lost his ranking, he would have to leave the prestigious Villa number 1. Zhao Shengming continued. I understand you all want to get into the Qingyun class, but I must warn you, just because you get in doesn't mean you're safe. Any student can fight for a spot by challenging a member. Only if the Azure Cloud class member wins, do they get to keep their seat. If they lose, the challenger takes their place, and Azure Cloud class members cannot refuse a challenge. He displayed the list for the Azure Cloud class, and the top 30 names from the general exam were announced. In first place was none other than the top scorer of Nam Province, the Dragon Tamer, Luke Pham. Feeling all eyes on him, Luke Pham stood up and gave a polite wave. Immediately, a wave of shock and doubt spread through the hall. What? He's number 1? That kid from just now? A Dragon Tamer is number 1? He must have a dragon, then. Dude, keep your voice down. He'll hear you. If he really has a dragon, we're toast. Even an Earth Dragon would be terrifying, which explains how he became the top scorer of Nam Province. I just looked him up, and I can't find any videos of his exam or his scores. You think he's just some rich kid with no real skill whose family pulled some strings to get him in? One student whispered. Yeah, you're right. I can only find info on Tran Tin Chi, the number 2 from Nam Province. Look at this. His dragon is insane. In a hidden corner, Tran Tin Chi quietly asked Kim Chow, Princess, when do you plan on dealing with him? Kim Chow frowned. We don't know the extent of his power yet. For now, let's just slowly feel him out. After the vice principal's speech, Tan Thu said worriedly, Luke Pham, with an introduction like that, isn't he just encouraging everyone to challenge you? Luke Pham gave a wry smile. I honestly didn't expect this to be a thing. Just as the assembly ended and Luke Pham was about to find his way to the Mystic Realm Hall, a provocative voice stopped him. It was Hong Vu. You want to challenge me? Luke Pham asked. Hong Vu scoffed. That's right. The vice principal just said that the top 31 members of the Azure Cloud class can't refuse a challenge. Luke Pham, if you really have what it takes to be the top scorer, then why wouldn't you dare to fight me? Hong Vu thought to himself. I can't find any videos or scores for his exam. If he has any real power, it must be because he summoned a bunch of drakes. If I just target him directly, I'll win. Luke Pham burst out laughing. Wouldn't dare? Fine, I accept your challenge, Hong Vu said smugly. Excellent. I'll bet 200 points. Just 200 points? That's probably a huge number for him, Luke Pham thought, giving a cryptic smile. Okay, 200 it is. The match between Luke Pham and Hong Vu immediately drew everyone's attention. Kim Chow didn't miss the opportunity, turning to Tran Tin Chi. This is a good chance to gauge his strength. You need to watch Luke Pham's every move. Not far away, Dao Tu Man asked doubtfully. You think Luke Pham can win? Tan Thu smiled. You've never seen Luke Pham fight, have you? You're about to find out. In the makeshift arena in the middle of the schoolyard, Hong Vu got into his stance, a confident smile on his face. I'll count down from 3. Let's begin. 3, 2, 1. As soon as he finished, Hong Vu mustered his strength and unleashed Qi Condensation Strike, a punch of condensed Qi aimed straight for Luke Pham. But his fist only passed through an afterimage, leaving Hong Vu stunned. That's Flash, a skill for second advancement mages. How does Luke Pham have that skill? Thanks to his swift spirit boots, Luke Pham teleported instantly, effortlessly dodging the attack. He smiled tauntingly. I heard Qi Masters are versatile fighters, skilled in offense, defense, close combat, and long-range attacks. Is this really all you've got? The taunt was like adding fuel to the fire. Enraged, Hong Vu unleashed his ultimate move, Qi Surge Wave, firing a continuous barrage of Qi waves toward Luke Pham. Hong Vu smirked with satisfaction, a sinister plan forming in his mind. I just need to keep pressuring him so he can't summon his dragon. The moment he shows an opening, I'll win. But his joy was short-lived. Luke Pham weaved and dodged through every single powerful Qi wave, and was even in position to launch a sharp counterattack. Sensing the impending threat, Hong Vu hastily activated his defensive skill, Fortify. You can't break through my immovable rock defense unless your strength is over 280. Hong Vu's rock-solid confidence shattered in an instant. Luke Pham shattered the supposedly impenetrable shield with a single, direct kick to the stomach, knocking him out on the spot. The crowd watched the scene in stunned silence. It was just one kick, and he didn't even use a skill. Is the Azure Cloud class really that strong? Luke Pham is a dragon tamer, but he defeated a Qi Master without even summoning his dragon. Is it over already? I really thought we'd get to see a dragon. A concerned student looked at Hong Vu, who was sprawled out on the ground. Hey, he's bleeding. Is he gonna be okay? Luke Pham looked at his opponent with feigned disappointment and said, This is just pathetic. I wasn't even trying, and you're already down. From a hidden corner, Kim Chow felt a flicker of unease. Did you get a good look? What do you think your chances are of beating him? Tran Tin Chi pondered for a moment before replying. Luke Pham still hasn't summoned his dragon. If we're only evaluating his personal abilities, I'd say I have about a 30% chance of winning. But with the princess's buff, it goes up to 70%. That's pretty high. Hearing this, Kim Chow was temporarily reassured. As the match concluded, Luke Pham took out his ID card and casually deducted the points for the bet. A deal's a deal, and since you started this, I'll be taking these 200 points. The Dragon Capital Academy ID card updated. Balance plus 200. Current total, 13,739. Hong Vu stared in horror at the number displayed. 13,000. 700. 39. 13,000. 739 times the Nam province difficulty multiplier is 0.96. That means his test score was nearly 1.3 million points, compared to the runner-up, Tran Thien Chi, who had 21,875 points. The gap was terrifying. It was only then that Hongvu realized how naive he'd been to challenge Lu Fan. After the battle, Tan Thu and Tu Dao went back to the villa to get Han Ka, while Lu Fan stayed behind in the dungeon hall to do some research. As soon as she got there, Han Ka rushed over. "Someone's already challenged you?" "Xiao Fan, are you all right, sweetie?" Lu Fan smiled to reassure her. I'm fine, don't worry, auntie." Tu Dao was still completely blown away. The way Lu Fan sent Hongvu flying just now looked so effortless. Haha, I told you he was super strong. The first time I met Lu Fan, he was even stronger than Uncle Jay. If he's already this strong on his own, doesn't that mean his dragon will be even stronger? I can't even imagine it. Well, dragons were already beyond our imagination to begin with. Now that everyone's here, come take a look at this. I just looked through the dungeons the school provides, and this one gives the most experience points. It's perfect for us to level up. Lu Fan held up his tablet, inwardly annoyed that the whole fiasco with Hongvu had delayed his plans to level up Xiaofei. Poison Spider Forest, a level 45 dungeon, requires a party of 5 or more, and the entry fee is 45 points. She read, her voice full of hesitation. Even though you kids just asked me to come to fill a spot, this is a level 45 dungeon. It's not a game. One wrong move and you could die. Lu Fan was confident. Don't worry, auntie. I can get everyone through safely. Tu Dao suddenly realized the issue. Even so, with you, Sister Han, that only makes 4 of us. This dungeon requires at least 5 people. Lu Fan hadn't thought of that. While he was trying to figure out what to do, Tan Thu jutted her chin toward a girl nearby. Lu Fan, look over there. The girl from Villa number 2 is here too. Her total score is ranked 2nd, so a level 45 dungeon should be no problem for her. You should go ask her. Though hesitant, Lu Fan approached Kim An. The moment he opened his mouth to say hello, he was met with a look of pure disgust. Asterisk. Oh, great. Asterisk. Lu Fan thought to himself. Asterisk. From that expression, she's definitely misunderstood me. Asterisk. He remembered his bizarre behavior when he was searching for the dragon egg. He forced his most friendly smile. I saw you were looking up dungeons, and so was I. Do you want to join our party? After a moment of silence, Kim An shot him a chilling glare and spat out a single word. Pervert. Everyone immediately whipped their heads around to stare at Lu Fan suspiciously. Han Ka was horrified. Xiao Fan, what on earth did you do to her? A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding from when I came to say hi last time. Lu Fan quickly explained, shoving his tablet with the dungeon info in Kim An's face. I know our first meeting was a little weird, but I'm actually a very normal person. I swear, I saw you were also looking for a dungeon, and our team is just 1 person short for the Poison Spider Forest. Teaming up makes sense, right? Upon hearing the name Poison Spider Forest, Kim An immediately nodded in agreement. Lu Fan's entire group let out a sigh of relief. When he offered to pay her entry fee, Kim An flatly refused, swiped her own card, and entered the dungeon. ID card, Kim An. Dungeon, Poison Spider Forest. Cost, 45 points. Remaining balance, 8,742. Lu Fan caught a glimpse of the info and mused to himself, asterisk, she still has over 8,000 points. Asterisk. I don't know what the difficulty multiplier is for Van Back, but even with the South Province's 0.96 multiplier, her score would be over 800,000. She's incredibly strong. The moment the dungeon gate sealed shut, a foul, musty stench washed over them, making Han Ka immediately cover her nose. God, the air in here smells awful. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes, scouting the single, winding path that led deep into the overgrown forest. Looks like that's our destination. The group cautiously began to advance deeper into the woods. Along the way, a curious Tu Dao turned to Lu Fan. Why did you choose this dungeon? It's level 45, with a terrifying difficulty rating. I've already checked everything in the dungeon hall. There isn't another one with a higher level that gives more experience points than this. Oh, that's not what I meant. Wait a minute. Since we're here to level up, I absolutely have to share these with everyone. Han Ka beamed as she pulled out a large bag of cookies, travel biscuits. For 3 hours after eating, experience points gained are increased by 20%. Awesome. With these biscuits, we'll get to the next level in no time. I found the recipe for these in a blueprint my life skills teacher gave me. Not many people can actually make them. Luckily, my profession gets a buff that gives it a super high success rate, so I made them on my first try, she boasted proudly before walking over to offer one to Kiamon. Did you also make the cake from last time? Are you talking about the pumpkin cake? Yes, that was me. If you like it, I can make more for you. Sister Han is an amazing cook, and since we live so close to each other, you're welcome to come over anytime. Tanthu smiled. Kiamon looked slightly surprised. Then the corners of her cold lips involuntarily curved into a rare smile. Just then, Lufan heard a rustling sound from a nearby bush. He immediately raised his hand as a warning. Everyone, be careful. A monster has spotted us. Exposed. A giant black-scaled snake slithered out from its hiding spot. The moment she saw it, Xiao Tao charged to the front lines. Xiao Tao, wait up, Qin Chu called out in a panic, but it was too late. Xiao Tao's sword strike on the snake's steel-like scales barely scratched it, only enraging it further. The monsters here are all level 40 and above. They're not something we can take down easily. I can make some resistance-boosting food, but I'll have to go gather the ingredients. That won't be necessary, Lu Fan interrupted. Just focus on the fight. I'll take care of these issues. With that, he summoned Xiao Fei. The dragon's tiny form left the entire team, especially Xiao Tao, completely stunned. This is a dragon? Stop climbing on my head, you little rascal, Xiao Fei. Lu Fan said affectionately to the little dragon. Wait, isn't his dragon Xiao Ye? Does Lu Fan have two dragons? Xiao Fan. Where did this dragon come from? Why haven't I seen it before? The snake didn't give them time to chat, lunging at Xiao Tao the moment it saw an opening. Lu Fan quickly ordered Xiao Fei to cast Jade Light, erecting 3 sturdy protective shields around his teammates. It also cleared all their debuffs and boosted all their stats by 30%. Thanks to this, Xiao Tao dodged the fatal bite, although the force of the blow still sent her flying backward. Tao Zi, let me heal you. Qin Chu rushed over immediately. Only then did Xiao Tao realize she wasn't hurt at all. That's right, Lu Fan explained. With Xiao Fei here, you can all fight without any worries. You don't have to worry about control effects or getting injured at all. This little guy is even better than a second advancement priest. Qin Chu was astonished. Xiao Tao agreed. The dragon race is truly powerful. A dragon this small can already grant damage immunity, and it can even boost all of my stats. Suddenly, the snake charged toward Qin Chu and Xiao Tao again. Just as Lu Fan was about to rush forward, a blinding flash of sword light from behind pierced through the monster's head, finishing it in an instant. While everyone was still stunned, Sword Shadow, who was standing behind them, cleanly sheathed her sword as her cautious voice rang out. Stop wasting time, we're being targeted. A Blade Master, Lu Fan marveled to himself as he saw through the girl's hidden class. So that's how a Blade Master fights. As expected, the number 2 ranked player is incredibly strong. He was lost in thought when he saw Sword Shadow's expression suddenly harden. She sent her sword flying in one direction. Lu Fan followed its path and spotted a silver-armored spider preparing to ambush Han Qi. He immediately lunged forward, tackling her out of the way to dodge the blow. Unlike before, Sword Shadow's attack only deflected the spider's strike. It didn't inflict any significant damage. The silver-armored spider is immune to armor break effects. It shrieked and changed targets, charging at Sword Shadow with its piercing pincer leg skill, but it repeatedly failed to hit her thanks to her swift movements. Sword Shadow, look out, Lu Fan shouted, dashing in to land a fatal blow that finished the monster. Focus. That's not the only one. And it's not just spiders, there are blacknet hunters here too. Sword Shadow wielded 2 swords at once, the Army Breaker Greatsword and the Frostwater Sword, to deal with the swarm of monsters. While fighting alongside her, Lu Fan asked curiously, your weapons are class-bound, aren't they? They look special. Blade Masters can craft their own weapons, and each one levels up with me, right from level 1. But now isn't the time for a sales pitch, Sword Shadow replied, using a frost attack to slow down a silver-armored spider. This class is a bit like a Dragon Master. One levels up dragons, the other levels up weapons, Lu Fan thought to himself. He spotted another spider sneaking up on Sword Shadow and ordered Xiao Fei to activate Jade Light, simultaneously rushing forward to take the hit. Saved just in time, Sword Shadow immediately unleashed her Mountain Shaker skill, sending the monster to meet its ancestors. Thanks for the 30% stat buff. Lu Fan smiled back, mentally analyzing the power of a Blade Master. Just then, Han Ke's scream echoed out. Tao Zi, protect Han Ke, Qin Chu shouted, as the 3 of them were surrounded by spiders. Lu Fan quickly gave out orders. There are still a lot of silver-armored spiders. I'll take care of them. You go find the Blacknet Hunter. He and Xiao Fei rushed to support Qing Qiu's group. Everyone, watch out for the binding spiderwebs. If you get caught, it could be fatal. Distracted by Lu Fan for a moment, Sword Shadow was hit by a sneak attack. Xiao Fei's 3 shields shattered, and she herself was injured. Seeing her stubbornly rush off to find the Blacknet Hunter alone, Lu Fan quickly tried to stop her. Wait, Sword Shadow, you're injured. Don't go in there by yourself. Xiao Fei, quick, heal her. Lu Fan, go after Sword Shadow. With Jade Light, we'll be fine here, Qin Qiu urged. All right, I'm counting on you two. With that, Lu Fan and Xiao Fei immediately chased after Sword Shadow. There you are, let me help you. He ordered Xiao Fei to create a phantom shield and buff Sword Shadow. I can handle this myself. Sword Shadow had barely finished her sentence when the Blacknet Hunter cast its binding spiderweb. Just when it seemed impossible to escape, Lu Fan dashed forward. Using his Dragon's Claw skill, he transformed his arm into a razor-sharp talon, tearing the web to shreds and wounding the monster. Sword Shadow was stunned. They were only 1 rank apart, yet Lu Fan's individual attack power was on par with her full-force Mountain Shaker skill. Let's attack together, Lu Fan shouted. The two of them coordinated flawlessly. Lu Fan unleashed his Dragon Fang strike, while Sword Shadow simultaneously used her Mountain Shaker and blood-breaking sword skills. Their combined assault finally brought down the monster. The Jade Dragon system leveled up to level 3. Nice, it leveled up already. Fei is already level 3. After we clear this stage, she'll probably hit level 5, Lu Fan said, cheerfully stroking the little dragon. Looking at him, a strange feeling welled up inside Sword Shadow. The difference in their strength was obviously huge, yet he felt completely at ease. I never thought I'd be seen as the weak one and get help like this. Just as Lu Fan was about to say something, Qin Qiu's group ran over. Lu Fan, Sword Shadow, we've dealt with the silver-armored spiders. Hey, Lu Fan, did something just level up? Qin Qiu exclaimed. Lu Fan turned to Sword Shadow. No, you're very strong. But no matter how strong you are, we'd never let a teammate fight alone. Then he smiled at Hanke. Little Fan, why don't you use your Jade Light on yourself? I don't need it. Lu Fan, quick, your dragon can heal, right? Fei immediately cast Spring of Life, restoring the entire team. Tao shouted excitedly. Whoa, I feel like my body is overflowing with energy. I could go for another round. Hanke teased. Haha, Lu Fan, your head is glowing green. Fei, don't heal this lady anymore, okay? Watching everyone laugh and joke around, Sword Shadow couldn't help but smile. Turns out having teammates isn't so bad after all. A few hours later, Zitao looked at the map on her tablet, bewildered. The map ends here. Did we reach the end? But there's still a huge area ahead of us, right, Lu Fan? Lu Fan silently stared down into the deep abyss. Qin Qiu followed his gaze and gasped in shock. It looks like this is the boss's nest. The system displayed data on the giant monster, a level 45 screaming broodmother, along with countless deadly skills. Lu Fan quietly analyzed its abilities. Regenerative Absorption and Swarm Frenzy both target the spiderlings around it. We have to clear out the small mobs before we can get close. Seeing Hanke about to peer into the abyss, Qin Qiu quickly tried to stop her. Her voice was filled with worry. Miss Han, I don't think you should look down there. If you're not a combat class, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Hanke gritted her teeth, determined. Even if I can't handle it, I have to learn to. You guys are always the ones protecting me. If I can't even look, I'll only be a bigger burden during the fight. However, the moment she glanced at the swarming legion of spiders below, she immediately covered her mouth and rushed to a nearby tree, vomiting non-stop. Lu Fan chuckled, a hint of teasing in his voice. This is what they call a harsh dose of reality, huh? Whether we want to approach or kill the boss, we have to eliminate all the surrounding mobs. A team that came before us left this strategy behind, Tao announced after looking it up. Lure out the small mobs, and once they're cleared, approach the boss. It'll take at least 4 days to clear them all. That long? The food I brought is only enough for 1 day, Hanke said worriedly. If I cook now, would you guys be willing to eat roasted spider? No, I don't want to eat spiders. Qin Qiu's face turned pale. We don't have to fight their way, Lu Fan said decisively, summoning Ye at the same time. He ordered it to activate its destruction dragon form and unleash Great Cataclysm. A fierce rain of fire engulfed all the spiderlings below. It was Tao's first time seeing Ye, and she was utterly terrified. A fire dragon. So this is the dragon you guys were talking about. Even Sword Shadow could clearly feel the terrifying pressure radiating from it. While everyone was still stunned, Lu Fan released Fei again. Fei, let's give Ye some support. Faye chirped happily and immediately cast 3 enhancement skills on Ye. It was like giving a tiger wings, allowing it to sweep through wave after wave of enemies. Lu Fan assigned Qin Chu and Tao to defensive duty. Then, he and Sword Shadow jumped down to deal with the boss. Ye, come to my side. Ye shot down, causing a world-shaking explosion. The rolling heat wave made Sword Shadow shudder. The triple-layered damage is terrifying. Being this close to the dragon makes me feel like I'm about to be incinerated by the heat wave. The spiderlings started climbing up to escape the flames. Qin Chu, are you guys okay? You two go fight the boss. Tao and I are fine, Qin Chu replied, while fighting alongside Tao. Only then did Lu Fan feel relieved enough to approach the boss with Sword Shadow. It immediately spat poison, but was blocked by the jade light. While Lu Fan was busy protecting Sword Shadow, the boss shot a spiderweb. He managed to slash it apart, though he still suffered a minor injury. Lu Fan ordered Faye to swallow his blood, then had Ye activate all-consuming flame. 4 giant fire tornadoes erupted, dealing catastrophic damage. While helping to kill the enemies, Faye leveled up to 5. It learned a new skill, Jade Blessing. Immediately after, the little dragon's body glowed brightly as it evolved into a new, more powerful form. The ferocious screaming broodmother charged forward. Sword Shadow, who had just been reinforced by Jade Blessing, immediately launched a fierce counterattack with all 3 of his swords. The unexpected change from his blood-breaking sword left him stunned. The sword, which previously couldn't even pierce the spider's silver armor, now stabbed through with ease. It turned out Jade Blessing didn't just enhance power, it also added a draconic attribute. Lu Fan affectionately stroked Faye's head. Well done, Faye. You've already got a new skill and a new form at level 5. He noticed that the dragon energy from Faye had merged with Sword Shadow's last attack, and an idea sparked in his mind. Right at the moment, the boss spat its venom again. Poison. Lu Fan dodged while commanding Xiao Fei to cast Jade Bamboo's blessing on Xiao Ye. Boosted by Harden, Xiao Ye immediately unleashed a series of fiery tornadoes, crashing directly into the boss. Taking advantage of the enemy writhing in the sea of flames, Lu Fan, Jian Ying, and Xiao Fei charged in together, coordinating in a flash to finish it off. The victory brought Lu Fan to level 23, Xiao Ye to level 18, and Xiao Fei to level 7. At that moment, Jian Ying couldn't hide her curiosity. Lu Fan, what was your score on the last assessment? Somewhere around 1.3 million, I think. Jian Ying was stunned, feeling his strength should have earned a much higher score. It couldn't be helped. 1.3 million is the cap for nightmare difficulty anyway, Lu Fan explained with a smile, then called out, Qin Chu, Tao Zi, bring the beasts down here. Jian Ying fell into deep thought. In terms of score, she was only half of Lu Fan's, but in terms of power, the gap between them was as vast as heaven and earth, seemingly impossible to close. Ultimately, with the help of Han Qi's culinary dishes, the entire team successfully conquered the dungeon. Everyone not only leveled up, but also gathered many valuable materials and rewards. For Jian Ying, maybe she really did need a team. Or maybe this group had given her a sense of warmth she'd never felt before. And so, for the first time in her life, Jian Ying, the second-ranked student in the entire school, agreed to join them. To celebrate, the group held a small party at Lu Fan's villa, where Han Ke treated everyone to a sumptuous feast. The party was filled with joy and laughter. In the days that followed, Lu Fan gradually got used to the rhythm of life at Longdu Academy. During the day, he studied combat theory, and in his free time, he would enter old dungeons with his team to grind levels. After more than half a month, just 2 days before the freshman assessment, the team's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Lu Fan was level 25. Jian Ying and her sword were level 24, and both Tao Zi and Qin Chu were level 22. Xiao Ye was level 19, Han Ke was level 18, and Xiao Fei was level 14. All right, it's over. Tao Zi, go unbox the loot. On my way. Tao Zi eagerly ran to open the treasure chest and shouted with excitement. Whoa, it finally dropped. After nearly a month, we finally collected the full Venomous Spider Swordsman set. Qin Chu excitedly examined the rare Venomous Spider Blade, a level 20 weapon exclusively for combat swordsmen. This sword possessed formidable power. A 2-piece set bonus activated an attack that could shoot a black web, trapping an opponent for 60 seconds. When the full 4-piece set was equipped, a trapped enemy would also be poisoned, losing 5% of their health every 5 seconds. Qin Chu couldn't hide her joy, her eyes sparkling. This is amazing. With this, you'll definitely reach the top ranks in the assessment. Hey guys, should we stop here for today? It's still early, so I'll go prepare dinner. Han Kei spoke up, her voice gentle but persuasive. The assessment is tomorrow anyway. We need to rest and recover our strength. Qinqiu nodded in agreement, smiling brightly. Just as they stepped out of the dungeon, Lu Fan was surprised to see Gu Han waiting for him, a meaningful look on his face. Student Lu, please come with me. Vice Principal Zhao has something important he wants to discuss with you. Lu Fan frowned, filled with doubt. Something important? Right before the freshman assessment? Gu Han just smiled mysteriously. You'll understand when you get there. On the way to the vice principal's office, Lu Fan overheard two students talking. Some expert from the Azure Cloud class got a new rating today, 73 hongs. See? Told you. Noticing Lu Fan's confused expression, Gu Han chuckled and asked, Are you curious about what they're saying? Lu Fan scratched his head, replying sheepishly, Lately, if I'm not in class, I'm grinding in a dungeon. I'm completely out of the loop on this stuff. Gu Han explained in a steady voice. Your bet with Hong Yu made everyone realize they could earn points by challenging others. It's a new rating system. Freshmen duel every few days. The winner accumulates a lot of points, while the loser can barely afford a meal at the cafeteria. So what's 73 hongs? Lu Fan asked curiously. Gu Han pointed towards Hong Yu, who was diligently mopping the floor not far away. Hong Yu's power level is the baseline. We call it 1 hong. You, with your overwhelming strength, are rated at 100 hongs. Now he has to do odd jobs around the school just to earn enough points to get by. Soon enough, Gu Han led Lu Fan to the vice principal's office door and then left. As soon as he saw him, Zhao Shengming got straight to the point. The matter of the national trial that the academy mentioned. It's been confirmed to be happening sooner than expected. Originally, the event was scheduled to be held in the Taichi Kingdom's Jade City in 5 months, but they've suddenly moved it up to just 2 months from now. Furthermore, they've announced that the Kim family's eldest son, Kim Seong-han, will be participating. He's predicted to reach level 60 and complete his 3rd job advancement within the next month. Lu Fan quickly deduced, his expression grim. So, the Taichi Kingdom wants Kim Seong-han to complete his 3rd job advancement before the trial begins. Zhao Shengming slammed his hand on the table, his face filled with frustration. Exactly. Most participants from other countries will have only reached their 2nd job advancement by the time the trial starts. The advantage in winning will naturally fall squarely on Kim Seong-han. Lu Fan nodded to himself. The gap between the 3rd and 2nd job advancement wasn't just a difference in levels, but also in powerful, exclusive attributes. The Kim family was truly cunning. Zhao Shengming sighed and continued. The academy promised you so much, yet now we're faced with this injustice. I'm truly sorry. In 2 months, the most you can hope for is reaching level 30 with your 2nd job advancement, but you'll have to face enemies who are over level 50. This could cost you your life. The Dragon Kingdom has always been the primary target due to its undefeated record in past national trials, and now, our preparation time has been cut short. He looked Lu Fan straight in the eyes, his voice grave. Lu Fan, do you still want to participate in the national trials? Contrary to Zhao Shengming's expectations, Lu Fan didn't waver in the slightest, his eyes blazing with confidence. Vice Principal Zhao, this is my chance to make a name for myself among the Dragon Kingdom's elite. Of course I want to participate. I'm not just participating, I'm determined to win. Zhao Shengming watched him intently, as if trying to measure the sincerity in his every word. After a moment, a satisfied smile spread across his face. If you're that determined, I will provide you with all the resources I can. Give it your all in the freshman assessment. The next morning, the freshman assessment officially began. Zhao Shengming stood on the high platform, his voice echoing as he announced the rules. I'll keep this brief. All of you are expected to follow the rules. The assessment regulations will be announced now. Teams of 2 will face off in the arena. The moment he finished, the entire hall erupted in chaos. Wait, team battles? We're screwed. I told you. You should have teamed up with me. I'd carry you. They're both brain-dead supports. Qingqiu let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. The requirement wasn't more than 5 people, and she wasn't a combat class, so this was just enough to form 2 teams. Zhao Shengming continued in a calm voice. I know many of you are unfamiliar with the team concept, but you still have time. The qualifiers begin this afternoon, and the list of the top 100 teams will be announced tomorrow evening. Any team that wants to register should see Miss Gu immediately. The speech ended, and the students immediately scrambled to find teammates. A cold-looking young man with the surname Gu approached Sword Shadow. I'm the rank 7 dual swordsman. I've had my eye on you since the freshman assembly. For this assessment, would you like to team up with me? Together, we'd be unstoppable. Before he could finish, Sword Shadow cut him off, decisively walking straight toward Lu Fan's group. Lu Fan smiled and suggested, then I, Qin Chu, Sword Shadow, and Tao Zi will form a team. The scene shifts to the next day at the qualifier arena. Chen Tianji and Jin Zhou, a formidable pair, had continuously crushed their opponents, securing a spot in the top 7 with 28 solid victories. Depending on the next match, do you think we can face the number 1 rank? Chen Tianji asked, his eyes gleaming. Jin Zhou chuckled, a sly look in her eyes. It won't be long now. My older brother, Jin Chenghan, is coming to visit. When he does, I'll recommend you to him, but you have to secure the number 1 spot first. Only then will I put in a good word for you. Chen Tianji nodded, his voice filled with determination. Rest assured, Princess, I will follow your command. Just then, the referee's voice rang out, announcing the next match. The rank 18 team, Chen Tianji and Jin Zhou, will face the rank 1 team, Lu Fan and Sword Shadow. The stadium immediately exploded, with thunderous cheers. A battle of twin dragons. The rank 1 and rank 2 Dragon Masters teaming up. Even Chen Tianji and Jin Zhou couldn't hide their shock at this powerful combination. Flashing back to earlier, when Lu Fan had suggested splitting the teams to ensure everyone got a high rank, Qin Chu had flatly refused. There's no need, Lu Fan. You and Sword Shadow should team up and go for the number 1 spot. That's the only way you two can hold on to your top rankings. Little Tao also nodded in agreement. I don't want to drag you two down. Seeing Lu Fan still hesitating, Qin Chu persuaded him firmly. Don't worry about us. Tao Zi and I will give it our all. Back in the present, in the stands, Qin Chu was screaming and cheering, her voice full of excitement. Lu Fan, go for number 1. Lu Fan cracked his knuckles and smirked, glancing at Sword Shadow. Taking first place should be no problem, right? Sword Shadow replied instantly, without a hint of hesitation. Of course. Just a few minutes earlier, in the waiting room, Lu Fan had been meticulously piecing together treasure map fragments. The pieces he received from the academy were all low grade, leading to faraway places. Deciding to combine them, he was surprised to create a high-grade treasure map leading to the Flying Dragon Graveyard, a level 45 to 60 zone. Never heard of this place, Lu Fan mumbled. I'll have to check it out someday. Just then, a loud, clear voice came over the broadcast system. Number 18. The team of Chen Tianji and Jin Zhou versus number 1, Lu Fan and Jian Ying. Lu Fan smiled and turned to Jian Ying. It's our turn. This is an evaluation test, so we can't afford to be careless. In the arena, the stands were still buzzing with discussion. Look, Lu Fan, the number 1 ranker, is teaming up with the number 2 beauty. Just give them the trophy already. What's the point of fighting? Don't be so sure. Chen Tianji has won 28 consecutive matches, and previous champions weren't always at the top of the leaderboard. Facing Chen Tianji for the first time, Sword Shadow was slightly worried and asked quietly, I heard he's also a Dragon Master. Are you confident you can win? How about a bet? Lu Fan laughed, his eyes sparkling with a challenge. A bet to see if I can take them down all by myself. Sword Shadow's eyes widened in amazement. Without my help? And without summoning your dragon? Lu Fan nodded confidently. Makes sense, doesn't it? Back in the Poison Spider Forest, I realized our classes have a lot in common. If I win, you have to reveal all the characteristics of a sword master. Deal? The match begins. The moment the referee gave the signal, Chen Tianji and his dragon charged forward like a hurricane. The day of our showdown has finally come. You're not going to walk all over me anymore. From now on, there's only one Dragon Master, and that's me. He thrust a razor-sharp spear with lightning speed, but it only hit Lu Fan's afterimage. While Chen Tianji was still confused, Lu Fan's voice echoed from behind him, calmly speaking to Jian Ying. It's a little too late to back out now, you know? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Fan launched a vicious kick, activating his Dragon Claw and Dragon's Blood manifestation, transforming his arm into a sharp dragon's claw. A precise uppercut landed, stunning Chen Tianji's dragon and sending it stumbling backward. Seeing Jian Ying standing by with her arms crossed, Chen Tianji roared in anger. What's the meaning of this? Just a small bet, nothing more, Lu Fan smirked, his smile dripping with provocation. Why would I need to go all out against two worthless pieces of trash? Suddenly, Jin Zhou burst out laughing, a murderous glint in her cold eyes. Lu Fan, the day has finally come. You arrogant, low-class filth who dared to humiliate me. Today, I'll make you pay double for everything you've ever done. Gold-armored Earth Dragon, attack on my command. The Earth Dragon roared, its massive body charging toward Lu Fan. He sneered, his voice mocking, Hey, your Earth Dragon's got a broken tooth on one side. It looks completely unbalanced. Here, let me fix that for you. With that, Lu Fan drew his weapon and activated the skill Dragon Fang Strike. Channeling his draconic energy, he unleashed a fierce blow, the blade slamming into the earth dragon, not only severely injuring it, but also cracking the ground around it. Debris flew everywhere. The spectators in the stands gasped in horror. Holy crap, did you see that? He stopped a member of the dragon clan with his own strength. But that's an earth dragon. An earth dragon is still a dragon. Doesn't he know how big the power gap is between a human and a dragon? Just how strong is Lu Fan? This is insane. Even Chen Tianji, his opponent, was stunned by this terrifying display. Jinzhou screamed, her voice sharp and cold. What are you standing there gaping for? Finish him. Startled by her shout, Chen Tianji quickly replied, "As you command." He immediately ordered his Thunder Dragon to execute a sweeping attack. It swung its massive tail to deal area of effect damage, while he himself used Dragon Spear Strike, coordinating with the Earth Dragon to attack Lu Fan from both sides. He was certain that Lu Fan, lacking a teleportation skill, would have no way to escape this pincer attack. But with Phantom Spirit Step, such an attack was nothing to worry about. In a flash, Lu Fan had teleported, now casually sitting on a large rock. He smiled mockingly. "So, when are you and your dragon going to make me take this seriously?" Standing to the side, Jianying was secretly amazed. The Earth Dragon's stats far exceeded those of beasts at the same level, yet Lu Fan wasn't just overpowering it. He was also effortlessly dealing with its Dragon Master at the same time. Jinzhou, furious, yelled at Chen Tianji, "Get back, you useless piece of trash. Lu Fan hasn't even summoned his dragon or let his teammate lift a finger, and you're still this pathetic in front of everyone. How could I possibly introduce you to my brother? Pathetic as you are, you still dream of going to the Taichi Kingdom and becoming the strongest Dragon Master? Keep dreaming," Jinzhou snarled, her eyes burning with rage as she began to chant an incantation. "Thanks to you, this princess has to step in personally, just to save face." Lu Fan frowned, recognizing this as the same skill that had turned her servant into a monster before. And just as he expected, the Earth Dragon's body began to warp, growing larger and more ferocious. The gold-armored Earth Dragon's bizarre state sent a ripple of murmurs through the crowd. What's happening to that dragon? It looks like a demon from hell. It must be a skill from Chen Tianji's teammate. Its power is skyrocketing. I think she's an international student, but that skill is seriously demonic. Why hasn't Lu Fan summoned his dragon familiar yet? I thought we were going to see a dragon battle. In the arena, Jianying immediately summoned 2 swords to float beside her. The Army Breaker Sword, an epic level 24 weapon with Mountain Shake, dealing 240% physical damage. It also spread 24% of the damage to surrounding targets. The Bloodbreaker Sword, epic level 24, with Armor Pierce, ignoring 32% of defense. And Swiftness, increasing sword kinesis speed by 42%. She was about to charge forward, but Lu Fan raised a hand to stop her, his voice calm. "Jianying, I can handle this myself. Don't forget our agreement. I've faced this skill before." Jianying hesitated, a hint of worry in her eyes. The price of that power was a body twisted in agony. Lu Fan didn't respond, simply stepping forward to face the giant golden-armored Earth Dragon. Across from him, Kim Chao roared, "Tran Tien Chi, crush him for me now." "As you command," Tran Tien Chi replied instantly, commanding the Earth Dragon to charge. Lu Fan stood his ground, completely unfazed. Kim Chao gritted her teeth, her voice dripping with hatred. "I'll take back your black dragon and turn you back into the good-for-nothing you've always been. If you don't want to be crushed, summon your black dragon. Aren't your stats high enough to handle a golden-armored Earth Dragon?" The YOOO of today, her words suddenly caught in her throat. Lu Fan raised a hand towards the dragon and chanted softly, "Dragon language magic, Wrath of the Ice Dragon King." A massive phantom of the Ice Dragon King appeared behind him. It let out a heaven-shaking roar, breathing out a chilling frost that spread across the entire arena. The golden-armored Earth Dragon, being the closest, was instantly frozen solid. Even from a distance, Kim Chao and Tran Tien Chi felt a bone-chilling cold. Their breath turned into white mist. The crowd in the stands shivered and broke into an uproar. "Man, it's getting cold. Is that Lu Fan's dragon familiar? It's way more impressive than Tran Tien Chi's. No, wait. It's just an illusion. It's not real. It seems to be magic. What the hell? He knows both physical attacks and magic?" The crowd's murmuring didn't distract Lu Fan in the slightest. After the magic attack, he raised his sword, his ice-cold gaze fixed on Kim Chao. "That dark magic may have boosted your golden-armored Earth Dragon stats far beyond mine. But who told you that higher stats meant you could crush me? You want the black dragon? You're not worthy." The moment the words left his lips, Lu Fan shot forward, appearing before Kim Chao like a lightning bolt and swinging his sword down. He didn't give her a single moment to react. "Princess, look out!" Tran Tinchi screamed, rushing to block the blow for her. He immediately commanded his golden-armored earth dragon to attack. The dragon roared, spewing a vicious stream of fire at Lu Fan. Lu Fan blinked, vanishing on the spot to effortlessly dodge the attack, then reappeared right behind the earth dragon. What a loyal little slave, Lu Fan thought, his eyes sharp and cold. He raised his hand toward the golden-armored earth dragon and began chanting a draconic magic spell. The roar of the Blue Dragon King, a majestic illusion of the Blue Dragon King materialized, calling down a devastating bolt of lightning. The lightning struck the earth dragon squarely, causing it to roar in agony, its massive body trembling. The entire stadium erupted in shock. That's insane! Lu Fan used another new spell. And it wasn't just any magic, it was the incredibly rare draconic magic. First, he fought the dragon hand to hand, and now he's using magic without even summoning his own familiar. It looks like Tran Tinchi's winning streak is officially over. In the arena, Tran Tinchi was stunned, his face a mask of horror and disbelief. How? How is this possible? We're both dragon masters. So why is there such a huge difference between us? Lu Fan walked back to his original position, calmly facing them both. He asked slowly, "Ever since this fight started, I've been wondering something. Why have you only used Dragon Spear Strike? You haven't used a single other skill." Kim Chao shrieked in fear. "Tran Tinchi, what are you doing? Hurry up and make the golden-armored earth dragon keep fighting." Lu Fan paid her no mind, gently stroking the blade of his sword, causing it to erupt in a brilliant layer of crackling lightning. His sharp eyes stared directly at Tran Tinchi. Dragon Spear Strike and Dragon Fang Strike are different, but only because our weapons are different. They're fundamentally the same technique. So why have you never used Dragon Claw or Dragon Bone Dance? Tran Tinchi froze, thinking to himself, Dragon Claw? Dragon Bone Dance? Could those be his original skills? Seeing him just standing there, Kim Chao cursed angrily. "This useless piece of trash is just like Hoan Tai. Didn't you swear you'd get revenge for me? Get moving." Looking at Tran Tinchi's face, Lu Fan smiled calmly and said, "It seems your pact with the golden-armored earth dragon didn't unlock all of its skills for you. It's not that you don't want to use them. It's that you can't. Give up. You have no chance of winning. We are two completely different types of dragon masters." "Enough," Tran Tinchi whispered, his head bowed and his voice trembling. "You and I have no deep-seated grudge," Lu Fan advised gently. "You don't need to sell your dignity to be her slave. And you certainly don't need to be my enemy." At these words, Tran Tinchi suddenly snapped his head up, his eyes bloodshot as he roared, "Enough! Not only are you standing in my way of becoming the strongest dragon master, but you have the audacity to lecture me about dignity?" He turned to Kim Chao, his voice resolute. "Your Highness, your knight will absolutely keep his promise. Please grant me your reward, and I will risk my life to show this lowly servant the consequences of offending a princess." Kim Chao looked surprised for a moment, then a sinister smile spread across her face. "Humph, you're the one who said it. This is your last chance." Kim Chao raised her staff, casting a spell directly on Tran Tinchi. He screamed in agony as he accepted the command. Lu Fan frowned, his voice filled with confusion. "Why are you so loyal to someone like Kim Chao? You clearly know what kind of person she is." Tran Tinchi gritted his teeth, his eyes full of resentment. "What do you know? Without the princess, I'd be a worthless nobody my entire life. To become powerful, to repay the princess, I'll do whatever it takes." His body began to transform, growing taller and more muscular as two grotesque arms sprouted from his back. When the transformation was complete, Kim Chao ordered smugly, "Now, go deal with Lu Fan." Tran Tinchi lunged forward, his two left arms gripping his weapon tightly. He raised it high and bellowed, "Die! Dragon Spear Strike!" Lu Fan offered no more words, his eyes as cold as ice. He raised his lightning-wreathed sword to eye level, the tip pointed directly at Tran Tinchi. "More than hateful, I just find you pathetic." With that, he activated Blessing of the Spirit Wind, increasing his agility by 35% and blurring across the arena at a terrifying speed. "Dragon Fang Strike!" Lu Fan shouted, unleashing a flurry of stabs at his opponent. When he stopped, Tran Tinchi was completely engulfed in lightning, his eyes rolled back and lifeless. "My apologies, Your Highness." He whispered his last words before collapsing, much to Kim Chao's horror. Seeing Lu Fan approach and raise his hand, Kim Chao scrambled backwards and fell to the ground. She shrieked, What do you think you're doing? Don't you get too arrogant." My brother is the new ruler of the Tai Tai nation. If you dare touch me, he'll make you pay 1,000 times over. Lu Fan ignored her, bringing his hand down in a hard slap across her face. Fine, let's say I owe your brother. We'll just have to see if he's strong enough to collect, he said, turning his back on her. The slap sent the entire stadium into a heated debate. What's wrong with Lu Fan? He already won. Why would he humiliate his opponent? Exactly. She's so cute. How could he bring himself to strike her? But what right did that girl have to act so high and mighty in front of Chen Tianji? Just because she's a foreign exchange student, she thinks this is her home turf? Just then, Zhao Shengming's voice boomed through the speakers. Everyone, settle down. I declare the match is over. The winners are Lu Fan and Jian Ying. He looked sternly at Guhan and ordered, "Tell Lu Fan to come to my office immediately. You can continue preparing for the next matches." "All right," Guhan replied, her eyes following Zhao Shengming's departing figure. A while later, in the office, Zhao Shengming spoke first. "I thought you acted that way because of your grudge against the Jin family from the last national trials. But after talking to Mr. Qin, I understand what happened between you and Jin Zhou. However, settling personal vendettas in the arena can easily get you reported by those pulling the strings behind the scenes." Lu Fan calmly replied, "I've experienced the same kind of loss as Chen Tianji, so I knew Jin Zhou was just using him." Zhao Shengming handed him a tablet. "Let's not talk about that anymore. Take a look at this." Zhao Shengming pushed the tablet towards Lu Fan, his gaze serious. "The principal and I watched your entire performance just now. You can withdraw from this freshman assessment." "Withdraw?" Lu Fan was surprised, a hint of worry in his voice. "Is it because you two were dissatisfied with my performance?" Zhao Shengming chuckled and shook his head. "Quite the opposite. When you used those 2 dragon language magic spells, the principal and I were completely convinced about sending you to participate in the national trials. This is a list of high-level secret realms that Longdu Academy, in collaboration with the Secret Realm Hunters Guild, has found for you. Pick one." Lu Fan took the tablet, thinking to himself that secret realm hunters were probably like material hunters guilds that control resources. They specialize in discovering entrances to secret realms in exchange for handsome rewards. Zhao Shengming continued, "The secret realm hunters usually auction them off at exorbitant prices, but don't worry, no matter which one you choose, the Academy will bid on your behalf until we win." Lu Fan frowned, looking at the screen. "But the starting prices here are way too high." Zhao Shengming adjusted his glasses, his voice firm. "Longdu Academy has never been stingy when it comes to the national trials. Whatever resources we've promised you, we will absolutely secure them." Hearing this, Lu Fan didn't hesitate any longer and carefully examined the list. After a moment, his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "This is it." He had found something he liked. Zhao Shengming leaned over curiously. Lu Fan smiled and turned the screen towards him. "Vice Principal Zhao, I'm definitely choosing this one." Zhao Shengming's gaze fell upon the information. Secret Realm, Flying Dragon Mausoleum, Officer plus rank, Nightmare difficulty, minimum of 2 people, starting bid, 1,375,000,000 dragon coins. The next morning, the atmosphere at the freshman assessment semifinals was electric. Just as Guhan was about to announce the first match between Lu Fan's team and the team of Jiang Feng and Yun Suting, Zhao Shengming suddenly raised his hand, interrupting her. He cleared his throat into the microphone, his voice echoing, "I'd like to announce that the team of Lu Fan and Jian Ying has withdrawn from the competition. Everything will be rescheduled." The announcement hit like a thunderbolt, sending the stadium into an uproar. "What? Lu Fan withdrew? I came here specifically to see him today. Did something happen yesterday? No way." In the crowd, Tao Xiaoma muttered, annoyed by the gossip. Qin Qiu, sitting beside her, gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. "Just ignore them. Lu Fan and Jian Ying have probably already entered the secret realm." While the crowd was still buzzing, Lu Fan and Jian Ying were already making their way through the dense forest, surrounding the Flying Dragon Mausoleum. A wave of guilt washed over Lu Fan as he broke the silence. "I'm really sorry, Jian Ying. Because you teamed up with me, you couldn't continue in the assessment." Jian Ying just shrugged, looking completely at ease. The school said, "We still get to keep our spots in the Azure Cloud class. Not to mention, we were rewarded with 10,000 academic credits. You don't need to apologize." She stopped walking, her eyes sparkling as she continued. "Besides, getting to enter a rare secret realm like this, I should be thanking you." Lu Fan smiled. "I get it. You don't like being indebted to people. In that case, all the rewards in this secret realm belong to you. All I need is the experience." Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, staring intently at the dense canopy above them as he yelled, "Who's there?" The shout startled Jian Ying, who quickly looked up. Heh, over here. A cheerful laugh rang out, followed by the figure of a red-haired young man. Jumping down from a branch, he flashed a friendly smile and introduced himself. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm from the Secret Realm Hunters Guild. Just call me Heitzi. Lu Fan pointed to the Longdu Academy emblem on his chest and asked directly. We're from Longdu Academy. Are you the guide for the Flying Dragon Mausoleum? Heitzi stepped forward, glanced at the emblem, and then turned around. He spoke as he led the way. If you guys won the bid for this secret realm, then follow me. My job is to take you two to the teleportation gate. I gotta say, Longdu Academy is loaded, but what level are you two to have the guts to enter a hellhole like this? Level 25. She's level 24, Lu Fan replied. Heitzi jumped in shock, exclaiming in disbelief. Just level 25? Are you two insane? This is a nightmare difficulty secret realm, meant for people level 55 and up. He stopped in his tracks and pulled out. Phone. Let me contact Dragon Capital Academy and see if there's been some kind of mistake. Entering this place before your second class change is a death sentence. Lu Fan cut him off, his voice calm. Hexu, don't waste time. Before he could explain further, a surprise attack came crashing down. A giant tree next to them came toppling down towards the three of them. With lightning-fast reflexes, Lu Fan grabbed Sword Shadow's hand and pulled her out of the way. Hexu hurriedly followed. The moment they were clear of the falling tree, Lu Fan spun around, magic already gathering in his hands. He looked up and roared. Roar of the Blue Dragon King. A horrifying shriek echoed from above as a colossal monster plummeted from the sky. It created a deafening crash that made Hexu turn his head in stunned silence. His eyes went wide as he stammered in disbelief. What kind of skill was that? Are you really only level 25? Wasn't that a level 50 green-winged dragon eagle? With lightning still crackling on his hands, Lu Fan smiled calmly. Hexu, for us, levels don't matter. I need you to lead us to the entrance quickly. All right, let's keep moving. Hexu scratched his head, his eyes filled with awe. He continued to lead the way. After navigating through overgrown paths, a massive, crimson vortex appeared before Lu Fan and Sword Shadow. We're here. This is the entrance to the Flying Dragon Mausoleum, Hexu announced. Lu Fan observed the vortex intently. He thought to himself, so, this is the portal to the divine flying dragon tree. Hexu waved his hand, preparing to leave. My job is done. See you around. Wait, Hexu, Lu Fan called out, offering a friendly smile and extending his hand. Since fate brought us together, let's be friends. As a dungeon hunter who travels everywhere, I'm sure I'll need your help scouting out a few locations. Hexu was surprised. Huh? Locations? Sword Shadow, uninterested in the conversation, walked straight into the dungeon first. Lu Fan continued. Of course, there will be a fee. You mean, you want to buy location information from me, not dungeon information? Just the geographical locations. Hexu stroked his chin, considering. The Dungeon Hunters Guild definitely forbids selling personal dungeon intel, but if it's just geographical coordinates, it probably won't violate any rules. After a moment, he extended his hand. One piece of location, intel for 100,000 dragon coins. That's a friendly price. Before Hexu could even finish his sentence, Lu Fan shook his hand decisively. All right, it's a deal. His swiftness left Hexu stunned. It wasn't until Lu Fan had disappeared into the vortex that he finally muttered to himself. Is everyone from Dragon Capital Academy this loaded? Stepping out of the portal, Lu Fan heard Sword Shadow's impatient voice. You sure talk a lot. Let's get going. As he walked, he looked around in awe. So this is the divine flying dragon tree that Hexu mentioned. He calculated in his head, the god-tier map must be at the top of this tree. Suddenly, Sword Shadow froze, her voice tense. Lu Fan, do you hear that? Is it an earthquake? Lu Fan focused, and his expression changed immediately. He realized a horde of monsters was charging toward them. No, it's a swarm of undead wyverns. The system displayed the undead wyverns information. Level 50, experience, 37,120. Materials, wyvern fang, 2,772 dragon coins. Skills, swarm rampage. Rotting breath, reduces attack power by 50%. Sword Shadow acted immediately, summoning her Army Breaker Greatsword. She unleashed her Mountain Shaker technique, annihilating one undead wyvern and dealing splash damage to the surrounding ones. Without missing a beat, Lu Fan summoned Xiao Ye. The moment she appeared, Xiao Ye opened her mouth and spewed molten flame, incinerating 7 undead wyverns at once and restoring her own health in the process. While Sword Shadow was busy controlling her Army Breaker Greatsword, An undead wyvern snuck up behind her, preparing to unleash its rotting breath. Sensing the danger, Sword Shadow leaped into the air, dodging just in time. Mid-air, she summoned her Blood Shatter sword. She executed her armor-piercing technique, running the monster through its head. But as she prepared to land, she realized with horror that she had overshot the edge of the treetop platform. Her body went into a freefall into the endless abyss below. Army Breaker Greatsword, to me, she commanded urgently. She hoped her flying sword could save her in time, but before it could reach her, another undead wyvern swooped in, blocking its path. It's over. It won't make it. As a swordmaster without her sword, Sword Shadow could only watch helplessly as the monster charged at her. In that hair-raising moment, Lu Fan dove down like a bolt of lightning, his weapon glowing from its blood-packed enhancement. A single dragon fang strike sent the undead wyvern flying, and he reached out his hand to her. Sword Shadow, take my hand. Sword Shadow quickly grabbed his hand. Lu Fan spun around, jammed his weapon into the tree trunk, and slowed their fall. Once they stopped safely, they both let out a sigh of relief. Lu Fan looked at Sword Shadow with a teasing smile. Careful now. The place we need to go isn't down there. Sword Shadow smiled back. You saved me again. They started climbing up, but they hadn't gotten far. A strange sound echoed from below. More of those dragons? Sword Shadow asked cautiously. From below, Lu Fan peered down. He was horrified to see a giant skeletal dragon head rocketing towards them with its mouth wide open at a terrifying speed. Look out, he yelled, pulling Sword Shadow tight against the tree trunk. In a flash, the skeletal dragon head grazed Lu Fan's back. It continued hurtling upward. He looked up and roared, Xiao Ye. High above, Xiao Ye had just finished off a swarm of undead wyverns. Hearing its master's call, it turned its head, only to see the giant skull fill its vision before swallowing it whole. It into the darkness. Jian Ying, who had just been returned to the tree trunk by Lu Fan, witnessed the scene and cried out in alarm, That's a berserk bone dragon. The system displayed its information, a level 55 wild berserk bone dragon, nightmare difficulty boss. Skills: bone armor support, bone blade assault, white bone storm. Lu Fan put Jian Ying down and reassured her, Xiao Ye will be fine. I'll go deal with it. You keep going. Huh? Jian Ying didn't understand. It wasn't until she saw Lu Fan charging towards the bone dragon that it hit her, and she quickly called out, Wait, Lu Fan! The berserk bone dragon is an extremely dangerous sub-dragon. Lu Fan didn't stop, shouting as he ran, Xiao Ye, switch to destroyer form. A second later, brilliant waves of fire leaked from the berserk bone dragon's mouth. A deafening explosion erupted as Xiao Ye, in its giant dragon form, roared, shattered the skull, and soared into the air. The bone dragon's horn on one side was broken, and its lower jaw was shattered. Jin Ying thought in amazement, Xiao Ye has another form. No wonder Lu Fan was so confident it would be okay. At that moment, Lu Fan summoned Xiao Fei and gave a decisive command, Xiao Fei, unleash Jade Dragon's blessing. Xiao Fei chirped and cast the blessing on Lu Fan. 3 brilliant green jade orbs hovered over his head, glowing brightly. Jade Dragon's blessing added 3 layers of Jade Dragon aura, increasing the damage of his next 3 attacks. Lu Fan leaped into the air, shouting, Xiao Ye, coordinate with me. Xiao Ye understood, swooping in to catch him and circling above the berserk bone dragon's head. It let out an earth-shaking roar. The roar dealt area of effect damage and applied a weakening debuff, causing the monster to stagger. With his power enhanced by the Blood Pact and Jade Dragon's blessing, Lu Fan unleashed his Dragon Fang strike. He sliced the berserk bone dragon's head clean off. But the monster didn't fall. The 2 eye sockets on its skull and the energy core in its chest glowed fiercely. All of its bones, except for the shattered head, disintegrated into fragments, spinning into a bone vortex that surrounded Lu Fan. White bone storm. The lower its health, the higher the damage. It's still not dead. Just as Lu Fan was about to act, a brilliant red light suddenly shot through, shattering the bone dragon's remaining horn and interrupting its skill. He looked toward the light in surprise. Jian Ying, why did you come down here? Standing on a flying sword, Jian Ying landed beside him, her voice calm. I'm fulfilling our agreement. You defeated Chen Tianji alone, so I will reveal the traits of a sword master. Lu Fan smiled. All right, prepare to attack. Jian Ying acted instead of speaking, directing her flying sword toward the monster. Every 5 levels, a sword master gains a new weapon. This is my trump card. The Karma Fire Scythe, an epic grade level 20 weapon. Skill, Karma Eruption. Attributes, Fire and Darkness. It collects life force to permanently increase attack power by 8.9%. As she explained, she clenched her fist and shouted, "Karma Eruption." The scythe shot straight at the bone dragon, exploding with ferocious damage. Observing the battle, Lufan understood. So, sword masters don't unlock skills, they rely on the special skills of their weapons. He shouted, "Xiao Fei, it's our turn." Xiao Fei flew near Xiao Ye and cast Jade Dragon's Blessing. "Xiao Ye, finish it," Xiao Ye roared, its claws delivering a fatal blow that turned the berserk bone dragon into a massive stream of experience points. The system announced that the Jade Dragon had advanced to level 15, gaining a new skill, Form Shift. Lufan leveled up to 26. Seeing Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei affectionately circling their master, Jian Ying sighed. Her mood sank slightly. Even though she had used her trump card, the main damage dealer was still Xiao Ye. The power of a true dragon was truly immeasurable. Jian Ying bowed her head apologetically. "I'm sorry, Lufan. I should have continued upward instead of staying. With or without me, you, Xiao Ye, and Xiao Fei would have been more than capable of taking down that boss quickly." Lufan chuckled and waved his hand. "Don't worry about it. Thanks for helping me escape that white bone storm. I gained a lot today. I learned about the Swordmaster's traits and helped Xiao Fei reach level 15. Jian Ying's eyes lit up with curiosity. "Is level 15 special? Is it like my weapon upgrades?" Lufan curiously opened Xiao Fei's information panel. Jade Dragon Contract. Legendary grade, level 15. Strength, 656. Agility, 718. Spirit, 3,459. Stamina, 959. Skills, Fountain of Life, Jade Light, Nature Assimilation, Jade Dragon Bloodline, Blood Pact. New skill, Form Shift. Hatchling form reduces all attributes and energy consumption by 50%. Dragon Maiden form, born from the Eternal Blood Pact, transforms into the Tree of Life's Eternal Protector, gaining the skills Lifebeat Pulse, Eternal Protection, and Soul Light. Sheds its body to become Soul Light, attaching to an allied target and gaining the skills Soul Guard and Soul Strike. "Yeah, something like that," Lufan explained. "At level 15, Xiao Fei can switch forms just like Xiao Ye. That's a relief. Since Xiao Fei grows so slowly, I thought it would be a long time before I saw its giant dragon form. Now it has 4 forms. I want to try them out right away." He patted Xiao Fei's head, his eyes sparkling. Jian Ying nodded. "Then, let's continue exploring the Divine Dragon Tree." Before she could finish her sentence, a barrage of brilliant fireballs rained down from above. "Magic attack! Be careful!" they shouted in unison, quickly pulling the 2 dragons behind the giant tree trunk for cover. Lufan peeked out to observe and saw another flock of flying dragons circling in the sky. He frowned. The battle with the berserk bone dragon made too much noise. "This is getting out of hand. We've attracted this whole swarm of monsters." He quickly devised a plan. Xiao Fei would switch to its soul light form and attach to Xiao Ye. "Xiao Ye, cover us." "Jian Ying, we're heading up the flying dragon god tree." Instantly, Xiao Ye shifted into its world ender form, while Xiao Fei transformed into a stream of soul light, enveloping it. Soul protection increases all stats of the host target by 100 to 200%. Each time it takes damage, it absorbs all of it and generates 1 to 2 layers of spirit aura. Upon reaching 10 layers, it unleashes a spirit aura shockwave. With the Jade Dragon bloodline, the skill's effect is doubled against dragon-type creatures. Xiao Ye's roar echoed as its aura exploded, and its stats skyrocketed. Strength, 4,374,262. Agility, 3,567,107. Spirit, 3,991,598. Stamina, 4,094,122. Jian Ying exclaimed, "Xiao Fei's effect on Xiao Ye is insane." "Yeah, Xiao Fei's traits are especially effective on dragon types," Lufan replied, glancing at his 2 dragon pets and calculating inwardly. World Ender form, combined with soul protection and the Jade Dragon bloodline, has already pushed Xiao Ye's power past the 26,000 mark. We need to get to the top of the flying dragon god tree. And fast. The dragon's encouragement will push Xiao Ye's stats beyond 30,000. Lufan gave the order as the first wave of magic from the monster horde hit. "Don't counterattack." "Xiao Ye, move forward." "Xiao Fei, absorb the damage." Xiao Ye maintained its flight speed, and every magic attack that struck it was completely swallowed by Xiao Fei's green protective barrier. The number of spirit aura layers on Xiao Fei shot up. Suddenly, It unleashed a spirit aura shockwave. A massive blast of feedback energy shot back towards the monster horde, causing them to drop like flies. Jianying was stunned. Is that Xiaofei's skill? That's right, Lu Fan replied. Soul protection not only nullifies the damage taken by the host, it also accumulates it for a counterattack, and the effect is doubled because the host is a dragon type. Jianying's shoulders slumped a little as she thought to herself, I thought upgrading dragons was like upgrading my weapon, but this is clearly unlocking entirely new skills. Even if I used my trump card, I'd still lose to Lu Fan. Suddenly, a ferocious gale slammed into them, forcing them both to a halt. The boss is right ahead. We're almost there, Lu Fan said. A gigantic monster appeared, blocking their path, and Jianying cried out, a steelbone flying dragon. The system displayed its info. Level 60 steelbone flying dragon, nightmare level boss. Skills, ferocious gale, steelbone assault, which crushes any target with less than 10,000 stamina, and steelbone armor, which reduces incoming damage by 50%. The steelbone flying dragon roared and used steelbone assault, charging straight for Xiaoye. Jianying grew anxious. It's a subdragon, just like my berserker bone dragon. Lu Fan, you have to help Xiaoye. Don't worry, Jianying. Lu Fan reassured her, then calmly commanded, Xiaofei, activate Soul Shockwave. Soul Shockwave accumulates draconic energy up to a maximum of 360 stacks. While Xiaofei was gathering energy, Lu Fan used Dragon's Encouragement on Xiaoye, increasing all its stats by 30%. Xiaoye, charge. With its stamina at 13,911, Xiaoye charged in to meet the attack. The subdragon's steelbone assault was completely ineffective. On the contrary, a single strike from Xiaoye, packing over 34,117 strength and combined with 8 stacks of Xiaofei's Soul Shockwave, ripped the steelbone flying dragon's shoulder wide open. The monster roared in pain, its hateful gaze shifting to Lu Fan, the one who had caused its injury. We're screwed, it's coming for us, Jianying yelled, instantly summoning her weapon with a determined look in her eyes. I know I'm nothing compared to a dragon tamer, but as his partner, I have to do something. She switched her Karma Fire Scythe's attribute to Darkness and unleashed Evil Karma Burst, increasing her power by 9.5% as she targeted the monster. But her attack was useless against its steelbone armor. Jianying's face fell, her voice filled with dejection. My attack has no effect on it. Lu Fan turned back and smiled reassuringly. It's okay. I really appreciate that you're willing to help out your teammate. At that same moment, the steelbone flying dragon's enormous jaws were closing in right behind him. Watch out, Jianying screamed. Lu Fan calmly turned around, his weapon already in hand. Xiaofei, support me. In an instant, Xiaofei detached from Xiaoye and latched onto Lu Fan. He swung his blade in a single, sharp arc, sending the crippled steelbone flying dragon to the afterlife. The system announced, Black Dragon has reached level 20, new skill acquired. Overwhelming aura. Looks like Xiaoye hit level 22, Lu Fan said, glancing at his 2 bickering dragons. Jianying had now reached level 25. She marveled, wow, Xiaofei is only level 15, and it's already that strong. A level 20 Xiaoye could probably take down a steelbone flying dragon in one hit, right? I can't even imagine. Lu Fan smiled. These steelbone flying dragons are nothing to Xiaoye. Let's keep moving. Unexpectedly, Jianying started laughing. Lu Fan looked surprised. What is it? She playfully mimicked Tao Xiaoma's voice. Tao Zi once said, with a dragon this strong, you could conquer everything even if you had a chained-up puppy by your side. Lu Fan burst out laughing. You know how to joke? That's not like you at all. Jianying smiled. Maybe it's because I've been with you guys for a while now. I feel like I'm not the same person I was before. I talk more now, don't I? That's a good thing. Lu Fan nodded, his gaze warm. From the first time we met, I thought your voice was really nice. And you're really cute too. Has no one ever told you that? Jianying's ears turned red with embarrassment. My voice is really nice? Yeah, of course. You're very cute, Lu Fan replied with a smile as Jianying's face flushed crimson. She mumbled, no, I don't talk much with other people, and I don't really have any friends. Then, she quickly changed the subject. Anyway, enough sad talk. Let's keep moving. Lu Fan nodded. Yeah, Sword Shadow lowered her head, quietly walking behind him. Behind them, Xiaoye and Xiaofei were still growling at each other. Knock it off, you two, Lu Fan snapped in frustration. Meanwhile, at the very top of the flying dragon divine tree, inside a giant nest filled with silent cocoons, a single azure egg in the center trembled slightly. Back with Lu Fan's group, the journey continued. Sword Shadow happily showed off. After taking down that adamantite flying dragon, I leveled up to 25. So you unlocked a new weapon? Lu Fan asked curiously. Sword Shadow excitedly summoned her weapon. Yeah, it's called the Twisting Flower, an agility type. The skill is pretty good, but it's a shame it's only level 1 right now, so its power isn't that great. The system displayed the information. Perfect Twisting Flower, level 1, class, Swordmaster, skill, Heavenly Swordfall, which splits the sword into 1,000 smaller blades. Each blade has 10% of the original's attack power. That's how it is for now, but once I hit level 25, it'll be amazing. Sword Shadow silently wondered if the total damage of all her swords could even match a single one of Xiao Ye's attacks. The pressure of traveling with Lu Fan was immense. She sighed, but then smiled. If anyone else said that, I wouldn't believe them. But coming from you, I do. She pointed ahead where the 2 dragons were running. Come on, let's go. Xiao Ye is getting way ahead of us. The 2 continued on their journey, but before long, they came across a ruined campsite littered with a few bodies. Lu Fan observed them, his voice low. This must have been the camp of adventurers who came here before us. Sword Shadow examined the corpses, murmuring, they've been dead for a long time. They're all combat classes, but they died at different times. Could there be a monster ambushing people around here? Lu Fan's expression turned serious as he drew his weapon, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Sword Shadow, there's a high chance this place is occupied by monsters. Be careful. Just then, from the bushes above, a monster silently slithered down a tree trunk. Sword Shadow sensed the danger. She teleported right next to Lu Fan, coincidentally dodging a lightning-fast pounce. The strange noise made them both turn to face their ambusher. Bronze Flying Dragon, level 60, Nightmare difficulty. Skill, Bronze Aegis, which greatly increases an ally's defense. Defensive Barrier, reduces incoming attacks by 100% and increases defense by 100%. But it wasn't over. Another monster dove down from the sky. 3-headed elemental flying dragon, level 65, Nightmare difficulty. Skill, triple layered magic, which deals wide area elemental damage of fire, ice, and lightning. Elemental companion, revives destroyed heads. Lu Fan frowned and muttered, 2 bosses at the same time. Sword Shadow was worried. They're working together to ambush us here. The 3-headed elemental flying dragon opened its mouths in unison, charging its triple-layered magic. Xiao Ye immediately flew up and attacked the middle head, successfully interrupting the spell but dealing no damage. Sword Shadow quickly explained. The bronze flying dragon already used Bronze Aegis, boosting its allies' defense to an insane level. Xiao Ye can't do anything to it. We have to take down the bronze flying dragon first. Lu Fan drew his weapon and gave a confident, calm smile. I have a plan. You just get your twisting flower ready. Waiting for it to level up, are we? Before Sword Shadow could understand, Lu Fan had already charged toward the bronze flying dragon, giving his orders. Xiao Fei, switch to Soul Light, attach to me, and prepare a soul shock. Xiao Ye, transform into your world ender form. I'm counting on you over there. Xiao Fei turned into a stream of light and clung to Lu Fan. Lu Fan closed in on the bronze flying dragon. He swung his sword with all his might, but the blade bounced off the solid defense. At the same time, the other 2 heads of the elemental dragon finished gathering their magic and fired directly at Xiao Ye. She skillfully dodged, weaving through the air. Lu Fan glanced at the icon above Xiao Fei's head and saw she only had 4 stacks of dragon chi. He yelled, Xiao Ye, use your new skill, Dragon's Dread. Xiao Ye soared into the sky, letting out a heaven-shaking roar. The black dragon's overwhelming pressure spread out, inflicting fear, immobilization, and stun on all enemies within range. The 3-headed elemental dragon was immediately controlled, frozen in place. Sword Shadow clutched her head and cried out in pain. Xiao Ye's pressure. I can't believe a control skill could cause such a powerful shockwave. Hang in there, Sword Shadow. It's almost over. Lu Fan encouraged her as he saw that Xiao Fei had gathered all 12 stacks of dragon chi. He commanded, Xiao Fei, use Soul Shock. Hit the bronze flying dragon. Simultaneously, he focused his strength and unleashed a Dragon Fang strike, finishing off the support boss. Without pausing, he shouted, Bronze Aegis is down. Xiao Ye, attack. Xiao Ye dove, pinning the 3-headed elemental dragon. Her claws crushed the middle head, sending a shockwave that shook the ground. Lu Fan quickly steadied the stumbling Sword Shadow. Careful. Xiao Ye's getting a little too into the fight again. Seeing Xiao Fei fly over to join the fun, he advised her, You 2 worked well together. But you have to listen to me. Don't go copying your big sister Xiao Ye and get completely lost in the fight, okay? Xiao Fei stood on one of the dragon's heads. She waved happily and nodded her head frantically. Lu Fan checked their levels. He was now level 28. Xiao Ye was level 22, and Xiao Fei was level 17. Sword Shadow, who had been silent, saw her twisting flower sword reach level 6 and that she herself was now level 27, but her heart felt heavy again. I couldn't help at all. The so-called genius of Van Back is useless next to Lu Fan. Lu Fan suddenly patted her shoulder. This three-headed dragon. We have to take down all three heads at the same time to finish it. Let's let Xiao Ye play a little longer while we check out this campsite. Sword Shadow nodded slightly. Okay. As they walked away, Lu Fan frowned at his system panel, lost in thought. As night fell, later, Sword Shadow emerged from a tent carrying a plate of food and called out for Lu Fan. Sister Han prepared this. You should eat something. But he was nowhere to be found, and a hollow feeling crept into her heart. Lu Fan must have realized I'm just a burden. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was using the god-level map to head to the peak of the Divine Wyvern Tree alone. Because of the system's secret, he could only apologize to Sword Shadow in his heart. Lu Fan thought guiltily to himself, I'm sorry, Sword Shadow, but this god-level treasure map is my main objective in the Wyvern Mausoleum. As he approached a massive nest, a giant cocoon suddenly cracked open. A colossal dragon burst out, roaring furiously at him. Level 70 Phantom Wyvern King. Difficulty, Nightmare. Skills, Elemental Breath, Soul Attack, Dragon Tongue, Unsealed, which unlocks the ultimate Dragon Tongue spell. Bloodline reduces damage taken by 50%. This is a level 70 final boss on Nightmare difficulty. Lu Fan was surprised for a moment, but then he simply smiled and summoned Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei. A level gap this big is nothing to scoff at. I have to take this seriously. The commotion on the mountaintop startled Sword Shadow below. She looked up, then lowered her head sadly. He saved me time and time again. Lu Fan must be so tired of me. That's why he went on his own. The genius of North Cloud should have realized the gap between her and a true Dragon Master long ago. But then, Lu Fan's words echoed in her mind. That might be true for now, but just wait until Myriad Flower reaches level 25. It'll be amazing. I appreciate your desire to help your teammates. Thanks for helping me escape the Whitebone storm. His smile and words of encouragement ignited a flame of confidence within her. Sword Shadow clenched her fists, her eyes burning with resolve. Even if I'm not as strong as Lu Fan, I can still support him. Back on the summit, Lu Fan parried a blow from the Phantom Wyvern King and was knocked back. A level 70 boss is no joke. Far more dangerous than the World Ender Emperor from before. He shouted, Xiao Ye, get ready with scorching lava, while simultaneously casting Dragon's Valor to boost Xiao Ye's power. On command, Xiao Ye gathered fire elements, rushed the boss, and unleashed a sea of scorching flames. The Phantom Wyvern King roared in pain, but surprisingly, it didn't target Xiao Ye. Instead, it used Soul Attack, charging behind Lu Fan for a sneak attack. He quickly created distance and yelled, Xiao Fei. Switching to its eternal form, Xiao Fei instantly transformed and flew to block for him. The eternal form unlocked two new skills, Pulse of Life and Eternal Protection. Just as Lu Fan was about to give his next command, a rain of swords fell from the sky, aimed directly at the boss, interrupting its skill and pinning it to the ground. Lu Fan recognized the familiar blades, his eyes widening in surprise. Myriad Flower Sword. Sword Shadow appeared nearby, controlling her weapon to cast Heavenly Swordfall as she spoke. Let me provide support from the rear. Don't worry, I'll prioritize my own safety. Lu Fan smiled, his eyes shining brightly. I know you will. He immediately commanded, Xiao Fei, release Pulse of Life. An emerald halo spread out, blessing all allies. Pulse of Life doubled the number of stacked buff effects, and combined with their bloodline link, it amplified the effect manifold. After a quick mental calculation, Lu Fan roared, Xiao Ye, tear it to shreds. Xiao Ye charged forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks, while Lu Fan coordinated with Dragon Tongue magic, Roar of the Blue Dragon King. Suddenly, a pillar of fire erupted from the sea of flames. A figure shot into the sky, radiating a blinding light. Sword Shadow watched in confusion. What is that? Lu Fan's face grew serious. Dragon Tongue, unsealed. The boss is about to cast its ultimate Dragon Tongue spell. The light faded, revealing the Phantom Wyvern King. It unleashed its ultimate spell, Final Descent, plummeting down like a meteor of destruction. This skill sacrificed 100% of its current health to deal massive damage. Realizing it intended to take them all down with it, Lu Fan screamed, Xiao Fei. A world-shaking explosion rocked the peak of the divine wyvern tree. When the dust settled, a faint green light emerged from the smoke. A green barrier of light had enveloped Lu Fan's entire party, keeping them completely safe. Xiao Fei's eternal protection, which creates a shield based on its max health and has insane regeneration, had absorbed all the damage. After its suicide attack, the boss turned into a massive surge of experience points. System notifications chimed in. Sword Shadow leveled up to 28. Myriad Flower Sword to level 10. Xiao Ye to 23. Xiao Fei to 18. And Lu Fan to level 29. Lu Fan turned to Sword Shadow, his voice filled with concern. Sword Shadow, are you okay? Sword Shadow smiled brightly. Good thing Xiao Fei saved us. For a second there, I really thought we were done for. Lu Fan nodded and stroked Xiao Fei's head in praise. Yep, Xiao Fei's eternal protection saved the whole team, thanks to its insane self-healing. Xiao Ye huffed in dissatisfaction. Lu Fan quickly added, of course, Xiao Ye's insane damage output was a huge help too. A moment later, Sword Shadow mused. I always thought battles between levels 20 and 30 were kind of a joke, but back there, I honestly felt like I was staring death in the face. Lu Fan nodded in agreement. Yeah, that was my first time fighting a level 70 boss. We almost took each other out. It was a real eye-opener. He scratched his head and stammered, Sword Shadow, I didn't mean to ditch you. I was actually looking for something, but I never expected to run into a boss. Sword Shadow just smiled, his gaze gentle. It's fine. You're not the type of person to abandon your teammates. Sword Shadow looked at Lu Fan, his eyes firm. I remember what you said. You're incredibly strong, but I'm not going to let you fight alone. After successfully clearing the dungeon, they received a treasure chest. Lu Fan opened it, revealing 3 items inside. First was the soul wing of the flying dragon, a pair of legendary wings. It required level 60 and not only granted the ability to fly, but also unlocked a high-level dragon language magic spell. Lu Fan thought to himself, this item could bring about another doomsday, but unfortunately, he wasn't high enough level yet. The second item was the Dragon Tamer's saddle, an epic-grade mount equipment that allowed him to ride a dragon pet at level 30. He imagined himself becoming a dragon knight in the trial of the Qi Kingdom. Finally, there was the dragon-calling bone flute, an epic-grade consumable item. It could summon the soul of the twin flying dragon king 3 times, and was extremely powerful. But the limited uses made him a bit regretful. As he was putting the items away, Lu Fan heard Sword Shadow call out to him. Lu Fan, are you done with the rewards? Hurry and see what's wrong with Xiao Fei. He rushed over and saw Xiao Fei casting Spring of Life on its own. Streams of green light flowed from it into the giant flying dragon divine tree. Sword Shadow was astonished. Is it trying to heal this tree? Lu Fan speculated. Spring of Life could only be used on friendly targets. Could it be that the flying dragon divine tree was a living creature? Just then, a few vines extended from the tree's trunk, weaving together and stopping at his knee level, forming a small bud. The bud opened to reveal a seed. Lu Fan took it and inspected the flying dragon seed, a quest item. To save the flying dragon divine tree, he had to defeat the soul-devouring demon dragon of the deep maw and dip the seed in its blood. The reward was the favor of the primordial dragonkin, the origin of all things. Sword Shadow asked curiously, did you trigger a hidden quest? Lu Fan nodded. It seems Xiao Fei can communicate with the divine tree. This is the quest item, he calculated inwardly, thinking that a Dragon King level soul-devouring demon dragon could have a level in the triple digits. The quest had no time limit, so it wouldn't be too late to do it after reaching level 60 or even 90. He turned to praise Xiao Fei. Good job. Thanks to you, we found out about the hidden quest to heal the divine tree. Xiao Fei chirped happily. Suddenly, Lu Fan took out the dragon-calling bone flute and asked Xiao Fei, can you eat this thing? 3 pairs of eyes stared at him blankly. Realizing the misunderstanding, he quickly explained, I'm not just feeding it random stuff. Xiao Fei has a skill called natural assimilation, which allows it to absorb the properties of skills by devouring items. Lu Fan shook his head. If it can only devour equipment, then this consumable probably won't work. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Fei darted forward, sniffed the flute, and then excitedly sucked it into its mouth, chewing voraciously. Lu Fan was stunned. It's actually eating it. Sword Shadow's eyes widened in shock. A skill like that exists? You're not messing around with an epic-grade item, are you? Lu Fan waited patiently for Xiao Fei to digest it before opening its information panel. Sure enough, natural assimilation had absorbed the dragon-calling bone flute, turning its effect into a permanent skill with unlimited uses. Amazing. Now Xiao Fei could summon 2 flying dragon kings. Lu Fan exclaimed in excitement. Xiao Fei immediately tried out its new skill. A few seconds later, two miniature flying Dragon King souls, at the same level as Xiao Fei, appeared behind it. Sword Shadow gasped. The boss we just fought has become its summon. Lu Fan laughed heartily. Yeah, they've shrunk a lot. Looks like Xiao Fei has its own mount now, Sword Shadow muttered to herself. A dragon pet. Lu Fan gets more unbelievable by the day, she suggested. Clearing high-level dungeons is exhausting. Let's head back. Sister Han must be worried. You go on ahead, I'll follow shortly, Lu Fan replied, opening the system map and thinking to himself, there's one more important thing I need to do. That evening, at Villa Number 1 of Longdu Academy, Lu Fan placed the blue egg in front of Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei. He spoke in a stern voice. We've been living together for a while now, so it's time we had a talk. Xiao Ye, you bully Xiao Fei every single day. Don't you want a younger brother or sister so you can finally get some rest? And Xiao Fei, you just let Xiao Ye bully you. Haven't you ever thought about snapping one day and taking your anger out on someone else? Now's your chance. Are you two listening? Don't get agitated. This is a new member who's about to be born. In short, you all need to live in harmony. He excitedly placed his hand on the Starry Sky Dragon egg and activated his dragon taming art. But as time passed, the egg remained dormant. That's strange. The dragon taming art has always worked before. Lu Fan scratched his head and opened the system panel. He only had 2 contract slots for dragon pets. The third slot required level 30 and the completion of his second job advancement. Looking at his own level of 29, he felt a bit disappointed. Looks like I'll have to go back to the electro-poison forest to level up. Well, time for bed. Guess we won't be meeting the new family member today. Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei paid him no mind, circling the egg while chirping and chattering at each other. Xiao Fei asked, "What's this?" Xiao Ye replied, "Beats me." An annoyed Lu Fan yelled, "Go to sleep." The next morning, Qin Chu and Tao Xiaoman arrived together at Villa Number 1. Lu Fan, you're back? Get up, Qin Chu called out, knocking on the door. Lu Fan, his eyes still heavy with sleep, opened it. What's going on? Qin Chu handed him a tablet, her voice urgent. Look at this post. It spread all over the school. Lu Fan took it, frowning. Huh? You dragged me out of bed this early just for some gossip? This is about me withdrawing from the freshman assessment. Qin Chu explained. Someone posted it on the school forum yesterday. Now, it's become the hottest topic overnight. Lu Fan looked at the screen. The featured post was titled, The Top Ranker from Fengyun Pavilion Speaks Out on the Academy's Number 1, who only withdrew because he was afraid to lose. The article claimed Lu Fan withdrew because he was afraid to face Jiang Fengyun and Xu Xing. The comments below were filled with sarcasm and speculation, all claiming he was unworthy of the number 1 spot. After reading it, Lu Fan wondered, Fengyun Pavilion? What is it? Tanthu explained. It's a new guild led by Jiang Fengyun and Xu Xing, and they've gathered nearly 30 people with powerful classes. Lu Fan let out a long, indifferent yawn. I'm the number 1 who was appointed internally by the school, while Jiang Fengyun is the one everyone publicly recognizes. Tao Xiaoman chimed in. This morning, Jiang Fengyun shot back, saying he wants to prove to the Wind Cloud Guild's supporters that he's the real number 1. After the finals tomorrow, he's going to come and clean out the number 1 villa, Tanthu added. Getting the number 1 spot means you get a slot in the national trials. Asterisk. So Jiang Fengyun is obviously aiming for this. Asterisk. Lu Fan thought. Asterisk. He wants the fame and the trial slot. Asterisk. Asterisk. Little does he know, I've had both of those for a long time. Asterisk. Seeing how calm he was, Tanthu grew anxious. Jiang Fengyun doesn't respect anyone. While you were away, he was slandering you all over the place. Tao Xiaoman glanced at him, annoyed. I'm so sick of it, I don't even want to talk about it. If he wants to come, then let him. I need to let Sword Shadow know. Lu Fan smiled, a glint flashing in his eyes. Since the Wind Cloud Guild is targeting me, I'll give them the opportunity they're looking for. He held up a tablet. Let me borrow this for a second. I'm going to reply to the Wind Cloud Guild. I accept their challenge at the Longdu Academy's VIP arena. At the same time, Xu Xing, who possessed the hidden class Forbidden Mage, was scrolling through his feed when he shot up from his seat and shouted, Brother Jiang. Lu Fan responded. At the arena, Jiang Fengyun, a shadow fighter with a black cloth tied over his eyes, paused his training as the corner of his mouth curled into a smirk. Facing 2 opponents who were charging at him, Jiang Fengyun decisively unleashed a skill, creating countless clones that surged forward to attack. The 2 panicked opponents yelled out, Wait a minute, Brother Jiang. Why are you using a skill this powerful so seriously? We're just sparring. Unconcerned, Jiang Fengyun let his clones quickly overwhelm them. Once it was done, he removed the blindfold and turned to Xu Xing. Heal them. What did Lu Fan say? Jiang Fengyun asked. Xu Xing handed him the tablet. He posted on the forum. See for yourself. After reading it, Jiang Fengyun burst out laughing. This Lu Fan guy is seriously arrogant, daring to challenge the entire Wind Cloud Guild all by himself. What a big talker. He tossed the tablet back. Post a reply. Tell him we'll meet at the arena after the finals tomorrow. Xu Xing was surprised. Brother Jiang, are we really going to fight Lu Fan? Of course, Jiang Fengyun replied, his gaze turning ice cold. Call everyone from the Wind Cloud Guild. He wants to challenge the whole group? Fine by us. I'm going to show him who the real number one is. The one appointed by the school, or the one proven through actual combat. The next day, Tan Thu reread Lu Fan's post. I accept the Wind Cloud Guild's challenge. If you want to prove you're number one, then fight me fair and square. Don't use public opinion to insult me. That's right, I'm talking to you. You worthless trash from the Wind Cloud Guild. Bring as many people as you want. Let's put on a real show after the freshman assessment. The comment section exploded, and the Wind Cloud Guild replied. A duel is set for the arena after the finals. Tan Thu was shocked. Jiang Fengyun accepted. Tao Xiaoman asked. I heard Jiang Fengyun has a semi-final match today. Wanna go watch? Lu Fan shook his head and said honestly, I have absolutely no interest in Jiang Fengyun's strength. I'd rather be leveling up in the secret realm lobby. Han Ke came out with some food and advised, Little Fan, don't say that. An arrogant army is doomed to fail. It's never a bad idea to understand your opponent. Tao Xiaoman nodded. She's right. Just show your face for a bit. Who knows? You might have more supporters than the Wind Cloud Guild, Tan Thu said worriedly. But Lu Fan is a hot topic on the forums right now. If he's seen scouting Jiang Fengyun, it'll cause a huge stir. Han Ke smiled brightly. Then, let's just put him in a little disguise. Lu Fan's face froze, completely speechless. A little while later, in a corner of the spectator stands, Tao Xiaoman turned to Tan Thu. Jiang Fengyun's match is next, right? Tan Thu nodded. Yeah, probably. The Wind Cloud Guild sure draws a big crowd. In the row ahead of them, Han Ke chuckled as she looked at Lu Fan. He was wearing a hoodie, a baseball cap, a pair of oversized sunglasses, and a mask that covered his face. So, what do you think? Isn't your auntie's disguise perfect? I guarantee no one will recognize you. Lu Fan remained silent, utterly helpless. An announcement rang out. The semi-final match of the freshman assessment is about to begin. Will both teams please enter the arena? Lu Fan suddenly shot up from his seat. Han Ke called after him in surprise. Little Fan, where are you going? The match hasn't even started yet. Lu Fan turned back and shrugged. This match is boring. I'm gonna go walk around for a bit. Just give me a call when it's over. With that, he quickly left. From the front row, Zhao Shengming quietly watched Lu Fan's departing figure, lost in thought. The memory of his conversation with the principal suddenly flooded his mind. He was standing before a closed office door, knocking lightly. Principal, are you aware of the posts on the school forum about the match between Lu Fan and Jiang Fengyun? The principal's voice drifted out from within. Is that you, Zhao Shengming? Let Guhan handle these trivial freshman matches. You don't need to report them to me. Zhao Shengming frowned, his voice low. Based on Lu Fan's strength, I suggest the school step in and stop this match. I'm worried that if this goes on, he won't be able to hold back. After all, Chen Tianji is still recovering in the infirmary from his fight with Lu Fan. The principal replied in a calm tone. You're worrying too much, Vice Principal. Instead of this, you should be concerned about the special envoy from Longdu arriving in 1 month to assess Lu Fan's eligibility for the national trial. Zhao Shengming was stunned. In 1 month? That's so soon. Is the envoy coming early because the trial was moved up? How are Lu Fan's preparations? The principal asked. Zhao Shengming reported. He's about to complete his second job advancement. You have nothing to worry about, sir. I heard that although envoy Qianxiong is arrogant, he won't give Lu Fan a hard time. The principal chuckled. Your information is outdated. The envoy from Longdu isn't Qianxiong anymore. It's Ruan Changfeng. Zhao Shengming's expression changed abruptly. He's secretly worried about Ruan Changfeng, the man Brother Qin had mentioned, in connection with the incident involving Lu Fan and Jin Zhou. He lost his position because of that incident. He definitely holds a grudge against Lu Fan. The principal continued. He used to hold a high rank, and now he's been demoted to a special envoy. Interesting, isn't it? Why are you so quiet? Startled, Zhao Shengming quickly bowed. My apologies, Principal. If the envoy is Ruan Changfeng, I'm afraid Lu Fan will face many difficulties during the assessment. the principal mused. Lu Fan is a candidate that I personally endorsed. You know what needs to be done, don't you? I understand, Zhao Shengming replied. I will find more resources to help him complete his second job advancement sooner to compensate for his level disadvantage. And what about tomorrow's match between Lu Fan and Jiang Fengyun? A laugh echoed from inside the room. I'll watch it. Of course, I'll watch it. The principal roared with laughter. How could I possibly miss something so interesting? Back in the present, at the points accumulation room in the Longdu Academy's arena area, suddenly, a figure was sent flying out, causing a commotion. How many has that been already? How can a 100-point arena be this insane? It has to be a second job advancement user who lowered their score to trick people. There's no way this is a level 29 arena. The guy who was just thrown out scrambled to his feet, shouting a warning. Don't go into this room, everyone. No one can beat him. A curious student asked, who's the master of the room? Do you know? He looks so familiar, but I can't place him. Inside the duel room, after kicking his opponent out, Lu Fan thought to himself with a sigh, why would I bother watching that match? I'd level up faster in a forest of poison spiders. Just when he thought no one else would dare challenge him, he was surprised to see a figure appear at the door. Someone else is coming in. Lu Fan looked closer, his curiosity piqued, and recognized a white-haired girl. She walked up with a smile and said, hello there. Do you still have time for a match with me? Lu Fan replied politely, hello, senior. The white-haired girl chuckled softly. Even though I'm a much higher level than you, you're still so polite. In that case, I'll go easy on you. No need, Lu Fan replied, his eyes firm. Just give me everything you've got. Really? Then I'll begin. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand, and the fire element converged into a brilliant light in her palm. The sight startled Lu Fan for a moment. This girl was no simple opponent. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he was stunned when she suddenly vanished. In the blink of an eye, she reappeared behind him, a trident condensed from the fire element, thrusting straight at him. I'm not like those others out there. You'd better fight me with everything you've got, too. Lu Fan reacted in a flash, drawing his weapon, spinning to block the blow, and then counterattacking. After exchanging a few blows, he was pushed back, his eyes fixed seriously on his opponent, as he wondered in shock. She's so strong. What level is she? The white-haired girl didn't press her attack. She stood in place, covering her mouth with a laugh. Oh, you blocked it. Very good. But you didn't try to hit me with that last attack. Were you afraid of hurting me? If you're going to be so timid, I'll have to teach you a lesson. Lu Fan's expression turned serious. I understand. The two charged at each other again, clashing fiercely. Outside, the crowd of students gathered and whispered curiously. That pretty girl who just went in is really brave. Daring to enter such an abnormal room. Damn, it sounds like they're still fighting. I only lasted 2 minutes. She must be barely hanging on. Just then, an announcement signaled the end of the assessment. Jiang Fengyun's match was over. In the main arena, the declaration of victory echoed. The team of Jiang Fengyun and Xu Xing is victorious. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted. The cheers were deafening. Jiang Fengvan, on the stage, smiled as he soaked in the adoration. Xu Tin stepped closer and whispered, Brother Jiang, someone from the Fengvan Guild said that Lu Fan snuck into the stands to watch you today. Jiang Fengvan scoffed, the corner of his mouth twisting into a smirk. Trying to study me? Sounds like he's scared. I didn't even use half my strength in this match. He raised a finger to the sky and laughed loudly. Lu Fan, your arrogance won't last long. Don't you dare get scared and run from tomorrow's match. The audience roared even louder, chanting his name. In the stands, Tao Xiaoman was annoyed. Unbelievable. Let's go. She suddenly stopped. Huh? Where's Lu Fan? Qin Chu asked worriedly. Does Jiang Fengvan know Lu Fan came to watch? Han Ke, who was on her phone, explained. He said he was bored and left a long time ago. I'll call him. Meanwhile, in a training room, Lu Fan was sent flying backward. His glasses and hat flew off his head. He struggled to stay on his feet, panting heavily as he thought, asterisk, she's so strong. Where on earth did this woman come from? Asterisk, asterisk, she could have taken me down in a few hits, but she's deliberately guiding me, letting me see my own weaknesses. Why? Who is she? Asterisk. The white-haired girl hooked his fallen hat with the tip of her trident, smiling as she sized him up. Your defense is quite good. In 15 minutes, you went from being totally unfamiliar with my moves to predicting them. You improve incredibly fast, but your stamina is a little weak. She stepped closer. With a handsome face like this, why would you hide it? She leaned in close, making Lu Fan stumble backward and fall to the ground in a fluster. Just then, his phone rang like a saving grace. I'm so sorry. I have to take this call. He scrambled to answer it. Hello? Yes, I'll be right home. Hanging up, Lu Fan turned back, scratching his head shyly. Thank you so much. You taught me a lot of close combat skills today. Before I leave, would it be okay if I got your contact information? The white-haired girl gave a teasing smile. You're brand new to the academy, and you're already asking for a girl's number. Not as innocent as you look, are you? Lu Fan waved his hands frantically. No, that's not it. I just wanted to schedule another training session with you in the gym, so I can learn more. No need, she replied, her eyes twinkling. If you want to see me again, just open a points-based room like you did today. If fate allows it, I'll come. She waved goodbye and left, leaving Lu Fan completely stunned. Asterisk. A senior? No, she's too young. Asterisk. Asterisk, but with that level of skill, she can't be a student. Is she a teacher? Asterisk. Suddenly, a notification appeared on the screen. Asterisk, Longdu Academy ID card. Asterisk. Asterisk Lu Fan. Balance increased by 100 accumulation points. Asterisk. She didn't accept the points. Lu Fan reacted instantly, dashing out of the room. He shouted, "Miss, wait," but in his haste, he bumped into a few people, who shot him annoyed looks. Lu Fan didn't pay any attention to their yelling. Hey, watch where you're going. What's the big rush? He kept running, desperately searching for any sign of the white-haired girl. Asterisk. Who was that incredibly powerful senior? Asterisk. Asterisk. She refused the points, wouldn't reveal her identity, and then vanished without a trace. Asterisk. Asterisk. Is she even really from the academy, or is she some kind of ghost? Asterisk. Just then, a voice called out to him. Han Ke waved from a distance. Xiao Fan, we're over here, let's go home. Tao Xiaoman started grumbling. Lu Fan, what were you up to? Did you manage to hit on some girl in the short time you were gone? Lu Fan finally gave up the search and walked back dejectedly, sighing to himself. Asterisk. I can't find her. She really is a mysterious senior. Asterisk. The next day, even after the freshman assessment finals were over, the stands were still packed. A spectator remarked, the match between Lu Fan and the Fong Van Guild. That's the Times, real Times, final. The person next to him nodded eagerly. Down in the arena, Giang Fong Van and the entire Fong Van Guild were assembled. When his opponent still hadn't shown up, Jiang Fong Van lost his patience. Lu Fan still isn't here. If he's too scared to show, we'll go to Villa number 1 and drag him out ourselves. Shu Tin tried to placate him. We did agree on this time. Brother Jiang, let's just wait a little longer. Right on cue, a cheer erupted from the crowd. Lu Fan is here. Jiang Fong Van's spirits instantly lifted. Everyone, get ready. In stark contrast to their tension, Lu Fan strolled out casually with a piece of bread in his mouth. Let's get this started. I have things to do later. Giang Fong Van sneered. What an interesting entrance. You're just in time. I don't care how many of you from the Fong Van Guild are here. If everyone's present, then come at me all at once. Lu Fan's words enraged a tall, bald man. The hell? Don't be so cocky. You dare talk to Brother Jiang like that? You must have a death wish. Jiang Fong Van raised a hand to stop him, his eyes cold. Since you clearly have no respect for us, there's no need for more words. I'll bet 7,000 accumulation points. Lu Fan nodded. Oh, right. I almost forgot we had to bet points. He pulled out his card and declared, 17,000 points. The system announced, Asterisk Longdu Academy ID card, Lu Fan. Current accumulation points, 17,642. Asterisk. The number left the entire Fong Van Guild in stunned silence. Shu Tin said nervously, That's too much, Brother Jiang. We don't have enough points to cover that bet. Shut up, Jiang Fong Van snapped, his greed flaring. 17,000 points was enough to live comfortably in the academy for 3 or 4 years. He clenched his fists. The Fong Van Guild bets all of its accumulation points. You want to play? Then we'll play. The crowd roared in agreement. We're with Brother Jiang. Our total points should be enough to match 17,000, right? Lu Fan waited for them to finish their discussion, cracking his shoulders with a smile. All right, the bet is set. Let's begin. Jiang Fong Van glanced at Shu Tin and whispered, for him to be this arrogant, he's definitely planning to summon his dragon. Shu Tin nodded. I understand. He immediately raised his weapon and began casting a spell. Jiang Fong Van roared, Brothers! The members of the Fong Van Guild readied their weapons, preparing to fight on Shu Tin's command. Cast the binding spell. Lock Lu Fan in place for 5 seconds. The other members simultaneously unleashed their skills, creating a torrential rain of attacks. Jiang Fong Van led the charge, rushing straight at him. Perfect. There's no way Lu Fan can summon his dragon now. Get him! His allies roared in excitement. Faced with this overwhelming power, Lu Fan, simply. With a smirk, he flexed. and the magic chains shattered instantly. Drawing his weapon, he effortlessly parried Jiang Fengyun's attack. He was free. Jiang Fengyun was horrified. In the moment he was distracted, Lu Fan grabbed him by the collar and casually tossed him to the ground like a bag of trash. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The members of Fengyun Pavilion were stunned, freezing in place. "Brother Jiang!" Xu Xing cried out in panic, unleashing a spell. A binding spell locked onto Lu Fan. Xu Xing roared and launched a long-range assault, a barrage of magic skills raining down, causing a massive explosion that kicked up a thick cloud of dust. When the smoke cleared, Lu Fan was still standing, completely unharmed, with one foot pressing down on Jiang Fengyun's head. So this is the #1 freshman? The quality is just pathetic. Jiang Fengyun screamed in rage. "Xu Xing, what the hell is wrong with your spell?" Xu Xing trembled in disbelief. "How? I used my full power." Lu Fan chuckled and explained. "Don't blame him. I've got a little buff from being a dragon tamer. My stats are a bit high, so low-level skills like that don't really work on me." Enraged, Jiang Fengyun ripped off his blindfold, activating a skill that created countless clones, all of them surrounding Lu Fan. The Fengyun Pavilion members cheered. Brother Jiang is using his ultimate finishing move. Lu Fan is done for. Only Xu Xing stared at his own hands, head bowed in a daze. He wondered just how much stronger Lu Fan's stats were than his own. Facing the army of clones, Lu Fan raised a hand, gathering fire elements with a confident smile. "That's a pretty cool move you've got there, Jiang. Since you are times the top-ranked student, I'll give you a little gift, something even Chen Tianji has never seen." Jiang Fengyun's face paled with dread. Asterisk. He's going to summon it. Asterisk. Just a few seconds later, Xiao Ye appeared in the sky in her apocalypse form. A terrifying wave of fire elemental energy erupted from her, incinerating every single one of Jiang Fengyun's clones in an instant. The wave of fire spread, sending the members of Fengyun Pavilion scrambling in terror. "Help me! My legs, they're shaking so bad I can't even stand. It's a real dragon. Run!" The stands erupted into chaos. "That's Lu Fan's dragon pet? It's horrifying." As Xu Xing fled, he saw Jiang Fengyun standing frozen in place and screamed, "Brother Jiang, fall back. Don't fight it." But Jiang Fengyun didn't seem to hear him, staring up blankly at Xiao Ye. The audience gasped in awe. "It's completely different. It's nothing like Chen Tianji's dragon. This is a dragon from the legends." Lu Fan's calm voice cut through the noise. "You might want to brace yourself, Jiang. Now, it's my turn to counterattack." As he finished speaking, Xiao Ye opened her mouth and let out a deafening roar, unleashing her draconic pressure. Instantly, every member of Fengyun Pavilion on the field was hit with a stun effect, frozen in fear as a splitting headache assaulted them. "It hurts so much. Help, please, spare us." Jiang Fengyun was in no better shape, his head spinning as his body swayed unsteadily. "What the hell is this? How am I supposed to win?" His body refused to obey his commands, and just as the thought crossed his mind, his vision blurred before he collapsed, unconscious. Lu Fan held up a card and looked down at his defeated opponent. "So, who's #1 now?" "I'll be taking Fengyun Pavilion's points." A system notification sounded. Dragon City Academy identification card confirmed. Lu Fan has gained 12,941 contribution points. "All right, job's done. Let's go. Xiao Ye, we have important business to attend to." Xiao Ye shrank down into her dragon girl form and flew to his side. A little later, at the point battle room, Lu Fan was on the phone. Qin Shu asked, "We don't have class, so we were going to come cheer you on. How did it go? Are you hurt?" Lu Fan laughed. "Of course not. I raked in a ton of points. I'll share them with you guys tonight." Suddenly, the door to the room opened. I'll tell you more when I get back. Gotta go." Hanging up, Lu Fan looked over happily. "Senior, you actually came." The white-haired girl smiled. "I was free today. But, were you waiting for me?" "Yes, of course," Lu Fan said enthusiastically. "Fighting other people is so boring. I only feel like I'm learning something when I fight you. Besides, you're over level 70. That means you're not just an upperclassman, right?" She was taken aback for a second, glancing at the sign outside the door. The level 100, rank 70-point room was currently in use. At the same time, back at the arena, Zhao Shengming ran over to check on the Fengyun Pavilion members and breathed a sigh of relief. That kid still knows how to hold back. No one's life is in danger. Back in the battle room, the beautiful white-haired woman, let's call her that, looked displeased. "Hey, kid, are you trying to set me up?" Lu Fan quickly tried to clear the air. "No, not at all. The room has a level restriction. The fact that you could enter proves you're over level 70. You're not one of the upperclassmen. The beautiful woman seemed amused. So, who do you think I am? Lu Fan stroked his chin. Well, you look like a senior, but based on your strength and level, you're probably a teacher. She burst out laughing. Let's just stick with senior for now. Oh, and by the way, you didn't cover up that handsome face of yours this time. It's much easier on the eyes. She leaned in close, making Lu Fan flush. But don't try to pull any more tricks to dig up information on me. Got it? The beautiful woman smiled, her eyes sharp. If you want to see me again, don't set the level requirement any higher. Otherwise, I won't show up. Understood. Lu Fan gave a forced smile, inwardly disappointed. He had been planning to set it to level 80 next time. I'm surprised you applied the combat skills I taught you in your match with Jiang Fengyun so quickly. The beautiful woman drew her weapon. Lu Fan prepared himself, surprised. Senior, you watched my match? She nodded. You only exchanged a few blows before summoning your dragon and throwing the whole arena into chaos. You were a bit hasty, but you took down Jiang Fengyun immediately with your counterattack. Your reflexes are fast. The speed I trained you in really paid off. Lu Fan scratched his head. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. My close combat skills are still lacking in many areas. Suddenly, the beautiful woman lunged forward. She delivered a slash so fast that Lu Fan couldn't block it in time and took the hit. He cried out, "What was that for?" The beautiful woman's face was stern. You've improved a lot, but not so much that you can get away with false modesty to show off. Lu Fan quickly explained, No, you've got it all wrong. I really do want to learn from you. You're so strong and you're so kind. You even gave me 100 accumulated points last time, just like you were treating a little brother. If you guide me more often, I'll improve really fast. He hesitated. If that's not okay, I can pay for the lessons. The beautiful mentor laughed. Treat you like a little brother, huh? You really know how to pull strings. Keep your money. I heard you have a sister who's a great cook, right? If you want to learn, just bring some of the food she makes. Yes, ma'am, Lu Fan thought happily to himself. Asterisk, she's actually my young aunt. Asterisk. The beautiful mentor gestured. Since you've waited, let's go up and see what you've learned. All right, I won't hold back. Lu Fan took the initiative and attacked. The beautiful mentor gracefully parried the blow and commented, Oh, much faster. She continued, If you can land a single hit on me today, I'll give you a new weapon. That black ink dragon scale sword is no longer suitable for your level. How about switching to one like mine? Lu Fan nodded. You're right. I've had this sword for a long time, but I can't bear to part with its special effect. Then, besides a weapon, what do you want? The beautiful mentor asked. A level removal enchant, Lu Fan replied. The beautiful mentor froze and lowered her head. Do you have any idea how rare and precious that is? She immediately launched an attack, grumbling as she struck. Why did I even ask you? Just die. That evening, Lu Fan dragged his battered body home, thinking to himself, Asterisk, that woman is my total nemesis. Asterisk. Han Ke let out a sigh of relief, massaging Lu Fan as she spoke. What did you do to get so terrified? I thought you got into a massive brawl with Jiang Fengyun. I couldn't land a single hit on her all afternoon, and now my whole body is aching, while she didn't even break a sweat. Jian Ying speculated. Based on what you've said, she doesn't sound like a teacher from Longdu Academy. At least, I've never met a teacher like that. Qin Qiu, who had been glued to her iPad, suddenly exclaimed, Lu Fan, you're on the school forums again. There's a video of you and Little Knight, posted by the Fengyun Pavilion. She turned the screen for the whole group to see. Lu Fan was surprised. Someone actually managed to record that? The comments were exploding. What is that? A dragon? Lu Fan's dragon sent Chen Tianji flying for like 1,000 miles. I told everyone Lu Fan was #1, but nobody believed me. You see that dragon now? Too bad I had to be somewhere else and missed it live. Anyone want to party up and go to Lu Fan's villa? If we can't see the dragon, we can at least get an autograph. Han Ke smiled. Well, the whole school knows you won now. That should settle all the previous arguments, right? Jian Ying warned, I don't think this is over. You're going to become the new target instead of the Fengyun Pavilion. Lu Fan sighed. I've been dealing with this since the college entrance exam rankings were announced. Whatever, I'll just focus on my own goals. Jian Ying was curious. What is your current goal? Lu Fan didn't answer. A while later, inside the level 45 venomous spider forest secret realm, a dungeon of terrifying difficulty, Jian Ying said, while fighting off monsters. I can't believe your goal was just to level up. I thought you wanted to study under that woman. After defeating the final boss, Lu Fan reached level 30, officially unlocking his second class advancement. The group didn't hesitate, leaving the secret realm and heading straight for the class advancement hall. But to their surprise, as soon as they arrived, a chaotic crowd rushed toward them. The female students, in particular, were screaming with admiration. Left with no choice, Lufan used his old trick and quickly vanished to change his appearance. 10 minutes later, he returned, covered from head to toe. The crowd was buzzing. Where did he go? He was just here. He really is number one, vanishing in a flash. Chinchu sighed in relief. We lost them, Lufan said apologetically. Sorry, everyone. Does this mean I'll have to go out like this from now on? Dao Xiaoman said with envy. Some people have all the luck. I wish I was being chased by handsome guys like this. Jian Ying said worriedly. There are no records of a Dragon Master's second-class advancement, so there's no reference material for you. On the contrary, Chinchu was excited. That means Lufan is about to make new history. Lufan knew in his heart, asterisk, there's no guide for this class advancement. The outcome depends entirely on me, asterisk. Lost in thought, he felt a pat on his shoulder from Dao Xiaoman. Lufan, we're at the class advancement hall. He removed his disguise and reassured them. Don't worry, everyone. I already have a way to figure out the second stage advancement paths for a Dragon Master. The ritual has to be done alone. You guys wait for my good news. Inside a special area of Longdu Academy, the system confirmed his identity through his student card. Student Lufan, second stage class advancement ritual, ready. Please stand on the advancement platform. Lufan complied, thinking, asterisk, this is different from my awakening. I wonder what will happen this time. Asterisk, the system continued, activating advancement platform. No information related to the Dragon Master class has been found. Please do not leave the platform while the ritual is in progress. Current class, Dragon Master. Second stage advancement, no record found. Asterisk, just as I expected. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, there's no data on the Dragon Master's branches. Asterisk. Luckily, he could still look them up through his system. The class advancement ritual is beginning. Longdu Academy wishes you success. A few seconds later, 3 beams of light appeared, each a different color, representing 3 different class branches. First was the Dragon Priest, a support-oriented class focusing on spirit, stamina, and recovery. This branch allows learning skills to strengthen dragon pets, like Dragon's Encouragement, and enables the user to become an all-powerful support even without a dragon. Next was the Dragon Sorcerer, a true mage focusing on spirit and agility, who learns draconic magic, control skills, and can absorb skills from their dragon pets. Finally, there was the Rending Dragon Warrior, a melee class prioritizing strength and stamina. It's an upgraded version of the Dragon Blood Warrior, with close combat skills, damage reduction, and the ability to transform into a dragon to fight. 1 support, 1 mage, and 1 warrior. Each class branch was tempting, especially the Raging Dragon Warrior's ability to transform into a dragon. But as he was considering, a 4th info panel suddenly appeared. Second tier class advancement, Dragon Rider Knight. Information, unrecorded. Primary stats, agility and strength. Description. Learn coordinated skills with dragon pets, and single target combat skills are enhanced when combined with a dragon. A well-rounded path with no skill limitations. The choice was obvious. Lufan smiled, his eyes filled with determination. After changing his class to Dragon Rider Knight, Lufan's contract limit increased to 3, and his base stats skyrocketed. It was a significant boost. His old skills were upgraded. Dragon Claw evolved into Dragon Annihilator, unleashing 6 consecutive strikes, and Dragon Fang Strike became Void Sever, delivering 2 chained slashes that could both be coordinated with his dragon pets. Outside the class change hall, time ticked by, slowly. The others who went in after Lufan had already left, but he was still nowhere to be seen, making his friends anxious. Tao Xiaoman was worried. Is the class change ceremony supposed to take this long? The longer they waited, the more restless they got. What if something happened? Hanke spoke up, though her voice trembled. Tao, don't worry, this is a crucial moment for Xiaofan. Jian Ying reassured them. I get it. Lufan is just exploring his new abilities. His choice could change the rules of this entire era. Chinchu nodded. That's right. The 800 years of dark history for Dragon Tamers is about to end. Just then, the hall doors opened, and Lufan walked out with a smile. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Everything went smoothly. Let's talk while we walk. As he explained, Tao Xiaoman's eyes filled with admiration. Dragon Rider Knight. That sounds so cool. Hanke asked curiously, Xiaofan, can you actually ride dragons with this class? Of course, Lufan replied, his eyes shining brightly. I chose this branch because I already got a dragon riding saddle from the Flying Dragon Mausoleum. I just need Zhao Ye and Zhao Fei to reach level 30 to use it. He thought to himself, my third contract slot is open now. A starry sky dragon. I'm about to get another powerful teammate. Arriving back at Villa number 1, a familiar figure. Standing at the door, surprised Lu Fan. Senior, why are you here? The beautiful woman smiled. I probably should have just given you my contact info. Waiting around like this is such a waste of time. Tao Xiaoman nudged Lu Fan teasingly. So, Tames is the senior who beat you to a pulp, huh? Why didn't you mention she was this gorgeous? Lu Fan blushed, while the beautiful senior just laughed and turned to Han Ke. If I'm not mistaken, you're the magic-infusing chef, Han Ke, right? Han Ke was surprised. Xiao Fan Senior knows who I am? Of course, the senior replied. I actually came here to discuss something with you, but can I borrow Xiao Fan for a little while? The whole group was stunned. After a few seconds, the beautiful senior burst out laughing. Haha, it's just about some business in the city. Don't overthink it. Han Ke smiled happily. Oh, if you two have plans, just go. No need to ask to borrow him. Han Ke beamed. Besides, you've been helping Xiao Fan so much these past few days. Thank you, Han, the beautiful senior said as she pulled Lu Fan away with a smile. Let's go, Xiao Fan. Jian Ying watched them go, her gaze analytical until they were out of sight. On the road, Lu Fan received a message from Qin Chu. Jian Ying says, meeting this senior of yours, she's even more certain that she's not a teacher from Longdu Academy. Be careful, Lu Fan. He glanced over at the beautiful woman, who caught him looking. She smiled and asked, what's wrong? You've suddenly gone quiet. Senior, where are we going? Why do we have to leave the school? Lu Fan asked curiously. She winked. What else? To buy you a gift, of course. The level-removing enchantment you mentioned last time. Lu Fan was shocked. For real? The beautiful senior didn't answer, simply driving straight to the Tianhe auction house. Seeing their destination, Lu Fan hesitated. Senior, are you? She explained. The enchantment scroll you want is being auctioned today. It's a rare opportunity. We have to take it. Last time, the vice principal paid a sky-high price for the Flying Dragon Mausoleum, so this scroll probably won't be cheap either. Lu Fan grew worried. Senior, maybe we should just forget it. The beautiful senior laughed loudly. Where's that guts you had when you were demanding gifts the other day? Don't worry, I have a lot more money than you think. Even so, Lu Fan silently decided he had to find a way to repay this debt. He said firmly, Senior, I will pay you back for this. A few minutes later, the auction began. The first item was the rare level-removing enchantment scroll, which could erase the level restrictions on an item or piece of equipment. Made from red earth, its crafting success rate is only 0.35%. The starting price, 95 million dragon coins. The price quickly escalated, 125 million, 140 million, 185 million, and then 200 million. Lu Fan was stunned. He never expected the price to climb so fast. The auctioneer announced, we currently have a bid of 230 million dragon coins from a guest. Do I hear any higher bids? The beautiful senior whispered, let me teach you how to bid. Don't play this game of slowly boiling the frog. You have to be decisive. She raised her hand. I'll bid. Before she could finish, another voice cut in. 300 million dragon coins. All eyes turned to the bidder. Lu Fan was astonished. Jin Zhou, she wants this scroll too. The beautiful senior frowned. The little princess of the Taiji kingdom. She's loaded. Competing with her is going to be a bloodbath. Lu Fan was even more surprised. Senior, how do you know Jin Zhou? She smirked. My information network is quite extensive. I know everything about what happened between you and Jin Zhou. Today, the senior declared, I'm going to help you get some payback. Even if the price hits the heavens, Jin Zhou isn't getting this scroll. This scroll is yours. She raised her paddle and shouted, 400 million. The auctioneer was ecstatic. Whoa, 400 million dragon coins. Jin Zhou slammed her hand on the table in anger and shot to her feet. Humph, who is that? How annoying. Huang Tai, who was beside her, tried to calm her down. Princess, calm down. We brought 500 million. We can still outbid them. The beautiful senior just smirked. No, I've changed my mind. 500 million. Model. Unbelievable. 500 million. This is the first time I've ever seen someone bid against themselves. 500 million. Going once. Going twice. Sold. Jin Zhou roared in fury. What bastard dares to go against me? The beauty gloated, whispering to Lu Fan, see? That was the decisive blow I was talking about. Lu Fan forced a smile, his heart twisting in pain. How was he supposed to pay back 500 million? The auctioneer announced. Congratulations to the young lady for winning the item. Please proceed to the guest lounge. In the VIP lounge, a beautiful woman walked in carrying the scroll. Looking at the beauty, she clicked her tongue. I knew it was you. Only you would dare to bid like that at my auction house. The beauty ran over and hugged her playfully. I didn't even say hi before coming. Sorry about that. The woman laughed. You really should have. You spend a fortune here every time, so I have to give you the best treatment. She then looked at Lu Fan with a probing gaze. The beauty introduced him. This is my protege. I bought this scroll for him. The woman gave a knowing smile. Well then, little brother, I'm Du Yaxiu, the owner of the Tianhe auction house. You can call me Sister Du or Auntie Du. If you ever want to buy rare items in the future, just come here. Lu Fan politely shook her hand. A pleasure to meet you, Sister Du. I'm Lu Fan. So, you and my senior know each other. Du Yaxiu burst out laughing. Know her? I'm her sister-in-law. My brother and I run this auction house. Lu Fan thought to himself. No wonder she was bidding so freely. The auction house belongs to her family. His own desperate determination to pay back the 480 million now seemed a bit ridiculous. All his worries vanished as the beauty handed him the scroll. The Soul Wing Flying Dragon King was no longer restricted by level 60. Du Yaxiu asked if she'd found anything for the illustrated guide recently. The beauty swiped her black card to pay, sighing, not yet, but I'll find something eventually. Du Yaxiu's face lit up as the payment went through. There we go, all paid up. Come back and support me again soon, okay? Noticing Lu Fan's pensive look, the beauty teased, Little Fan, are you trying to figure out how to pay me back 500 million? Sister Han is expecting me to bring you back in one piece, but you look like you're about to scam me. Lu Fan ignored her joke, asking curiously, what's this illustrated guide you two were talking about? The beauty handed him a tablet. I almost forgot. This is the real reason I brought you here. My secret to earning so many dragon coins lies in the Tianhe auction house's 100 Treasures Illustrated Guide. Find a treasure not yet in the guide, and you get paid. Simple, right? Du Yaxiu added, the money she makes here is just pocket change for her. The true value of these treasures isn't so easily measured. Lu Fan glanced at the list, surprised. You said record, not sell. That's right. The beauty nodded. Record the treasure's information in the 100 Treasures Guide, and Tianhe appraises it and pays you a percentage of its value. To be blunt, we collect these records to promote the auction house, since my sister-in-law here runs a high-end business. Du Yaxiu smiled, but if you want to sell, we'll buy it too. Lu Fan quickly did the math in his head. 3% of the appraised value. If he recorded a rare piece of equipment, he could pay back the 500 million in no time. He took the Soul Wing Flying Dragon King from his spatial ring and asked Du Yaxiu to appraise it. Her jaw dropped. Huh? A top-tier, legendary grade flying wing at level 60. This is worth at least 2 billion. Hey, handsome, you have to record this in the guide. 3% of 2 billion is 60 million. It's that easy, Lu Fan silently agreed. It was convenient, but still a long way from 500 million. He smirked. Sister Du, I have something even rarer than the Soul Wing. She leaned in eagerly. You have something even better? Let me see. Lu Fan took out the Void Dragon Egg. Du Yaxiu was speechless. A dragon egg. Wait, are you that dragon tamer from Nan Province? The beauty was just as shocked. Lu Fan, you have a second dragon besides the black dragon? Lu Fan didn't answer, silently regretting the 2 flying dragon kings that Xiao Fei had eaten. Otherwise, he could have made another tidy sum. Du Yaxiu's expression turned serious. If the Soul Wing is the best of the best, then this Void Dragon Egg is completely unprecedented. She spoke quickly. I take back what I said before. Not every treasure can be appraised. Lu Fan was confused. So, the Void Dragon Egg can't be recorded in the guide? Du Yaxiu grabbed his shoulders, her voice filled with excitement. No, I'm begging you to enter it into the 100 Treasures Guide. With a dragon egg, Tianhe's reputation will echo throughout the entire country. The beauty chimed in. Forget the country. This will make you famous worldwide. It'll go down in the history books. Du Yaxiu proposed. How about this? Come to the auction once a month. Pick anything you like, and I'll cover the cost, no matter the price. What do you say? Lu Fan didn't hesitate. Are you serious? Go ahead and enter both of these into the guide. Which month does this offer start? It starts right now, Du Yaxiu said, ecstatic. Excellent. Lu Fan grinned broadly. Perfect, because there's something I wanted to get for free. A moment later, he walked out of the lounge happily, holding a level removal enchantment scroll that cost him $0. The beauty spoke up. You know, I wasn't going to rush you to pay back that 500 million. Lu Fan just chuckled. Don't worry about it. Sister Du said the offer was effective immediately, so I just went ahead and picked this scroll. The beauty sighed internally. My sister-in-law paid up too fast. It's a shame I can't charge him interest now. Tianhe gets a lot of rare items, so make sure you come back every month. As they walked through the main hall, the 100 Treasures Guide updated with the new information. The appearance of the dragon egg caused an uproar. A young man grabbed a security guard, shouting, "A dragon egg! The legendary creature that can destroy an entire nation. What's the appraisal price? I'll buy it, even if I have to go bankrupt." Others were frantically making calls. "It's true. I saw it with my own eyes, a dragon egg in the Tianhe Illustrated Guide." Lu Fan was impressed. Sister Du works fast. Tianhe is about to be famous nationwide. The beauty nodded toward the jostling crowd. "This isn't the time to be happy for her. If we don't leave now, we'll be sleeping here tonight." After a struggle, they finally broke free. The beauty let out a sigh of relief. "We made it. My sister-in-law is going to make a fortune from this. You should have asked for 3 or 4 treasures at once to make it worthwhile." Lu Fan gave a wry, regretful smile. "I was afraid that would be a bit too much." He looked around. "Where's your bike?" The beauty winked playfully and walked over to a large displacement motorcycle. "Right here, of course." Lu Fan was surprised. "But this isn't the bike we came in, is it? The other one was borrowed to give back to my sister-in-law." Asterisk. "This times is my bike." The beauty smiled. Lu Fan thought to himself that he never expected she'd prefer to ride a motorcycle herself, enjoying the wind, without needing a mount or a driver. "What are you standing there for? Hold on tight." The beauty warned him. "I ride fast. If you fall off, I'm not coming back to pick you up." Lu Fan quickly hopped on, but before he could get a grip, the bike shot forward. "Hey, I haven't held on yet," he yelled in a panic. The beauty laughed. "You've completed your second-class advancement. Your agility and stamina stats aren't low, so why are you scared of this speed?" Lu Fan was embarrassed. "You really know a lot about me. I just advanced, and you already know everything," she replied as she drove. "After your second advancement, you have 3 pet slots. Before, you had 2, one for the black dragon. But why wasn't the unhatched dragon egg in the other slot?" She suddenly turned her head. "Hey, don't tell me that dragon egg is your third times pet. Is it the third one? Watch the road." Lu Fan was tongue-tied. The beauty marveled. "This kid is like a god. Some people go their whole lives without getting even one. And you're so young and already have 3. Lu Fan took the chance to ask, "Senior, why are you helping me so much? When will I get to know your real identity?" Her tone became serious. "It's not time yet, Lu Fan. You have to pass the first trial first." "The first trial?" he asked, surprised. "That's right," she replied. "Soon, a special envoy from Dragon City will come to test your eligibility for the National Combat Trial. You have to earn his recognition to pass." She sounded worried. "He's over level 70. I'm afraid he'll target you." Lu Fan laughed heartily. "So the school sent you to help me. It doesn't matter what level he is. With you teaching me, asterisk, he's times the one who should be praying," she said cheerfully. "Cocky, aren't you? When the time comes, make him completely submit." "Look at the sky," she said, startled. "It's so late. I have to get you back. I promised the ladies at Villa Number 1 I'd have you home tonight. Hold on, I'm speeding up." She silently activated her flying dragon soul wings. Lu Fan grabbed the beauty's hand. "Senior, hold my hand tight. Let me fly you back." With that, he pulled her soaring into the sky. A moment later, over a main road, Lu Fan landed and let the beauty down, feeling a little regretful. "Are you sure you don't need me to take you any further?" "Yeah, you can go now," she replied with a smile. Lu Fan obediently left. The beauty thought to herself, "What a clueless dork. Any other guy would have insisted on taking me all the way to my door." She smiled, "But this passive type is kind of cute." But her good mood didn't last. She realized her motorcycle was still back where they started and cursed under her breath. "That idiot! Is he planning to fly home?" Lu Fan was tired, but getting used to his soul wings. After a short rest, he continued his mission to hatch the Stardust Dragon Egg. He instructed, "Xiao Ye, Xiao Fei, are you ready? We failed last time, but from now on, you two need to get along like I told you." Seeing them both nod, Lu Fan confidently performed the dragon taming art on the egg. "Stardust Dragon, my third little dragon, come on out." A few seconds later, the eggshell shattered. A brilliant light erupted, transforming into a phantasm of a star-filled sky. A unique baby dragon was born. Stardust Dragon Contract, Level 1, Strength 795, Agility 276, Spirit 109, Stamina 370. Skills, Star Shatter, creates a crushing star that deals area of effect damage based on strength. Starlight Scale Armor, applies scale armor that absorbs damage for 60 seconds. Afterward, it reflects all of it back to nearby enemies. Cosmic Vigor, energy surges, increasing stamina over the course of a battle. Holding the baby dragon, Lu Fan marveled. A newborn stardust dragon, specializing in physical attack, and its strength is already 795, double that of Xiao Ye. He calculated that by level 20, even without his and Xiao Fei's support, its strength could easily surpass 10,000. He realized Xiao Ye wasn't purely a physical attacker, but more of a balanced type, like his own Dragon Rider class. Starlight Scale armor seemed like just a defensive skill, but it's actually a perfect defense skill, reflecting all accumulated damage after 60 seconds. Cosmic Vigor grants it limitless stamina, ideal for long battles. The Stardust Dragon isn't purely physical either. Star Shatter is a magic attack, but its true power needs to be tested. Lost in thought, Lu Fan saw Xiao Ye habitually pick up a piece of eggshell, but before he could pop it in his mouth, the Stardust Dragon slapped it away. Xiao Ye's eyes blazed with fury, glittering as if they were about to ignite. Lu Fan quickly changed the subject to calm things down. All right, according to procedure, it's time to name your new little sister, Xiao Ye, Xiao Fei. Since we're starting with Xiao, let's call her Xiao Chen. The new owner of the name hadn't even reacted yet, but Xiao Fei had already sulked into a corner, looking aggrieved. Xiao Ye growled fiercely in dragon tongue, protesting vehemently, putting Lu Fan in an awkward spot. What's wrong? It's just a name. Don't mind it. Come on now. I'll change it when I think of a better one. Xiao Chen, you like this name, right? The only response was a cold stare from Xiao Chen, making Lu Fan feel a bit sheepish. So sassy. Well, as long as she and Xiao Ye don't cause too much trouble, that's good, he muttered. Meanwhile, at the Wanli family's leveling area for players between levels 60 and 70, Jin Cheng Han, a top-tier level 60 expert from the Tai Chi Kingdom, was training when he received a call from one of Jin Zhou's subordinates. Yeah, I got it, he answered curtly and hung up. A young man in white armor next to him asked worriedly, Saint Han, what's wrong? You don't look so good, Jin Cheng Han said flatly. My little sister needs a favor. She called, telling me to get revenge for her. The two girls in the group, who were resting nearby, chimed in curiously. Kim Chow, isn't she studying abroad in the Dragon Country? She's getting bullied over there? Yeah, for the past few days, she's been bugging me non-stop, saying some punk beat her up. And not just once, either. That girl's all grown up but still acts like a child. It's my fault for spoiling her rotten since we were kids. Kim Song-han sighed, deliberately ignoring the giant monster rising from the mud pit behind him. The young man with glasses calmly added, So, are you going to the Dragon Country? Of course I am. Kim Seong-han said, simultaneously activating his dark illusion skill to send the monster to its grave. As the big brother who loves her most, I have to get rid of this problem for her. But right now, preparing for the national trials is the priority. Let's just clear this secret realm one more time. As soon as I get the final piece of the Wraith set, I'll head to the Dragon Country. Besides dealing with my sister's little problem, I also need to scout out who the Dragon Country's national trial representatives are. At this, he flashed an arrogant smile. This year's champion has to be our Taejae Nation. His teammate laughed in agreement. That's a given. When Seong-han makes a move, it's always a clean sweep. Haha, you scouting them out like this is giving those Dragon Country folks way too much credit. Meanwhile, back with Lu Fan, a peaceful week had passed. With no disturbances from the Fengyun Guild or Kim Chow, his life was gradually getting back on track. Lu Fan frequently sparred with the upperclassmen, while also leading his squad into the poison spider forest to train. Thanks to this, the three little dragons made incredible progress, and Sword Shadow completed his second class change, becoming a sword dancer. Although Qin Qiu and Xiao Tao were a bit slower, they eventually met the requirements. In front of the class change hall, Sword Shadow looked surprised at Qin Qiu's choice. I chose Sword Dancer because it inherits the skills of a sword master. I thought you'd lean more towards a support class. Qin Qiu explained. Actually, I did consider a support class, but with Xiao Fei on the team, my healing spells are basically useless. So I chose a purely offensive branch. Compared to before, my light attribute attack spells are much stronger now. Lu Fan smiled and said, Now our squad has all the physical, magical, buff, and debuff classes covered. All we need is for Taozi to successfully complete her class change, and we'll be set. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Tao walked out of the hall, her face beaming. Perfect timing, Qin Qiu asked eagerly. How did it go? Xiao Tao put on a mysterious act. I'll let you all guess what class I changed into. Sword Shadow guessed. Could it be that a hidden class appeared in the second advancement branches? Exactly. Xiao Tao grinned from ear to ear, showing off a few basic sword moves. A Water Lotus Swordmaster can use water elemental magic, It's a type of magic swordsman. Seeing the astonished looks on his two friends' faces, Lu Fan asked curiously, "You can get hidden classes on the second class change too?" "You can, but the probability is extremely low, even lower than getting a hidden class on your first advancement." Hearing this made Xiao Tao even more smug. "Is that so? I knew it. I'm a natural-born talent, after all. Finally, I feel like I'm on equal footing with you guys." Lu Fan teased her. "So, is it because you never made any waves in the team before that you decided to become a water sword master or something? You damn jerk, Lu Fan, get over here." Just as a fuming Xiao Tao was about to teach Lu Fan a lesson, his phone rang. The vice principal was calling to inform him that the special envoy was about to arrive, and that he needed to be at the auditorium immediately. Not daring to delay, Lu Fan and his teammates rushed over to the combat class auditorium of Longdu Academy. While they waited, Gu Han leaned in and whispered some important information. The special envoy's name is Nguyen Truong Fong. He's a level 76, 3rd advancement Holy Shield Knight. The vice principal said he doesn't seem to like you very much. Doesn't like me? Lu Fan thought to himself, recalling the earlier warning. Just who was this Nguyen Truong Fong? His gaze suddenly landed on the stage, where a mysterious figure was holding the Brahma Staff, the top-ranked weapon in the 100 Treasures Atlas. He leaned over and whispered to Gu Han, "Miss Gu, do you know who that person is, the one all covered up and holding the staff? That's our school's new principal. Although I say new, they've actually been in the position for 2 years. Rumor has it that they're a master who has gone through 4 class advancements." Lu Fan was surprised. "Wait, does that mean no one knows how strong the principal really is?" Gu Han nodded slightly to confirm. "Yeah, aside from the vice principal, nobody knows anything about the principal. They don't participate in any activities, their voice is magically altered, and no one even knows if they're male or female, or what level they are. For them to personally come out and greet this envoy, it's clear this Nguyen Truong Fong is no small fry." Just as Gu Han finished speaking, Nguyen Truong Fong strode into view. The moment he set foot in the hall, his authoritative voice boomed, "Who is the principal?" Zhao Shengming hurried over with a warm smile. "Greetings, special envoy. I am the vice principal of Longdu Academy. I am looking for the principal. If you don't have the authority to decide on the representative for the... If you're here for the trials, then don't waste my time," Nguyen Truong Fong said contemptuously, brushing past Zhao Shengming. His eyes scanned the stage. "Are all the chosen candidates here?" The principal didn't answer, merely giving a slight nod. Nguyen Truong Fong's attitude was infuriating. Dropping his pleasantries, Zhao Shengming's voice grew stern as he declared, "There are no other candidates. We, at Longdu Academy, are recommending only Lu Fan." The atmosphere instantly tensed up, and the students began to whisper. The vice principal said the special envoy wanted to choose the candidate himself. The school's only supposed to recommend capable students. I bet the special envoy is furious right now. Lu Fan watched Nguyen Truong Fong for a moment before turning to Gu Han. "I can tell this special envoy is no simple man. He's probably seen his fair share of bloodshed." Gu Han agreed. "Yeah, it seems the principal and vice principal think very highly of you. They're willing to piss off the envoy just to nominate you. You can tell he came here prepared. And now we don't have any other options." The vice principal isn't backing down either. What a high-stakes gamble. Just then, Nguyen Truong Fong whipped around, his razor-sharp gaze locking onto Zhao Shengming. "Lu Fan, is it? So you've already made my choice for me, have you? I guess the opinion of the new special envoy doesn't matter much around here, does it?" Zhao Shengming offered a diplomatic smile. "You exaggerate, special envoy. Longdu Academy has the utmost faith in Lu Fan. We believe the boy will most certainly live up to your expectations." "Expectations?" Nguyen Truong Fong sneered. "I've seen the file on this Lu Fan of yours. He has potential, I'll give him that." As he spoke, he strode towards Lu Fan, level 32 Dragon Knight, top scorer and #1 freshman from Nanjiang Province. From Jianghai to Longdu, from the Qin family to the Marquis of Zhenbei. For someone who's had such a smooth ride, do you have any idea what the other candidates have sacrificed? And how is a level 32 like you supposed to compete with the level 50 or 60, 3rd advancement masters from other nations? Lu Fan faced him in silence, sensing the unusual hostility. Nguyen Truong Fong smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Since Longdu Academy has so much faith in you, let me personally test whether you're actually qualified, or not." Suddenly, he drew his sword and lunged. Fortunately, Lu Fan was already on high alert, and managed to raise his weapon, blocking the surprise attack. Nguyen Truong Fong's actions immediately sparked a wave of protests. From the school faculty, What kind of test is this? It's completely unfair. Special Envoy, sir. You're level 76, sparring with a level 32. This is taking things too far. Nguyen Trong Fong continued his relentless assault, retorting arrogantly, I never said he had to participate in the national trials. What do I care about his level? My job is to pick someone strong enough to fight against the other 22 nations. If you can't even get past me, then you don't deserve to represent the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Fan struggled to fend off the barrage of attacks, thinking to himself, I can't fight him in close combat. The level gap is too huge, and this hall is too small. I can't summon my dragon without endangering everyone else. Lu Fan, show me everything you've got. Show me just how talented you are, that you got me kicked out of the Longdu High Command and demoted to this pathetic special envoy position. Nguyen Trong Fong's attacks grew more ferocious. Against such a master, Lu Fan was like an egg trying to break a stone, and soon, his weapon was knocked from his grasp. Just as Nguyen Trong Fong was about to deliver the finishing blow, an invisible force stopped him in his tracks. You seem a bit overeager, Special Envoy. Why don't we move this test to a more suitable location? With that, the white-robed principal raised his scepter, creating a magic circle that instantly teleported Lu Fan, Nguyen Trong Fong, and the vice principal to the academy's arena. This place should be big enough. Please, continue your test, Special Envoy. It doesn't matter where we are. Nguyen Trong Fong snorted coldly, turning to Lu Fan. Show me what you've got. Don't hold anything back, or you'll just embarrass the two principals who recommended you. So, this test was rigged from the start. Lu Fan thought, since we're in a place with enough room, I'll show you exactly what I'm capable of, just like you wanted. He used a flash potion, instantly appearing behind Nguyen Trong Fong and summoned Xiao Ye, ready for a counterattack. So that's the black dragon from the video that the little princess of the Kim family hates so much. Nguyen Trong Fong thought, but no matter how strong it is, against a level 76 Holy Shield Knight like me, you're nothing but a snot-nosed brat. With that thought, he unleashed his power, materializing a massive shield on his left arm. You'd better watch closely now, Special Envoy. The moment Lu Fan finished speaking, Xiao Ye opened its mouth, unleashing an incredibly powerful aura that enveloped Nguyen Trong Fong. Even though he was hit with paralysis and stun effects, he could still move thanks to the sheer level difference. That draconic pressure is terrifying, but your level is still too low, he thought smugly. Zhao Shengming couldn't help but worry. Last time, Lu Fan's Black Dragon used that exact same move to defeat everyone. Fong Van Pavilion, the white-robed headmaster, just smiled, a knowing glint in his eyes. Did you think that was all? Just keep watching. That little trick might work on your classmates, but using it on me. Nguyen Trong Fong was boasting smugly when his body suddenly buckled. The fear effect from the dragon's aura suddenly kicked in, stunning him. How is this possible? A Holy Shield Knight like me, feeling fear? While he was still in shock, Lu Fan sked, his voice taunting, Mr. Envoy, how are you supposed to test me if you're kneeling down there? You dare mock me? Nguyen Trong Fong trembled with rage, instantly activating his steadfast aura to dispel all control effects. He was now immune to them for the next 12 minutes. The moment he was free, he charged toward Lu Fan like a whirlwind. You little bastard, you dare give me a hard time? Lu Fan just smirked. How is this giving you a hard time? He waved his hands, opening two portals, which immediately put Nguyen Trong Fong on high alert. Two portals? What else is he summoning? Could it be? His gut feeling wasn't wrong. From the two portals, Xiao Fei and Xing Chen emerged majestically. Lu Fan said calmly, if you want me to fight with everything I've got, Mr. Envoy, then you'll have to let me get serious. As soon as he finished speaking, Xing Chen lunged forward, unleashing a ferocious thunder attack. Nguyen Trong Fong struggled to block it, the shock written all over his face. 3 dragons? Is that it? Too bad. You're wrong. Lu Fan snapped his fingers and commanded, Xiao Fei, bring out the Twin Wyvern King. Xiao Fei immediately used natural assimilation, summoning the spirit of the Twin Wyvern King, its immense aura flooding the entire arena. Zhao Shengming turned to the headmaster in astonishment. Headmaster, did you already know Lu Fan had 5 dragons? I honestly can't believe what I'm seeing. The headmaster didn't reply, just looked at Lu Fan and sighed in admiration. You really are full of surprises, Lu Fan. He smirked, one hand in his pocket, the other pointing forward. All right, Mr. Envoy. So, do you think I'm qualified for the national trials now? The 5 dragons roared in unison and charged toward Nguyen Trong Fong. He cried out in panic, impossible, what do I do? How can this little punk possibly stand up to me? In his panic, Nguyen Trong Fong activated his holy light protection. Xiao Ye led the charge, unleashing an attack that completely obliterated the spot where he stood. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and dust clouded the entire arena. Zhao Shengming said worriedly to the headmaster, "The envoy. He's done for. Getting hit by a dragon like that, he's definitely dead." Just then, an arrogant laugh echoed from above. Thanks to the holy light protection, Nguyen Trong Fong was immune to the damage, and he had managed to escape just in time on the back of a bloodthirsty dragon. He gloated, "You'll have to dream on for another 8 years if you think you can kill me." Zhao Shengming was stunned. He's running away? Still, it's better than being killed by a dragon's claws. The headmaster sneered. To think that Nguyen Trong Fong, a man of such high standing, would flee so pathetically. Lu Fan deliberately taunted him. "My, what an impressive speed you have for mounting your beast, Mr. Envoy." The taunt worked instantly. Nguyen Trong Fong whipped back around in a fury. "You bastards! You think just because you got lucky with a few dragons you can mock me however you want? Without your dragons, you're nothing but a useless piece of trash. All I have to do is kill you, and this will all be over." His holy light protection still had 4 seconds left. Nguyen Truong Fong directed his mount to charge straight at Lu Fan. He roared with contempt. A little chicken will always be a little chicken. At the same time, he swung his sword to unleash holy light judgment. But just as the blade was about to hit Lu Fan, a brilliant green shield of jade light blocked the attack. "Just one more hit, and you'll break through the first layer of my jade light," Lu Fan said, his voice dripping with provocation. The special envoy's holy light protection had run out. Knowing he couldn't do anything, he realized his disadvantage. Nguyen Trong Fong prepared to mount his beast and flee again. Lu Fan smirked, trying to run away again. "Mr. Envoy? Then don't blame this little chicken for not letting you go." He began to charge the Blue Dragon King's roar. At the same time, before Nguyen Truong Fong even noticed, Xing Chen had already blocked his path. With just a light slap from Xing Chen, the bloodthirsty dragon was stunned and fell to the ground, taking its rider with it. Seeing Nguyen Trong Fong scrambling back to his feet, Lu Fan burst out laughing, his voice mocking, "Look at you. Where did that special envoy who was going to teach me a lesson go?" As he spoke, the Blue Dragon King's roar finished charging. Nguyen Trong Fong panicked. "Wait, hold on." Ignoring his pleas, Lu Fan fired the lightning blast right in his face. The bloodthirsty dragon died instantly, and Nguyen Trong Fong was lucky to survive. But he was severely injured. Lu Fan slowly walked over, looking down at him calmly. "My apologies for your mount, Mr. Envoy. But in the brutal battles of the national trials, taking down an opponent's mount is just standard procedure. You went through all this trouble just to evaluate how I'd handle this kind of situation. I must thank you for your effort, Mr. Envoy." Fearing a murder was about to happen, Zhao Shengming quickly tried to intervene. "Mr. Envoy, that's enough of an evaluation. Just give Lu Fan the qualification." "Shut up. I'll decide when this is over," Nguyen Trong Fong roared, his eyes bloodshot with rage. "Nice." The principal quietly stopped Zhao Shengming, whispering, "Just let him be. Nguyen Trong Fong can't hold on for much longer." Nguyen Trong Fong suddenly exploded with power, his eyes wild. He had flash, he had damage immunity, he knew dragon tongue magic, and he even had 5 dragons. If it were anyone else, he'd be a star player in the national trials, but his mind was completely clouded by hatred. He charged at Lu Fan, screaming, "Of all people, it had to be you, Lu Fan. A worthless, poor punk from a dumpling shop brought me to this. You're the reason I was abandoned by the Kim family and the higher-ups in Dragon Capital. You ruined my career, and now you dare mock me and kill my mount. Today, I will destroy you." Nguyen Trong Fong swung his sword wildly, but Lu Fan dodged every single attack with ease. Finally, Lu Fan landed a powerful kick, sending him flying dozens of feet away, fighting someone who's lost. "All reason is pointless," Lu Fan said coldly. "I'm not going to kick you while you're down. If you feel I still haven't passed the assessment, then get up and we'll continue. And if you feel that the grudge between me and Kim Chow has destroyed your career, then I'll be waiting for your revenge anytime." Lu Fan gave a cold warning, "But you'd better remember this. Next time, I won't stop." Nguyen Trong Fong looked weakly at him, his eyes slowly closing, as he fell unconscious. Zhao Shengming rushed over, yelling anxiously, "Special Envoy, hang in there. I'll get you to a priest right now." Now, only Lu Fan and the white-robed principal remained in the arena. He looked at Lu Fan with a meaningful gaze. "You hide your strength quite well. Even I didn't expect you to have 5 dragons. You said you'd go all out, but how much of your power did you actually use just now? Lu Fan answered honestly. To be honest, not even a tenth of it. The dragons were just warming up. They didn't even use a single skill. Excellent. It seems choosing you was the right decision after all. The principal nodded, tapped his scepter on the ground, and his body vanished into thin air, leaving Lu Fan with an indescribable sense of familiarity. That night, at the far northern border, Du Jing received Nguyen Trongfong's assessment results and burst out laughing. This kid is something else. So, Dragon Country's representative is Lu Fan, after all. I wonder if Nguyen Trongfong was crying his eyes out when he signed this. Ha ha ha. Adjutant, get in here. Yes. Marquis Chen Bei, what are your orders? Prepare the Griffin. I need to make a trip to the Dragon Capital. Academy. Huh? Sir, are you leaving the encampment? Recently, some of our exploration routes have been attacked, and all the attacks are coming from times that thing asterisk. If you leave now? Du Jing's expression turned serious. It's not like I'm not coming back. So what's there to be afraid of? Tell the Griffin team to continue with the other exploration routes as planned. I'm taking this trip to meet our Dragon Country representative and to investigate times that thing asterisk. I'll be back in 2 days. As for Lu Fan, after getting his qualification, he planned to go treasure hunting and contacted Heizi. Over 3,000 kilometers? Lu Fan looked at the location of the tidal gulf on the map, dismayed. An intermediate-grade treasure is that far away. He sighed into the phone. Never mind then. I'll contact you next time I need something. Are you sure you don't need it? I can contact a teleportation mage to get you over there. But of course, that'll be a different price. Heizi tried to persuade him. Just then, a system notification popped up. Congratulations, you have discovered today's treasure map. Lu Fan cheered inwardly. Finally, the god-tier map had arrived. Hello? Heizi, you still there? Wait, hang on. I have another place I need to ask you about. The location is at the northern border. Before Lu Fan could finish, a massive fireball shot towards him at terrifying speed, engulfing the entire Number 1. Villa in a sea of flames. Just as the black-cloaked attacker was about to teleport away, Lu Fan burst out of the flames, soaring on the soul wings of the flying Dragon King. Xiao Fei and Xiao Ye also managed to get everyone else to safety in time. Where do you think you're going? Stop right there, Lu Fan roared, lunging forward and slashing with his sword, tearing open the enemy's hood and revealing a familiar face. You're the teacher who was standing with the principal. The earth-shattering explosion immediately drew countless curious gazes from nearby students. Call the fire department. What just happened? What was that explosion? Is everyone okay? Qin Chu pointed furiously at the attacker. That guy attacked our house. He was trying to kill us, to silence us. Since I've been seen, this is the only way. With that, the teacher activated the blazing flame lock, and brilliant chains of fire wrapped tightly around Lu Fan. He was instantly immobilized, but it didn't stop. There, the man recklessly cast his final ultimate move, burning his own life force to form the blazing flame core, determined to take Lu Fan down with him. Qin Chu and Jian Ying desperately tried to break the chains, but all their efforts were in vain. The blazing flame core was charging 23%, 59%, 72%. The teacher's body swelled up like a time bomb. Knowing the situation was hopeless, Lu Fan let out a mighty roar. Xiao Fei, prepare to activate eternal protection. Xiao Ye, protect everyone else. Lu Fan, you can't escape. This is your end. Just as the blazing flame core was about to detonate, the principal's scepter, the white robe pierced through the professor's chest, killing him instantly. The chains binding Lu Fan shattered in that same moment, allowing him to escape just before a terrifying explosion erupted. The school's management arrived swiftly, urgently extinguishing the flames, calming the students, and beginning an on-site investigation. The moment his feet touched the ground, Lu Fan was pulled into an embrace by a tearful Han Ke. Oh Fan, that was terrifying. Are you hurt anywhere? As long as you're okay, your aunt can stop worrying. Qin Chu also ran over, her voice filled with concern. That was horrible. Lu Fan, do you have any idea who that mage was? Zhao Shengming looked down at the attacker's charred corpse and said grimly, Lu Fan, we truly never expected. Someone from our own school would try to assassinate you, and for it to be an honorary professor of the academy, a level 81 fire mage. It's just unbelievable. Why would he do this? Was he one of Ruan Changfeng's men? Lu Fan asked with a frown. Standing beside him, Han Qi spoke up, her voice filled with fury. Vice Principal, you better get to the bottom of this. We were all nearly killed. Chinchu nodded in agreement, because when the attacker realized that Lu Fan was still alive, the scoundrel didn't hesitate to activate a self-destruct skill to drag him down with him. Faced with the girls' outrage, Zhao Shengming quickly tried to placate them. Everyone, please, calm down. I will absolutely conduct a thorough investigation and give you all a satisfactory answer. The next morning, in the principal's office of Longdu Academy, the atmosphere was heavy. The principal couldn't hide his frustration as he spoke to the person across from him. These assassination attempts are bound to happen again. They failed this time, which means the next one will be even more dangerous. That honorary professor had been working here for a very long time. To have someone like that right under my nose without me noticing. It's truly shameful. The white-robed principal sighed, his voice heavy with distress. Even though this entire school is within the range of my abilities, if I had been even a moment later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Noticing Du Jing seemed completely unconcerned, he asked irritably, "Are you even listening to me?" Du Jing drained the teapot and replied nonchalantly, "I'm telling you, you should keep some wine in this room. This tea is bland and tasteless." At the principal's silence, he let out a laugh. Relax, relax, I'm still listening. It's been a long time since we've seen each other, and I had to travel a long way to get here. Can't you even ask me what I came for?" The principal's anger subsided, and his tone softened. "My apologies. I've been rambling on about Lu Fan's situation. So, have you completed your mission in the far north?" "Of course not," Du Jing replied. "But from what you're saying, it's not safe for Lu Fan to stay at the academy right now. And since you and the vice principal have to investigate this matter, well, it just so happens I can share some of your burden." "Share my burden?" the principal asked with a frown. "That's right. Let the kid come to the far north with me. Even if he isn't afraid of assassination, trouble will surely keep finding him. Having him with me will ensure his safety, and it will prevent others from getting caught in the crossfire." The principal nodded. "Having him go with you would indeed be very safe, but what's in it for you? A busy man like yourself. Do you really have time to look after him?" Du Jing chuckled softly. "I've had my eye on that boy, Lu Fan, for a long time. His growth rate is incredibly fast, so he won't take up too much of my time. Of course, the real reason I want him to come is because I think he can help me investigate that thing." "I see, but you must guarantee that you won't let Lu Fan fall into any danger." Du Jing rummaged through a drawer, found a bottle of liquor, and chugged it down before replying, "Of course I'll bring him back safely." "Oh, for heaven's sake, what is that? What do you think you're doing?" "That was a gift someone gave me." The next morning, at the main gate of Longdu Academy, Zhou saw Jin Chenghan step out of a car and rushed forward to hug him tightly. "You're finally here. So, tell me, what's more important, me or your equipment?" Jin Chenghan smiled warmly. "Of course my little sister is more important, but the national trials are being held in the Tai Chi Kingdom this year, so I had to prepare thoroughly. The moment I was done, I came straight for you, didn't I? So, you're going to get revenge for me, right?" Jin Chenghan smiled, but his eyes turned ice cold. Whoever dared to upset my precious little sister, I'll be sure to teach them a lesson." Since Villa Number 1 was still under repair, Lu Fan and Han Qi temporarily moved into Sword Shadow's Villa Number 2. That evening, Lu Fan was contacting Hadesy to buy the God-tier treasure map the system had pointed him to. Sword Shadow happened to overhear and asked curiously, "Are you planning on going somewhere?" Lu Fan's eyes didn't leave the map. "Yeah, I'm pretty interested in this place, but I'm not planning to go until the investigation results on the attack are in." Sword Shadow didn't press further, simply reminding him gently, "Everyone was exhausted after last night, and they're all sleeping upstairs." He added softly, "If you're planning to leave, you should at least wait until they're awake to tell everyone." "Yeah, I won't just disappear on them. Thanks for looking after everyone for me," Lu Fan replied with a sincere look. Just then, the doorbell rang. "I'll get it." "Open the door. It must be the vice principal," Lu Fan said as he quickly walked over to get the door. "So, what are the results of the investigation?" He froze, realizing the person standing before him wasn't Zhao Shengming, but a middle-aged man with a long scar running across his left eye. The man gave an awkward chuckle. "I don't know the results of the investigation either, but don't worry, I'm not a bad guy." Tu Tin pointed behind him, where several guards lay unconscious. Them being unconscious is actually just a misunderstanding. Do you kids have any way to heal them? I came here looking for you, but they just kept trying to get physical." With me? So I guess you could say I was just acting in self-defense, right? Seeing that the guards arranged by the vice principal were all down, Lu Fan immediately drew his weapon, on high alert. Could this be another attacker? Who are you? Just then, Qin Chu came down from upstairs and exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Uncle Tu? What are you doing here?" Noticing the unconscious guards, she panicked. What? What happened? A while later, once everything was cleared up, Lu Fan said apologetically, "So you're the master Uncle Qin mentioned." Qin Chu nodded in confirmation. "That's right. I've always called him Uncle Tu since I was a kid. But this time, you went a little too hard on them." Tu Tin laughed heartily. "Ha, good thing little Chu showed up. Otherwise, this young man here would have had to fight me." Lu Fan bowed his head. "Please forgive me, senior. I misunderstood and thought you were here to attack us. I've actually wanted to meet you for a long time, to thank you for helping me deal with the person behind Kim Chow." Tu Tin waved, his hand dismissively. Even though Nguyen Trong Fong was removed from his post back then, he used his status as a special envoy to get revenge on you. "So, you were the one who really took care of him. You don't need to thank me." Qin Chu smiled brightly. "Still, I can't believe the guards didn't recognize you. After all, you're the great hero who rode a griffin single-handedly against a beast tide." Lu Fan shot to his feet, his voice filled with admiration. "You fought a whole beast tide all by yourself? Back when I was studying in Jianghai, there was a wall of honor for the heroes who died fighting the beast tides. So you're the hero who pushed back the beast tide back then." Tu Tin laughed loudly. "Haha, that was ages ago. Every era has its own talents, you know. For instance, right now, I've got my eye on you, Lu Fan." He sat up straight and walked over to pat the boy's shoulder, his expression turning. "I came here to find you for one reason, and one reason only. I want to take you to the far north border to train. I've already spoken with the principal. If you come to the far north with me, you can train and level up for the national trial, and you can also avoid any further attacks." Qin Chu spoke up worriedly. "But, Uncle Tu, the far north border is an unexplored region. Right now, Lu Fan is the nation's representative. We can't let anything happen to him before the national trial." Sword Shadow agreed, her eyes full of concern. Tu Tin reassured them, his voice firm. "I know. The conditions at the far north border are harsh, but it's the best place to increase one's strength. And by leaving this place, the people targeting you won't be able to affect those around you anymore." Lu Fan fell into thought, his gaze sweeping over the god-tier map that pointed to the far north border. He'd wanted to go there anyway, but if he left, would everyone else truly be safe? As if reading his mind, Sword Shadow said gently, "Lu Fan, if you want to go, then go. We've all completed our second-class advancement, so you don't have to worry if we get attacked again. I'll continue to look after everyone for you." Qin Chu nodded, her voice resolute. "Yeah, we'll keep your little aunt safe. You don't have to worry about a thing." Hearing this, Lu Fan no longer hesitated and decisively agreed to Tu Tin's offer. The man laughed loudly, clapping him on the shoulder. "Haha, good. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Little Chu, go buy a few bottles of good wine for your uncle. We need to throw a huge farewell party for this kid." Qin Chu replied cheerfully, "Uncle Tu, we can't handle the strong liquor. You like, you know." Sword Shadow chimed in, a little flustered. "I come over to your villa number 1 to eat all the time, so I don't think there are any ingredients in the house." Lu Fan suggested, "Let me go buy the groceries. I'll wait for little aunt and Tao Zi to come back so I can say goodbye to my senior sister as well." Tu Tin suddenly remembered something and slapped his thigh. "Little Chu, hurry and heal those guards outside. It'll be a big problem if someone sees them like this." Qin Chu looked troubled. I can't. I changed my class to a Holy Light Adjudicator, so I don't have any healing abilities anymore." Tu Tin turned to Sword Shadow for help, but she just shook her head. "Don't look at me. I've never had any healing skills." In the end, Lu Fan had no choice but to summon Xiao Fei to handle it. After leaving the villa, Lu Fan stopped by the arena, intentionally creating a duel room to meet his pretty senior, just to say goodbye. "I'm about to leave for the far north. I won't be able to see you until the national trial. Not being able to spar with you anymore, it's probably going to be pretty boring." The pretty senior walked over and pinched his cheek, smiling brightly. "You idiot. You'll learn much more in the far north than you ever would sparring with me. It's also incredibly dangerous there, so you definitely won't be bored." "Yes, I know. Well, I'll be heading off. Then, I still have to say goodbye to everyone tonight." Just as Lu Fan turned to leave, his senior suddenly hugged him tightly from behind. "Behind you. You left in such a hurry. I didn't have anything to give you." As she spoke, she placed a string of red beads on his wrist. "Senior, this is for good luck. Just wear it." "Just kidding." The beautiful upperclassman laughed before she left. "Both for the far north. And the national trials, you have to give it your all, okay?" The beauty waved, her voice playful. "Take care. When you come back, remember to bring a block of unmeltable ice back for me, okay?" On the way back, Lu Fan walked in silence, a pensive look in his eyes. As he neared the gate, he stopped, his voice cold. "How much longer are you going to follow me?" "Oh, I've been discovered, have I?" Kim Seong-han stepped out. From behind a tree, a sly smile on his face. "You're a surprisingly hard man to find." Lu Fan placed his bag on the ground, his hand gripping his weapon as his sharp gaze scanned the area. "Who are you? Why are you following me? You may not know me, but I've heard quite a bit about you. I am Kim Seong-han, Kim Ju's older brother. My little sister has been under your care for quite some time, so I'm here to thank you." "Oh, so you're the newly promoted #1 master of the Taiki Nation?" Lu Fan's lips curled, his voice wary. "Kim Ju is here too, isn't she? Call her out." An arrogant female voice echoed from the shadows. "You're still as cocky as ever, huh? Of course I had to come and watch my brother teach you a lesson." Kim Ju stepped out, standing beside Kim Song-han, her eyes filled with hatred. Kim Song-han smirked confidently. "Whether or not I have to teach you a lesson myself is all up to you. Lu Fan, I'll give you one chance. Let my sister obediently return those slaps from last time, and this whole matter will be resolved." Lu Fan scoffed with contempt and laughed. "The Kim family's memory is pretty pathetic, isn't it? Kim Ju, it seems you haven't told your brother what happened to you after you said the exact same thing last time, have you?" Kim Ju urged him on angrily. "Brother, he's still running his mouth. Stop trying to reason with him and just do it." Kim Song-han shook his head with a sigh and slowly raised one hand. "Lu Fan. Oh, Lu Fan, you really won't cry until you see the coffin. To be this disrespectful to the Kim family, even at a time like this. Well then, I have no choice." A small magic circle appeared in his palm, emitting a dark aura that made Lu Fan frown. "This summoning technique is just as bizarre as Kim Ju's. Time to send you to the underworld." The moment Kim Song-han finished speaking, a grotesque monster was summoned, immediately spitting a stream of green liquid at Lu Fan. He dodged back in a flash, his eyes glancing at his bag of food, which was completely dissolved by the corrosive liquid. A normal attack. With such terrifying corrosive power, it seems I'll have to focus on dodging, he silently assessed. Looking back at his opponent, Lu Fan was shocked to see Kim Song-han's summoned monster begin to morph grotesquely. Its body swelled, and countless tentacles sprouted out, some of which stabbed into the ground to support its massive body. Even more horrifying, a head bearing the face of Kim Song-han himself emerged from the middle of the monster's body. Once the transformation was complete, Kim Song-han gave the order. 3. Abyss Walkers, capture that brat. At his command, the 3 monsters roared and charged toward Lu Fan. He gripped his weapon tightly, ready for battle. But just then, a colossal shadow tore through the sky, diving down at a terrifying speed. The Arctic Griffin King, a legendary mount. Kim Ju cried out in terror. "What is that?" Song-han also shielded his face, trying to see through the cloud of dust, only to spot a figure flash over Lu Fan's head. "You guys think this is the Kim family's turf?" The figure landed, standing protectively in front of Lu Fan. Kim Song-han trembled, cold sweat breaking out. The Griffin King. That voice. Could it be? A terrifying name flashed through his mind. A loud roar echoed. "Insolence!" Kim Song-han came to his senses and got a clear look at the newcomer's face. As he expected, it was the Marquis of Zhenbei, Tu Jing. He had instantly appeared before the 2 Kim siblings, thrusting out with a sharp spear. "Sister, get back! This man is dangerous!" Kim Song-han shouted, but before he could finish, Tu Jing's spear had pierced through his body, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. "Brother!" Kim Ju screamed in fear, her voice cracking. Tu Jing paid her no mind, lifting Kim Seong-han into the air with his spear and asking coldly, "You recognize me now?" Kim Seong-han struggled to reply, "Tu Jing." At the same time, a small magic circle quietly activated on his hand. Noticing the movement, Tu Jing spoke casually, "Give it up. Your summoned beasts can't save you. Nothing escapes my griffin's talons." Kim Seong-han glanced at his 3 abyss walkers, pinned tightly by the griffin's talons, completely helpless. In the end, He gave up all resistance. Nearby, seeing her brother in such a pathetic state for the first time, Kim Ju collapsed to the ground in fear, sobbing, "Brother, oh brother." Kim Sung-han coughed up blood continuously, one hand gripping the spear's shaft, staring at Tu Jing. The Marquis of Junbei, indeed, after saying this, as if his life force had been drained, his head slumped, and he stopped breathing. "Brother," Kim Ju screamed in despair. Standing a short distance away, Lu Fan exclaimed in shock, "Did Senior Tu just kill Kim Song-han?" Just then, Tu Jing spoke, his voice calm. "Abyss Summoner, Stage 3, Skill, Abyssal Symbiosis, as long as their own. Abyssal Beast is still alive, the summoner will be reborn in its body." Lu Fan was stunned once more. He was stunned. He realized Kim Thon-han's body had vanished, leaving only a shed skin, like a snake's. Was he still alive? The thought had barely crossed his mind. Du Tin swung his spear, launching a blast of energy at the three Abyss Walkers and roared, "Get out here now, or don't blame me for taking out your summoned beasts too. I'll make sure you're really dead this time." Kim Chow seemed to sense what was happening, her eyes darting toward the monsters. Her heart filled with hope. A second later, from within the bodies of the three Abyss Walkers, Kim Thon-han's head emerged. He was letting out painful groans. The system displayed, "Abyss Symbiosis. As long as an Abyss-summoned beast exists, the summoner will remain eternally symbiotic with the Abyss. The initial cooldown for revival is 12 hours. Starting from the second revival, the cooldown time will double. Current cooldown, 12 hours. Kim Thon-han, level 60. Hidden class, Abyss Summoner." After crawling out of the monsters' bodies, a weakened Kim Thon-han spoke. You can't kill me. I'm the representative of Tasia. Attacking a representative before the national trials begin is a crime punishable by all 23 nations." Luke Pham was astonished, his eyes fixed on Kim Thon-han. He actually revived himself using his summoned beasts. Du Tin strode in front of Kim Thon-han, pointing the tip of his spear right at him, his voice ice cold. "Of course, I know that. But I also know that if a nation's representative is attacked, eliminating the attacker is perfectly justified." Kim Thon-han flinched, shouting, "What did you just say?" "Luke Pham is the representative of the Dragon Nation," Du Tin continued, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "I'm not the type who enjoys killing. And since this year's national trials are being held in the Taejae Nation, I'll let you go this time. Don't try any more tricks." I understand," Kim Thon-han replied, his voice trembling. Du Tin snorted coldly. "Remember this. I have a serious problem with your Kim family, so don't let me see you again." As soon as he finished speaking, he hurled his spear, instantly dispatching the three Abyss Walkers on the spot, a sharp, clear warning. Kim Thon-han didn't dare say another word, and quickly grabbed his sister's hand. "Kim Chow, let's go." "Yes." The two siblings supported each other as they left, looking utterly defeated. Just before disappearing from view, Kim Thon-han turned back, gritting his teeth at Luke Pham. "You better start praying. No one's got your back in the Taejae Nation." Luke Pham paid the threat no mind, smirking contemptuously. He walked up to Du Tin and shook his head. "This Kim Thon-han guy, he's as ridiculous as he is annoying. He literally just died once, and he still has the nerve to run his mouth like that." Du Tin glanced at the two distant figures, letting out a faint smile. "That's how people from Taejae are. Their mouths are the last thing to die. Come on, let's head inside. I told the others not to come out just now. They must be worried sick. Oh, and where are the things you bought? Your aunt has been waiting for them." Luke Pham froze, groaning inwardly. Crap, they were completely corroded by that summoned beast. That evening, a farewell party helped dispel the tense atmosphere from the attack. A drunk Daotia man threw an arm over Do Tin's shoulder and laughed loudly. "Old man, can you still handle it? Let's have another round." Some were laughing and chatting loudly, while others quietly shed tears. A tipsy Han Ka hugged Luke Pham tightly, sobbing. "Little Pham, you have to stay safe, okay? Don't push yourself too hard." Luke Pham gave a strained smile, gently patting his aunt's shoulder. "Come on, don't cry. I'll be back in a month." Tan Thu, her face flushed red from either the alcohol or shyness, leaned against Luke Pham and whispered, "You have to take good care of yourself. Don't worry about us." Luke Pham knew he had to leave. As a target, he couldn't let everyone else be put in danger. There was only 1 month left until the national trials, and the secret of the far northern border was waiting for him to uncover. The next afternoon, riding on the back of a griffin, Luke Pham and Do Tin faced the bone-chilling cold of the far north. Du Tin sat in front, steering the mount while reminding him, "Try to bear it for a bit. Don't let yourself freeze solid." Before long, they arrived at the unexplored region of the far northern border, an area for those above level 60, and also the location indicated on the God tier map. Lost in thought, Luke Pham suddenly saw a giant circle on the horizon, glowing red like a blood moon. The magnificent sight shook him. He quickly asked, "Senior, Do, what is that? It looks just like a blood moon." Du Tin looked at him, a knowing smile in his eyes. "That thing is the very reason I brought you here." A while later, at the far northern border encampment, Do Tin led the way, explaining, "Stationed here is the elite Griffin Corps, under my command. Everyone here must be skilled in mounted combat. As for the mission to explore the far north, we've currently scouted 114 routes." He paused, pointing to a map on the wall. "And as for what we've managed to discover, well, you've already seen it." Luke Pham followed his gaze and nodded. "You mean that blood moon?" Du Tin's expression turned serious. "That's right. As of now, we still haven't been able to get close to it, and we don't know exactly what it is, so we just call it that thing." But a few seconds later, he burst out laughing. He clapped Luke Pham on the shoulder. "But now that a legendary youth like you is here, I believe our exploration mission will finally make some new progress." Luke Pham smiled and stepped closer to the map, observing it carefully. "So this was Senior Du's main goal, but it aligns perfectly with my own plans. I get to find a God-tier treasure and level up in a level 60 zone. It's decided." With that, he pointed to 2 areas. "These 2 routes are the closest to the God-level map's location, so can I take on Route 77 and Route 78 right away?" Tujing looked at him and immediately advised against it. "That's youth for you, always in a rush. Route 78 has plenty of guard posts, but it's still swarming with savage beasts. If a level 32 kid like you goes in there and something happens, your headmaster will have my old head for it." Lu Fan replied earnestly, "Senior, I didn't just come here to seek refuge. I came to get stronger. What's the point in taking the safe road?" Seeing the determination in the kid's eyes, Tujing stopped trying to dissuade him and just snorted. "Heh, this damn kid. He's just like I was back when I first enlisted, always eager to charge headfirst into the most dangerous places." With that, he pulled out a gleaming bow and held it out to Lu Fan. "Here, take it." Lu Fan took it instinctively, his eyes full of doubt. What is this?" The moment his hands touched the weapon, a system window popped up. "Nether Serpent's Bow. Legendary. Level 70 requirement. Level requirement. Removed enchanted. Strength plus 591. Agility plus 315. Spirit plus 756. Stamina plus 213. Support weapon. When equipped, increases all stats by 10%. Nether Serpent's arrows. Does not consume arrows. All arrows are magical. Without drawing, fires 12 arrows, each dealing 20% damage. Drawing the bow for 3 seconds releases a shadow arrow, increasing damage by 500%. A legendary grade support bow. Lu Fan was stunned. "This means I can equip both the Black Dragon Scale Sword and the Nether Serpent's Bow at the same time. These stats are insane, and he even had the level requirement removed." Senior 2 must have spent at least 800 million on these enchantments. Realizing just how valuable the item was, he immediately tried to hand it back. "Senior 2, this bow." Tujing held up a hand to stop him, letting out a hearty laugh. "Don't give me that. I gave it to you, so take it. If you're serious about taking Route 78, you're damn well gonna need it." Hearing this, Lu Fan didn't refuse again. He equipped the bow at once and shouted cheerfully, "Thank you, Senior. With this bow in hand, you can count on me for the national pioneering and trials." Tujing laughed, scolding him in a teasing tone. "All right, kid, cut the big talk." Inside, though, he was bleeding gold. "It's a good thing I can't use a bow. Otherwise, there's no way in hell it would have gone to you." Just then, a soldier in a cloak ran up to report. "Commander." Tujing took a cloak from the soldier and handed it to Lu Fan. "Put this on. I'm taking you to see something. If you still want to go to Route 78 after we get back, I'll let you join a team tomorrow." Without hesitation, Lu Fan threw the cloak on, his eyes blazing with excitement. "Let's go, Senior 2. I can't wait." A short while later, high in the skies of the far north, Tujing rode his griffin, casting a curious glance at Lu Fan, flying beside him on wings of soul power. "Lu Fan, you're a dragon rider, aren't you? How come you're not riding your dragon?" "My dragon's level isn't high enough yet, sir," Lu Fan replied. "But Xiao Ye is already level 29, so he should be unlocking that skill soon." Tujing laughed heartily. "So, when can you ride that dragon of yours? I might just make a special exception and recruit you into the Griffin Corps." Just as Lu Fan was about to answer, a horrifying screech echoed through the air. Turning, he saw 3 level 60 owl fiends hurtling towards them. The system displayed their info. Poisonous feathers. Fires 3 highly toxic feathers, each with a 30% chance to inflict poison for 30 seconds. The target loses 2% of their health per second, and the poison duration stacks. Song of Illusion. A target that hears the shriek continuously for 30 seconds will fall into a mesmerized state for 5 minutes. Seeing the shrieking owl fiends rushing at them, Lu Fan yelled, "Senior 2, look out." But Tu Jing remained perfectly calm. He took a swig of wine with one hand while summoning a long spear with the other, instantly piercing the nearest owl fiend. At the same time, his griffin pounced on another, its sharp talons tearing the creature to shreds. "You're the one who needs to be careful," Tu Jing said, his voice laced with sarcasm. "On Route 78, if you react that slowly, you'd already be dead." With that, he swung his spear, flinging the impaled owl fiend's corpse into the last one. The two collided and plummeted to the ground below. The battle was over in a flash. Lu Fan was stunned. Everyone in the Griffin Corps is over level 70. Even if he was just joking about recruiting me, he must be deeply disappointed by my performance just now. This isn't school. I have to be more serious. As he was scolding himself, he heard Tu Jing's voice, "We're here." Lu Fan snapped back to his senses and looked down at a colossal, glowing red circular object that stood out against the white snow. He asked uncertainly, Is that the thing?" Tu Jing let out a soft chuckle and introduced it. "That's it. It's an absolutely massive creature. To this day, we still have no idea what it actually is." Lu Fan frowned, observing the glowing red eye and the surrounding mountains, which he imagined looked like half of a dragon's head. Could this actually be a real dragon? Its size was so immense that even the Griffin Corps couldn't properly identify it. Noticing his expression, Tu Jing asked, "Shocking, isn't it? The first time the Griffin King got close to this thing, he was too scared to even approach. We discovered it completely by accident." Instead of answering, Lu Fan silently activated his system, aiming his appraisal skill at the giant eye. The result came back with just 2 simple words, "Unknown." His brow furrowed even deeper. "Even the system can't identify it?" Tu Jing sighed, his voice filled with awe. "The truth is, we humans have only explored a tiny fraction of this world. Most of it remains uncharted territory, requiring legions like ours to investigate. When I first discovered this thing, it didn't look like this. That was the first time I ever got so close to it. At the time, my troops were clearing out the demon owls above the resource point. While we were trying to rescue the mining team, it suddenly opened its eyes. A full year has passed since that day. Even though countless experts have come to study it, they haven't learned a single thing. But I'm sure of one thing, it's still alive, because I saw those eyes open right in front of me. If it ever truly awakens, will we be able to live in peace like this anymore?" Suddenly, Lu Fan spotted a figure riding a flying beast in the distance and called out, "Commander 2, it looks like someone from the Legion is heading this way." However, as they drew closer, he realized he was mistaken. That was clearly a pack of monsters. Tu Jing tightened his grip on his weapon, his gaze filled with sorrow as he looked at the swarm. Men from the Legion? They were, once, not anymore. Severed corpse, level 65. Corpse tied. Each nearby severed corpse increases the defense of all its allies by 25%. Born from death. Each time it receives non-lethal damage, its defense increases by 25%. Despair. Each attack from a severed corpse will deal an additional 1 to 2 instances of damage. The extra damage scales with its current defense. One of the severed corpses roared and charged straight at Lu Fan. He swung his sword to block its attack. Severed corpses. Could they be the Griffin members who died here? Doubt swelled in his heart as Lu Fan turned to Tu Jing. "Sir, what exactly are these monsters?" Tu Jing just lowered his head in silence, his solemn expression saying it all. A few seconds later, he made his move. "These things are a real hassle. I don't want to destroy them." With that, he commanded the Griffin King to soar into the sky. Activate Arctic Net. A massive ice net enveloped the severed corpses, pulling them down to the snow-covered ground and immobilizing them. Arctic Net. The mount unleashes an ice element magic net that lasts for 15 seconds. All targets caught in the net will continuously receive minor ice damage and will be gradually frozen over 5 seconds. Tu Jing's actions only strengthened Lu Fan's suspicions. He asked again, "Sir, were they once your subordinates?" Tu Jing chose to avoid the question, steering the Griffin King away. "Let's go. It's time to head back." Seeing this, Lu Fan could only suppress the questions in his heart and hurry to catch up. Down on the ground, the severed corpses began to break free from the net. One of them stood motionless, watching the 2 figures disappear behind the mountains before finally turning away. The next morning, in Tu Jing's office, He took a swig of wine and glanced at Lu Fan. Are you sure about this? Yes, sir. Whether it's the severed corpses or that giant thing, I still want to go to the front lines. Tu Jing burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. Adjutant, call them in. A few seconds later, the adjutant led a group of 3 in to report. Sir, they've arrived. The white-haired man immediately stood at attention and saluted. Reporting. Squad 78 is present. LaFay, level 76. Punisher Knight, 3rd tier, captain of Squad 78. The blonde man scratched his head, his voice curious. We rarely get a break. I wonder what orders the Lord Commander has for us? Lu Changkong, level 70, Aegis Knight, 3rd tier, member of Squad 78. Beside him, the brown-haired girl had been silent since she entered. Shen Tai, level 70, Falcon Knight, 3rd tier, member of Squad 78. Tu Jing then pointed towards Lu Fan and laughed loudly. Old La, I've brought you a new member today. This kid is Lu Fan, the #1 graduate from Longdu Academy. Lu Fan played along, smiling humbly. I look forward to learning from you all. La Fei and Shen Tai showed no reaction. Only Lu Changkong eagerly stepped forward to shake his hand. Heh, from Longdu Academy? What a coincidence. My last name is also Lu, and I also graduated from the Azure Cloud class at Longdu. It's good to meet you. Lu Fan acted surprised. Oh, really? It must have been tough for you on the front lines, senior. Lu Changkong cheerfully slung an arm around his shoulder, pulling him aside and promising, Don't you worry, I'll protect you so well you won't lose a single hair. Lu Changkong's enthusiasm made Lu Fan a bit flustered. He gave a forced smile. Well, thank you very much for that. He then continued, curiously pointing at the badge on LaFay's chest. Senior, what does that insignia on Captain La's chest mean? Why is he the only one who has it? Lu Changkong explained, that's the Medal of Merit. Old La got this bronze medal, which is why he was made captain. Above this, there's a silver medal and a gold medal. In our entire Griffin Legion, only 8 people have a gold medal. If Commander 2 isn't on base, those 8 are the ones in charge. In another corner, LaFay spoke to Tu Jing with a serious, lowered voice. Sir, I have to ask, what are you doing? Bringing some college kid here to get his ticket punched? Please, don't joke around like this. Squad 78's missions are incredibly difficult. We don't have time to babysit. Tu Jing replied, his voice like steel. Old La, do I look like a man who jokes around? If things get dangerous, you just leave him be. If he dies, that's his problem. Out there, we might be brothers, but in here, I'm your commander. From this moment on, Lu Fan is an official member of Squad 78. He's a member of your squad. Don't treat him like a student. Do what needs to be done. That's an order. Seeing Du Jing wasn't joking, Lu Fei reluctantly agreed. Understood. With that, he walked towards Lu Fan. Lu Changkong remained silent, without a word. Lu Fei nodded, glanced at the boy, and said, Shen Tai, take Lu Fan to the meeting room. We'll be there shortly. To discuss this operation, Shen Tai pushed up her glasses, muttering in annoyance, what a pain. A little while later, in the meeting room of Squad 78, all 4 of them, including Lu Fan, were seated around a large map. Lu Fei began his analysis, his voice low and steady. According to intel from the outpost, a blizzard is hitting in 4 days. That means this operation has to be completed within that time frame. It's a 2-day round trip to the outpost. Once we get there, we'll have 2 days left to scout along Route 78. Lu Changkong frowned, his expression thoughtful. Lu Changkong furrowed his brow. 2 days? Doesn't feel like we can cover much ground. Lu Fei replied calmly. Since we have a new member joining us, we just need to expand the perimeter by 100 miles to consider the mission a success. Shen Tai sneered, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Isn't even that a bit much? After all, we've got a student here to experience the great outdoors, so we should probably take it easy on him. Recognizing the contempt in Shen Tai's words, Lu Changkong quickly tried to bruise, signal for her to tone it down. As for Lu Fan, he couldn't care less. His eyes were glued to the map, thinking, the God-tier map is in the unexplored region. If this mission is a success, I might finally be able to get my hands on it. Lu Fei stood up and gave a decisive command. Time's wasting. Get your mounts ready. We move out in 15 minutes. Shen Tai grumbled under her breath. He's like a robot. We could just wait for the blizzard to pass. Lu Changkong chuckled, trying to smooth things over. Come on now, who do you think they call the Vanguard Squad for? Lu Fei turned to Lu Fan and reminded him, right, Lu Fan, you can keep your mount in the squad stable. We've got nothing but the best feed in there. Lu Fan hesitated. My mount isn't high enough. Level to be ridden yet? Shentai scoffed in disbelief. Huh? I'm not waiting for you. The captain can deal with this. Lu Changkong looked puzzled. So how are you planning to fly with us then? Lu Fan just smiled confidently. You guys don't have to wait for me. 15 minutes later, high in the sky, Lu Changkong rode his griffin, staring in shock at Lu Fan, who was soaring alongside them with brilliant wings of soul power. Holy crap, this rookie's seriously stacked. He's got rare gear and was even personally assigned by Lord Du. Don't tell me Lu Fan is the kid of some big shot from Dragon Capital. Lu Fei said nothing, but his eyes were locked on Lu Fan, a thoughtful expression on his face. After flying for a while, Lu Fan proactively approached Shen Tai. Miss Shen, are those two small eagles escorting your giant eagle scouting the area? Shen Tai shot him a glare, her tone curt. This isn't the time for small talk. We're about to enter the cloud cover. Not long after, as the squad flew into a thick bank of clouds, Lu Fei shouted a warning. Visibility is extremely limited in the clouds. Everyone, stay sharp. Lu Changkong glanced over at Lu Fan and grinned. Hey, rookie, make sure you stick close to me, all right? Don't want you getting separated. Got it. The moment Lu Fan replied, a fierce gust of wind slammed into him, tearing him away. By the time he stabilized himself, he realized with a jolt of panic that the others had vanished. Senior, Captain, Lu Fan yelled out. He only managed a few calls before he fell silent, feeling a pair of bloodthirsty eyes lock onto him from behind. He spun around just as a roaring monster lunged at him, its massive maw wide open, ready to devour him whole. Level 75 Fallen Sky Lion. Its mist concealment ability allows it to become one with the clouds, enabling rapid movement and stealth. Its Phantom Hunt is a lightning-fast attack from within the clouds. If it hits, the target forms a phantom of itself at its current location. The phantom lasts for 8 seconds, mimics the original, and can perform basic attacks. Fallen Transformation grants it the skills of the Fallen Tide, a hopeless struggle of life from death. Another fallen creature, Lu Fan thought. Looks like the blood moon doesn't just affect humans. His eyes turned ice cold as he prepared for battle. Lu Fan reacted with lightning speed, swinging his sword and slashing hard across the monster's head, forcing it to snap its jaws shut in pain. Unwilling to back down, the fallen sky lion roared in fury, raising its claws to unleash Phantom Hunt straight at him. These fallen creatures are completely different from normal monsters. I can't just carelessly summon my dragon. While he was hesitating, Lu Changkong's shout echoed through the clouds. Rookie, get out of the way. Immediately after, two creatures shot forward like arrows, slamming into the fallen sky lion. Lu Fan was stunned to see they were Shen Tai's escort eagles. She had used her Twin Eagle Feint skill to save him. Twin Eagle Feint commands two eagles to charge, collide with, and draw the target's attention. Shen Tai swooped in on her griffin, yelling, "Don't let the sky lion create a phantom." But when she saw only one of her eagles return, she cursed in anger. Damn it. I lost one of my escort birds. Lu Changkong had already flown to his side. Protect Lu Fan. Don't get separated from us. These clouds are crawling with elite monsters. Let me cover you. We run into these kinds of freaks all the time. All right, Lu Fan replied. Thank you for the concern, but I can't just stand by and watch you guys fight. Meanwhile, the sky-hunting flying lion had already used its misty trail to vanish into the clouds. Shen Tai turned to scold Lu Fan. Don't act recklessly, rookie. Just follow orders. Lu Changkong postured, pointing to himself and shouting, That's right, just leave this sky-hunting flying lion to us. We've always relied on the captain, which is why we still don't have any medals. It's time we got serious. Shen Tai glared at him. You're unbelievable. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar erupted from deep within the clouds, startling everyone. Lu Fan asked with uncertainty, That's not the cry of a sky-hunting flying lion, is it? Shen Tai and Lu Changkong fell silent, their gazes locked tensely in one direction. A few seconds later, raw fear was written all over their faces. They immediately turned their mounts and bolted. Lu Changkong screamed, Oh crap, it's a devourer. This thing is no joke, rookie, run. A devourer? Lu Fan looked up curiously and saw a monster many times larger than the sky-hunting flying lion. Level 75, Fallen Heaven Devourer. Skill, World Eater, swallows all targets pulled into its mouth, dealing damage equal to 1% of their max health per second. Passive, Whalefall. It treats the clouds as its ocean. Upon leaving the cloud sea, it triggers Whalefall, dealing 9,999% damage to all targets within its fall radius, including itself. Fallen transformation. Possesses the skills of the fallen. This thing is even more terrifying than Xiao Ye's world ender form. Just then, La Fei flew over, urging him, "Stop spacing out! Get a move on!" Lu Fan snapped out of it and hurried after the others. Seeing La Fei, Lu Changkong's face lit up. "Captain, there you are. What do we do now?" "A devourer showed up," La Fei yelled. "Shut up and fly faster. There's a whole flock of fallen avians in these clouds." Flying behind them, Lu Fan pondered. Fallen beasts are everywhere. That colossal thing may not have the breath of life, but it has completely changed everything here. He glanced back and was horrified to see the devourer opening its massive maw, preparing to unleash World Eater. There's no other way, he thought. I don't know if dragons are affected by the fallen transformation or poison effects, but if I don't summon them, we're all going to be swallowed whole. With that thought, Lu Fan stopped, raising his hand to begin the summoning. "Captain, let me handle it," La Fei yelled back angrily. "Nonsense, just stick close to us and get out of here." Shen Tai spotted a bright light up ahead and cried out in joy. "There it is. If we can just get to the front, we can escape. We'll be safe once we're out of here." The team put everything they had into rushing toward the light, and in an instant, 4 figures burst out of the clouds. Right behind them, the Devourer emerged, immediately triggering its whalefall mechanic. Its World Eater skill was instantly interrupted as its colossal body plummeted straight down. Lu Fan let out a sigh of relief. "We're safe. It's not chasing us." "Yeah," La Fei explained in a deep voice. "The Devourer will fall if it leaves the clouds." Lu Fan briefly considered this. Each type of fallen has a different weakness. This invaluable experience must have been paid for with the lives of the Griffin Corps' veterans. Soon, a massive explosion echoed as the Devourer crashed into the ground. La Fei immediately gave an order. "Chang Kong, Shen Tai, prepare to land. We'll rest and regroup." "Yes, sir," Lu Changkong replied. Shen Tai was still shaken, sighing. "That was too close. We almost bought the farm back there." A moment later, the group landed next to the giant crater, created by the Devourer. Lu Changkong grumbled. Old Man La was too hasty this time. Taking a new member through the clouds was too risky. We could have just taken the long way around. Lu Fan bowed his head apologetically. "I'm sorry. I still don't know much about this far northern region." Lu Changkong slung an arm around his shoulder encouragingly. "Hey, what's there to be sorry about? The blood moon, the fallen, the clouds. I didn't know about any of this stuff until I got here either. Everyone in the Griffin Corps starts out like that." Shen Tai suddenly spoke up, her voice tense. "If things keep going like this, we'll never complete our scouting mission." "We only have 3.5 days left," La Fei replied. "Our pace is just a little slow because of the new member. We'll be fine once we adapt." Hearing this, Shen Tai couldn't hold it in any longer. She shot to her feet and screamed, "What time do we have to adapt? You and Changkong might not see it, but I'm worried we won't even make it back by the 4th day." She spun towards Lu Fan, jabbing a finger at his chest. "Lu Fan, I don't know what connections you pulled to get here, but let me make one thing crystal clear. This is not a place where you can just half-ass your way through. You need to think very carefully about the journey ahead. If that colossal thing down there really wakes up, it won't just be our dragon kingdom. The entire world will face disaster. You'd be better off returning to the barracks and sticking to logistics. If you insist on being on the front lines and get into trouble, we don't have the strength to come back and save you." Lu Fan looked her straight in the eye, his expression serious. "Miss Shen, on the way here, the captain and Mr. Lu taught me a great deal. I've come to understand this place a little. For the rest of the journey, please, trust that I can be of help to everyone." The air grew tense. Luke Changkong didn't rush to intervene. Hey, why are we raising our voices now?" La Fei chimed in. "All right, that's enough. If Lord Tu arranged this, then he must have had his reasons. Get some rest while you can. We have to move out again soon." "Yes, sir," Luke Changkong replied, clearly unhappy. Then, La Fei turned to advise Tham Tai. "Don't overthink it. Just let him take care of himself. As long as he doesn't cause any trouble, we're good. We'll see if he can actually be of any use to us later." Tham Tai grumbled under her breath. Not causing trouble would be a miracle in itself. Suddenly, her escort eagle cried out a warning. At that exact moment, a series of strange noises echoed from above. "What is that?" She looked up and saw countless massive chunks of ice hurtling down. La Fei quickly ordered, "Everyone, scatter. Move it." Luke Changkong deployed his shield. Everyone immediately leaped in different directions while Luke Changkong activated his protective shield. The protective shield covers all allies, absorbing damage equal to 200% of the caster's max HP, and lasts for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, or when the shield breaks, it heals allies for the total amount of damage absorbed. When the ice shower ended, Luke Trong Kong's voice rang out. I'm hit. I've been separated with Luke Pham. Luke Pham didn't answer. He had just regained his footing and was already on high alert, scanning his surroundings. More fallen corpses? From another location, La Phi shouted, Pham Tai and I are safe. Where's Luke Pham? There was no reply. Luke Pham, answer me. La Phi yelled. But Luke Pham remained silent, stunned by the sheer number of monsters before him. There are so many. We're surrounded by a pack of level 80 elite monsters. Level 80 Ice Field, Snow Fiend, Fallen Corpses, Glacial Javelin. Uses ice as a weapon to throw at a target. Targets hit repeatedly will be frozen for 30 seconds. Enrages when HP is below 50%. Increases attack power by 350% and movement and casting speed by 100%. The Fallen version possesses the skills of a fallen corpse. Luke Pham, if you're alive, answer me. Seeing La Phi still shouting, Pham Tai warned anxiously, keep your voice down, you'll attract the Fallen. La Phi had no choice but to hide behind an ice boulder to assess the situation. It's over. Looks like that kid didn't make it. A whole pack of ice-field snow fiends. There are at least 20 or 30 of them. We can't fight this. We have to get out of here now, Pham Tai urged. Captain, I still have one escort eagle I can use as a decoy. La Phi pondered for a moment before making a decision. Trong Kong is still alive. La Phi ordered urgently, listen to me. In a moment, when you create the diversion, I'll use that chance to bring Trong Kong back. Before he could finish, a sense of danger surged from behind. La Phi quickly grabbed Pham Tai and leaped forward, just in time to dodge a surprise attack from a snow fiend. He immediately changed the plan. I'll hold them off. You go find Trong Kong, and don't look back. Yes, sir. Pham Tai quickly ran off, while La Phi stayed behind. To hold back the monster, she leaped onto a high ice boulder, scanning the area, and saw La Phi struggling to fend off the snow fiend's attacks. Captain, Pham Tai shouted in alarm. Moreover, several other snow fiends had been drawn by the noise, and were now charging towards La Phi. There are too many. There's no other way. Even if it exposes my position, this is the only way to get Trong Kong's attention. With that thought, she brought her fingers to her lips and whistled, ordering her eagle to search for Luke Trong Kong, while also drawing the monster's attention, to take some of the pressure off her captain. Drawing her weapon, she called out in her mind, Luke Trong Kong, where are you? Elsewhere, Luke Trong Kong was slumped on the ground, a large shard of ice impaled through his abdomen. He looked at Luke Pham, who was facing down 3 snow fiends, his voice filled with anxiety. Luke Pham, are you all right? Don't talk. Just hang in there. I'm coming to save you right now. As soon as I deal with these 3, I'll heal you. As he spoke, Luke Pham drew his weapon and began to channel his power. Dragon Fang Strike, Severing Void. The skill is charging. Luke Trong Kong was horrified. You can heal too? Don't push yourself. You can't possibly fight level 80 Icefield Snow Fiends. Before he could finish, 2 of the Snow Fiends lost their patience and attacked him with glacial javelins. Luke Pham immediately activated Dragon Fang Strike. Severing Void cleanly took out one of them. He then dodged and slashed the other one's shoulder, causing it to roar in pain and fall backward. Dragon Fang Strike, Severing Void, channels dragon energy to strike twice in succession, and can be combined with current dragon energy. This scene left Luke Trong Kong completely stunned. How? How is that possible? Luke Pham smiled. Nothing is impossible. I'm a dragon rider. The Dragon Rider of Nam Province. While they were talking, the last Snow Fiend hurled a massive ice block at Luke Pham. He calmly switched his dragon energy to that of the Star Void Dragon and used Dragon Fang Strike, Severing Void, to slice the ice block in 2. Luke Trong Kong exclaimed in disbelief. A level 32 Dragon Rider can fight a level 80 elite monster? Does this mean your mount isn't high level enough? And what you said before was? Just then, Pham Tai arrived, supporting La Phi. Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Luke Trong Kong's condition. She asked, startled, Trong Kong, your wound? La Phi was astonished to see Luke Pham. Luke Pham, you're still alive? Luke Trong Kong replied, I only managed to hold on because Luke Pham found and saved me. Are you two okay? Good. Lu Fan turned back to look at them. Just then, the same snow fiend from before charged in to attack him. Lu Fan, look out. La Fei yelled, quickly using his Sword of Victory to take down the fiend, saving Lu Fan just in time. Sword of Victory, the Divine Punisher Knight throws their weapon. It will pursue its target, dealing 100% physical damage and 76% holy damage per second for 10 seconds. Afterward, La Fei coughed a few times. Everyone, don't be reckless. Let me figure something out. Shen Tai suggested, we have to get out of here. The griffin is gone, but my giant eagle can still carry 2 of you. Lu Fan chuckled. I don't think it's actually that difficult. All we have to do is kill all these snow fiends, and we'll be safe, right? Shen Tai snapped. Is this really the time for jokes? We should fall back to the nearest outpost. Lu Fan said seriously. I'm not joking. I can also heal all of you. But with this many fallen fiends, I won't be able to keep up. Are you trying to babysit us? Shen Tai yelled. No, just stop causing trouble. Lu Fan didn't want to argue. Seeing another horde of snow fiends closing in, he summoned a bow. There's no time left to talk. Shen Tai, get the wounded out of here first. Seeing the bow in Lu Fan's hand, La Fei exclaimed in shock. That's the Nether Serpent's guide. Lord Tu used that weapon to target the king of the southern nation, forcing thousands of his royal guards to retreat. I can't believe he actually gave that bow to you. What? Shen Tai blurted out. Her mind was reeling. That was the bow Lord Tu used to suppress entire invading nations, and he gave something so priceless to Lu Fan. Could what that kid said actually be true? Lu Fan smiled again. Captain La, rest assured, once you're all clear of the snow fiends, I'll wipe out these fallen fiends with ease. This time, no one objected. Shen Tai decisively summoned her great eagle to carry them away. Before they left, La Fei turned back. All right, we won't get in your way then. Lu Fan, you be careful. Watching the great eagle fly away, Lu Fan thought to himself, I hope they all make it to the outpost safely. Then, he smirked and activated his Serpent Shadow Arrow skill, aiming at the horde of snow fiends. All right, time to test out Senior Tu's bow. High in the air, Shen Tai was still worried. I'm still thinking about what Lu Fan said. Is it really okay leaving him behind to cover our escape? La Fei gave a weak smile. It'll be fine. I've seen him in combat. Asterisk. We're times the ones who would just be dead weight. After all, he's a dragon rider, the dragon master of Nan province. Down below, the snow fiends hurled enormous frost boulders at Lu Fan, but every single one was obliterated by his Serpent Shadow Arrow. Seeing this, they switched tactics and charged him head-on. Still not giving up? You stubborn pests. In that case, try this on for size. As he spoke, Lu Fan used Arrow of the Nether Serpent. Without even drawing the bowstring, the Nether Serpent's guide instantly unleashed a shower of 12 magical arrows. Each arrow dealt 20% damage. At the same time, he summoned Xiao Ye and Xing Chen into the fray. Struck by the arrows, the snow fiends immediately flew into a berserk rage, simultaneously taking extra damage from passive skills. The energy arrows from the Nether Serpent's guide embedding themselves in their bodies had triggered a berserk effect. Attack power increased by 350%, and movement and spellcasting speed by 100% whenever their health dropped below 50%. What's more, each nearby ally boosted the defense of the entire horde by 25%, and they even fortified their defenses every time they took a critical hit. To counter this, Lu Fan ordered Xing Chen to use Star Shatter. On command, Xing Chen shot into the sky, condensing a brilliant star in its hands. It aimed straight for the center of the enemy formation, but as the sphere of energy plummeted, an idea flashed through Lu Fan's mind. Xing Chen, fall back. Let me shatter that star for you. In the instant the star began to fall, Lu Fan drew back the string of the Nether Serpent's guide. He charged the shot for a full 3 seconds, activating Serpent Shadow Arrow. Each arrow, empowered with 500% damage, combined with Star Shatter to create a devastating attack. Star-shattering Serpent Shadow Arrow, the destructive power was amplified by 500% based on the Cosmic Dragon's strength attribute. It wiped out the horde of monsters in a terrifying explosion. The violent shockwave rocked the entire area, sending the nearby griffin tumbling through the air. La Fei's group lost their balance and plummeted straight into the thick snow below. A moment later, after being pulled from the snow by the giant eagle, La Fei coughed violently, his gaze fixed on the epicenter in utter disbelief. Could this be Lu Fan's true power? Down in the chasm, the entire horde of fallen fiends had been wiped out, without a single trace left behind, seamlessly combining his skills with his dragons. Asterisk. This times is the true power of a dragon rider. With that thought, Lu Fan cheerfully patted Xing Chen on the head. Awesome work. Go get some rest, Xing Chen. You can leave the rest to Xiao Ye. He turned to Xiao Ye and instructed, Xiao Ye, check if there are any more fallen fiends in the area. If it's clear, we'll go regroup with the others. Just then, a familiar voice called out. Lu Fan was stunned to see La Fei's group stepping out of a spatial gate. Captain, why are you guys back here? La Fei asked, his curious eyes fixed on Xiao Ye, who stood beside him. Lu Fan, Was that explosion your attack? Since it was their first meeting, Xiao Ye was on high alert. Noticing this, Lu Fan smiled reassuringly. It's okay, Xiao Ye is one of us. Go ahead and change forms. Obeying the command, Xiao Ye let out a clear cry and swiped at the air. Its body quickly transformed into the majestic form of a colossal dragon of destruction. Xiao Ye, if you don't like this place, then just wipe it clean. That was all the signal it needed. Xiao Ye activated Great Cataclysm, causing a chain of explosions in the areas it flew over, dealing massive area of effect damage with a burning status effect. The sight left Lu Fei's group completely stunned. Lu Fei's eyes went wide, unable to hide his astonishment. This is unbelievable. Are you the Dragon Master from Nan Province? Lu Fan, is that little girl? Is your dragon? Lu Fan was a bit surprised and nodded in response. Yes, she's the Black Dragon, Xiao Ye. You've heard of me? Lu Fei exclaimed excitedly. Heard of you? For months, Lord Tu has been constantly talking about a young Dragon Master who not only possesses a legendary dragon, but is also the talent he's got his eye on the most. Shen Tai, who usually didn't care about others' affairs, also spoke up. Even someone like me has heard plenty of rumors about you. So Lord Tu sent us someone this powerful. Lu Changkong laughed heartily. Lu Fan, you really kept this under wraps. Lu Fan replied humbly. You all flatter me. I just got here, and I don't know the full situation yet. I've only caused trouble and made things difficult for everyone. Lu Fei came forward and clapped him on the shoulder, his voice filled with gratitude. I've led many young men like you, but you're the most mature and responsible one of all. Thank you for saving us in our most desperate hour. Shen Tai looked a bit ashamed. And to think I was targeting you and looking down on you before. I should have known that anyone Lord Tu sent couldn't possibly be ordinary. Lu Changkong chimed in with a bright smile. Ha! I knew we were destined to get along from the moment we met. I'll be counting on you from now on. Lu Fan replied happily. Thank you all for understanding. Just then, Xiao Ye suddenly let out a roar, and a violent surge of energy erupted from its entire body, startling the other three. Lu Fei quickly asked, Lu Fan, what's wrong with your dragon? Lu Fan checked the system, his eyes lighting up. Xiao Ye just hit level 30. Thanks to the level up, not only were Xiao Ye's basic stats boosted, but the Black Dragon contract also evolved, unlocking a new skill, Perception. This ability allows the Black Dragon to have heightened senses, detecting enemies in stealth and camouflage. When used actively, it can nullify this effect on all surrounding enemy targets. As expected, a dragon's level 30 brings a major breakthrough, just like my second job advancement. All of her stats are over 10,000, and this new skill is a perfect counter to sneak attacks. Now, I don't have to worry even when facing high-level assassins. Lu Fan thought to himself. Lu Changkong suddenly remembered something and asked enthusiastically, Lu Fan, you said before that your mount wasn't a high enough level to be ridden. Now that your dragon has leveled up, does that mean? Yes. I can finally become a true dragon rider. With that, Lu Fan took out the Dragon Master's saddle from his storage ring, specialized equipment for dragons level 30 and above. Once equipped, the pet becomes a mount, and all the stats of the rider and the beast resonate with each other. Normal attacks are also enhanced by Dragon Aura, dealing long-range damage. Shen Tai exclaimed in awe, Lu Fan, look at your dragon. Those flames are terrifying. They're lighting up the whole sky. Seeing this for the first time, a flicker of worry rose in Lu Fan's heart. But just as quickly, the anxiety vanished, replaced by joy. Xiao Ye's unusual display was just part of its form transformation. After ascending to its second stage, Xiao Ye's form became more majestic and powerful, exuding the aura of a true colossal dragon. Lu Changkong's jaw dropped as he blurted out, So this is Lu Fan's mount, a colossal dragon. So damn cool. Even the experienced Lu Fei couldn't hide his shock. That flaming wing form just now was enough to give you goosebumps. I never expected a dragon's growth process to be so stunning. He turned to Lu Fan excitedly. To ride a legendary beast like that, you must have a special saddle. Lu Fan, wait a moment. I'll get one for you. Lu Fan quickly waved his hand. There's no need, sir. I'm fine using my own. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. That's because you don't know. The custom-made saddles from our Griffin Legion are military-grade equipment. They allow you to inherit 10% of all your mount stats. It's an incredibly rare item. Shen Tai also chimed in. That's right, Lu Fan. With an extra 10% of a colossal dragon's stats, you could soar through the clouds with ease. Lu Fan smiled and took out the Dragon Master's saddle. This Dragon Master's saddle of mine is equipment made exclusively for dragons. I get 100% of Xiao Ye's stats, and my attacks are even imbued with dragon aura. Lu Changkong's eyes bulged. 100% of all stats? And you get a buff added to your normal attacks too? What kind of divine item is that? Lu Fan, you really are full of surprises. He coughed awkwardly. Compared to this saddle, the one from the Legion is complete garbage. And I actually had the nerve to recommend it to you. This is so embarrassing. He looked at Lu Fan, his voice filled with anticipation. Well, Lu Fan, since you have the saddle, hurry up and show us what it can do. This morning I thought you were just dead weight, but now, everything you pull out is some kind of masterpiece. I want a saddle like that so badly. Shentai said with an admiring gaze. Dream on. That's gear made exclusively for the Dragon Clan. Does your bird have a single drop of dragon's blood in it? And you want one? She sighed. Yeah, I know my bird can't use it. Still, just basking in the dragon's aura is amazing enough. Seeing La Fei and Shentai bickering, Lu Cheng shouted, his eyes glued to Lu Fan. Come on, you two, look at Lu Fan. We're witnessing the birth of the world's first true dragon knight. Lu Fan emotionally patted Xiao Ye's head. Xiao Ye, thank you for always being by my side. For helping me escape the weakest class. From now on, whenever danger strikes, we can fight together as one. With that, he equipped the Dragon Tamer saddle on Xiao Ye. The moment he sat on the saddle, Lu Fan felt a terrifying surge of power flood his body, as if he could shatter heaven and earth with a single wave of his hand. The Dragon Tamer saddle allowed me to directly inherit the power of the Dragon Clan. As a level 32 Dragon Tamer Knight, Lu Fan's stats skyrocketed. Strength went from 1,412 to 10,477, and agility from 985 to 9,431. Spirit went from 1,293 to 10,077, and stamina from 1,304 to 11,473. His skills were also enhanced. Dragonfang Strike was now infused with dragon energy, creating 2 additional long-range claw attacks. Dragon Claw evolved into Dragon Annihilation. His arm could now morph into a Dragon's Claw, unleashing a 6-hit, high-speed combo that could even be used from a distance. At the same time, Xiao Ye also launched 6 corresponding waves of magic damage. When Lu Fan saved me, I knew he was stronger than I was. But seeing this difference now, even though we're both knights, compared to him, I'm just a piece of trash, Lu Changkong whispered, a bitter feeling swelling in his heart. He had passed the entrance exam for the Azure Cloud class at Dragon Capital Academy and was recruited by the Griffin Legion after 10 years of hard work. Those achievements should have been enough to make him proud for a lifetime. Yet, standing before Lu Fan, they all suddenly felt meaningless. Abruptly, Xiao Ye let out a low growl, whipped his head in one direction, and shot up into the sky. Lu Fan immediately understood and said decisively, Xiao Ye, are there more of those fallen creatures? Use your senses to check. Sure enough, when Xiao Ye activated his skill, through the thick snow, everyone could faintly see a swarm of humanoid monsters with butterfly wings. La Fei's group quickly mounted their flying beasts and flew up, stunned by the sight. He detected stealthed enemies? Look, their invisibility has been broken. Are those people? No, they're not. Are they floating in the air? Just then, La Fei spoke with a grave voice. Those are snow moths. They're extremely dangerous. Everyone stay back. Snow moths are level 85 monsters with the ability to camouflage themselves in the snow and drain their opponent's blood, making them incredibly dangerous. They are nocturnal creatures, and by the time you spot them, it's usually too late. Extremely dangerous? You say? Perfect. Just what I was looking for. Lu Fan smirked with excitement, drew his weapon, and charged in with Xiao Ye. Witnessing Lu Fan effortlessly crush the swarm of snow moths, Lu Changkong couldn't help but exclaim, the snow moths have killed so many of our comrades. And yet Lu Fan is crushing them like it's nothing. Shentai watched without blinking. Lu Fan, coordinating with a great dragon. It's just unimaginable. Lu Changkong happily turned to La Fei. Captain, at this rate, we don't have to be scared of these snow moths anymore, right? Just as La Fei was about to reply, he suddenly screamed in panic, Changkong, behind you? The words had barely left his mouth when a streak of light shot from a distance, cutting down the snow moths that were closing in on them. It was Lu Fan. That was Lu Fan? He has a long-range coordinated skill too? He had just used Dragon Annihilation to deal with the snow moths. He then warned them, everyone, watch out for sneak attacks. With Xiao Ye's senses, they won't be able to hide. After a fierce battle, the entire swarm of snow moths was finally completely wiped out. The last of the snow moths are finally dead. That was incredible. Lu Fan saved you again. With the great dragon's senses and Lu Fan's coordinated skills, we have nothing to fear anymore, right, Captain? Hearing Lu Chongkong, Shen Tai pouted and teased him. Look at you, every other word is Lu Fan. Try to act like a senior and stop making Lu Fan save you all the time. Lu Fan smiled lightly and replied, Captain La, I've gotten the hang of coordinating with Xiao Ye now. Even if the blizzard hits, I can escort everyone to continue the scouting mission. La Fei pointed to the sky with a serious expression. Lu Fan, I know you're capable, but look up. A starless night sky in the Arctic was a sign of an impending snowstorm, and it was coming much earlier than predicted. I'm afraid it'll be here by tomorrow. He sighed. In the end, what I feared most has happened. If the blizzard arrives ahead of schedule, we won't have time to return to the camp. Shen Tai looked up at the sky, worried. You want to continue scouting in a blizzard while carrying an injured person like me? A snow moth? No, this is far too dangerous for me and everyone else. Seeing the team's morale plummet, Lu Fan spoke up, his voice firm and steady. Everyone, even something as dangerous as a snow moth is no big deal. If we can eliminate the beasts in this snowstorm, times and times, complete the mission, this will be a golden opportunity for us to earn military honors. He extended a hand toward La Fei, his eyes burning with intensity. Don't worry, I would never gamble with everyone's lives. I believe I can help everyone complete this mission safely, even in a blizzard. Shen Tai and Lu Chongkong both looked over at La Fei, waiting for his decision. He smiled, taking Lu Fan's hand. I get it. With you here, there's no problem. No matter what the weather is like, we'll continue the recon mission. And so, the squad's scouting journey continued. Before long, they were 100 miles beyond the outpost. After Lu Fan swung his sword and sliced a snow moth in half, an unexpected item dropped out. It was exactly what he was looking for. Unmelting hoarfrost. This is a refined material crystallized from the Arctic ice, Lu Fan exclaimed. This is it. It wasn't a waste killing all those snow moths in the storm after all. I finally got the unmelting hoarfrost I needed. He put the item away and called out, Everyone, get over here. It's safe now. La Fei's group struggled forward against the stormy winds, marveling as they walked. Shen Tai said, When the blizzard hits, these monsters are like fish in water. They're everywhere. La Fei added, Lu Fan, you've been killing monsters all the way to this mission point. You must have taken down thousands of beasts, if not tens of thousands, right? Lu Fan gave a wry smile. I haven't really kept count. Most of them were snow moths anyway. I'm getting sick of them. Lu Chongkong sighed. Listen to you, a level 32 player, getting sick of killing level 85 monsters. If I had your strength, I'd stay here killing monsters until the storm let up. Commander Du would definitely award me a gold medal. Hearing this from behind, Shen Tai started hitting Lu Chongkong repeatedly. You think you're Lu Fan? Why don't you go tell Commander Du that yourself, so he can set you straight? Lu Chongkong just laughed loudly. Hey, just let me dream a little. La Fei ignored the bickering behind him and turned to Lu Fan. Lu Fan, the 100-mile scouting mission is complete. Our supplies are running low. We should head back to the encampment, don't you think? Lu Chongkong chimed in. Lu Fan, let's head back. If we don't go back soon, my wounds are going to heal completely. Shen Tai nodded. Yeah, we really should head back. We've been so busy, we haven't had a proper rest all day. Hearing this, Xiao Ye immediately transformed back into its small form and let out an expressive little cry. Lu Fan smiled and gently soothed it. Xiao Ye, you've had to endure the cold and hunger for too long, haven't you? All right, let's go back and rest. He nodded. Okay, it's settled then. Shen Tai set up a location marker, preparing to return to the camp. La Fei gave a decisive order. Let's move out. Watching how Lu Fan treated Xiao Ye, Lu Chongkong turned to tease Shen Tai. Lu Fan really loves his dragon. I feel sorry for your giant eagle. She must have been starving these past few days, right? Shen Tai lifted her chin. She's fine. You don't need to worry about her. She took out a giant pillar, planted it in the ground, and pulled the trigger. A column of red light shot straight into the sky. Lu Fan asked curiously, Shen Tai, what's that you're holding? Shen Tai explained, This is a beacon positioning gun used to mark our current location. When the weather clears, the construction team will come here to build a temporary outpost. La Fei nodded, adding, That's right, it's a specialized tool for the Griffin Legion. After that, the group quickly mounted their flying beasts and headed back to the encampment. They were completely unaware of a fallen one standing right beneath the signal beacon, silently watching them depart. The next day, at the northern encampment, La Fei announced, I'm going to find Commander Du to report. Everyone is dismissed. He quickly made his way to Du Jing's office. Just as Shen Tai was about to head off to rest, Lu Fan chased after her and called out, "Shen Tai, wait a second. Do you know anyone in the camp who can process unmelting hoarfrost?" Shen Tai raised an eyebrow. Unmelting hoarfrost? Old Zhu, the blacksmith in the quartermaster's division, is pretty skilled. Oh, planning on giving it to your girlfriend? Lu Fan blushed and waved his hands dismissively. And no, it's not like that. She's just a regular friend. Shen Tai gave him a sly smile. Right. No need to explain. I get it. Lu Fan was flustered. Well, I'm going to go find the blacksmith then. See you later. He turned to Xiao Ye excitedly. Come on, let me show you where we can get some meat. Shen Tai watched Lu Fan's retreating figure, then pulled out a pendant made of unmelting hoarfrost, pressing a light kiss to it with a wistful expression. Meanwhile, just as Lu Fan handed the unmelting hoarfrost to blacksmith Zhu, Du Jing suddenly appeared. So this is where you ran off to. I've been looking all over for you. Lu Fan was surprised. Senior, you were looking for me? Du Jing laughed heartily. Old La already told me everything. On your very first mission, you saved everyone, and even led the team to complete the task in the middle of a blizzard. If I didn't have faith in your abilities, I would have thought you'd all died in that god-awful weather. Du Jing's laugh boomed, his voice full of pride. You did well. This bronze badge is yours. He personally pinned the medal on Lu Fan's chest. Thank you for the recognition, Senior. Lu Fan beamed. He replied, thinking to himself that it was just like Captain Law's team. By the time the other teams found them, they'd already been turned into the Fallen, so there was no choice but to eliminate them. It's a damn shame, but it's a common risk on these scouting missions. Good thing your dragon wasn't affected. Old Man Law couldn't stop praising the teamwork between you and your dragon. It makes me wish I could have seen it with my own eyes. Lu Fan paid no mind to the compliments, lost in his thoughts. It seems the closer we get to the blood moon, the easier it is for creatures to become the Fallen. Luckily, Shen Tai's and Xiao Ye's mounts haven't shown any signs yet. Oh, by the way, I just got to see your precious dragon eat. He's got a huge appetite, as expected of a special species. Even the way he eats is different. Tu Jing laughed, picturing Xiao Ye devouring his food like a ravenous beast. Yeah, Xiao Ye's never had to go hungry for that long before, so I can only imagine what he was like. Let your precious dragon eat his fill. There's something I want to show you, Tu Jing said, his expression suddenly turning serious as he pulled out a stack of photos. This is what my intelligence agents discovered in the Star Eagle Nation. Take a look. They were photos of a giant, humanoid skeleton at the Holy Mountain Ruins, a site being explored by the Star Eagle Nation's representative, Sackley Morgan. This kind of mystical being. It really resembles that giant blood moon, Lu Fan remarked. It looks familiar. Compared to it, the excavator in the photo was as tiny as an almost invisible ant. I also have a video my agent managed to record at the Holy Mountain Ruins while infiltrating the Morgan family's operation. A video that might lead us to a world-shaking secret. The scene in the video shifted to the front of the giant skeleton. Sir, we've arrived, another voice exclaimed in awe. Hey, it looks like a six-winged angel. The blonde woman next to him asked, where did young Master Sackley go? That's the Divine Temple. The other voice continued, as a man in a suit explained, that's right. We sent a team to investigate that temple, and we even had a master-level expert with them. But the entire team lost contact. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed. What was that? The blonde woman answered. It's a holy mountain withered. The golden light from the temple mutated the surrounding creatures. They mutated into stronger, more ferocious beasts. Wait, someone's coming. The man in the suit said, noticing a figure approaching. Isn't that the fourth-class expert from the expedition team? The expedition team is back. Don't shout. He doesn't look right, the man said. A moment later, the being called a Holy Mountain Thrall lunged forward to attack. The two screamed in panic. Run! He's turned into a Holy Mountain Thrall. The video ended. Tu Jing spoke, his voice steady. The video ends there. Luckily, my agent managed to escape. That's how we got this footage, Lu Fan murmured. That Holy Mountain Thrall. It's a higher-level monster than the Holy Mountain Withered. Both were mutated by the influence of the giant skeleton and the temple, he theorized seriously. Just like the Fallen created by the Blood Moon, they've transformed everything around them and are showing signs of awakening. Tu Jing nodded and continued. Exactly. This major discovery has already been sent to the high-ranking scholars in Longdu. They predict that there aren't just two of these mysterious creatures. They existed in an era so ancient, it's impossible to trace. He paused, his voice dropping. And now, they are called the Ancient Gods. Lu Fan's brow furrowed deeply at the name. Where did they come from? Why are they lying here? And what kind of power do they possess? It's all a complete mystery. Tu Jing took a sip from his water flask. I know what you're thinking. Everything about the ancient gods is an enigma. It's been giving me a headache, too. It's as if a tiny corner of the world's secrets has just been revealed. The monsters, sanctified by the holy mountain, are divided into the withered and the thralls, and the monsters corrupted by the blood moon become the fallen. Lu Fan immediately interjected. It's not just the fallen. The fallen should also be divided into fallen withered and fallen thralls. Tu Jing nodded in agreement. I was thinking the same thing. So far, the fallen withered we've encountered have just been mindless walking corpses. You and Old Man Law have to be extremely careful if fallen thralls really exist. Lu Fan asked. I understand, Senior 2. After the Holy Mountain Thrall attacked, did anything else happen? Tu Jing replied. The Holy Mountain Thrall slaughtered every single member of the Morgan clan, who was at the Holy Mountain ruins at the time, but it spared one person, Sackley Morgan. Sackley? The Star Eagle Nation's representative in the trial? Lu Fan was shocked. Yes. After my agent escaped the massacre, they saw the Holy Mountain Thrall and Sackley meet in front of the temple. The Thrall's hand was clenched around something, which it held out to Sackley. Not only did the Holy Mountain Thrall not attack Sackley, but it gave him something called the essence of the Holy Mountain. Lu Fan's eyes widened as he repeated, the essence of the Holy Mountain. Tu Jing continued, Sackley was already powerful, but after receiving that essence, he changed his class to a saint, a completely new profession. He clapped Lu Fan on the shoulder, his voice grave. You have to be careful with this opponent. Lu Fan muttered, a saint. He turned to look at Tu Jing, his eyes burning with determination. Model. Don't worry, Senior. For me, there's no such thing as an unbeatable opponent. Lu Fan clenched his fists, his eyes burning with determination. No matter what power he has, I will absolutely take the #1 spot. 2 days later, at Blacksmith Chu's shop, he held up the newly finished item, smiling proudly. Satisfied? If you took this to market, it would easily sell for over 100,000 dragon coins. Lu Fan exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. More than satisfied. Master Chu's craftsmanship is truly remarkable. He pushed a large jug of wine forward. This is the strong wine you like to drink, Senior. Please accept it, Master Chu. You've worked hard these past few days. Blacksmith Chu laughed heartily and clapped him on the shoulder. You're a sharp kid, aren't you? You even know my favorite drink. Just then, Shen Tai and Lu Changkong walked in, calling out, Lu Fan, get ready to move out. The new expedition mission is here. We're just waiting on you. Lu Fan turned, holding the newly crafted necklace, and nodded in response to Blacksmith Chu's well wishes. As soon as they were ready, Lu Changkong slung an arm around his neck, teasing, My God, would you look at that? Junior brother Lu already has a bronze badge. I've been fighting for my life for a whole year and still haven't gotten one of those, Shen Tai added, her voice playful. It's just unnatural. You've only been here a few days and you're already our superior. The next morning, the team set out again. La Fei took the lead, announcing clearly, We've brought enough supplies this time, estimated to last for 15 days. We'll try to explore further ahead. Understood, the three replied in unison. As they neared the marked location, Lu Fan felt a sense of unease. That's strange. The coordinates are clearly here, but why don't I see the signal post we left last time? Just then, Shen Tai called out. Lu Fan, over here. She pointed to a signal post that had fallen in the snow. This was probably knocked over by the blizzard. It's only been 2 days, and it's already broken. Such poor quality. In contrast to her complaint, Lu Fan remained silent, his sense of unease growing stronger. This situation felt completely wrong, like an invisible trap had been laid. Meanwhile, Lu Changkong pulled his cloak tighter, eagerly moving forward. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's start the mission. Lu Fan quickly chased after him, shouting a warning. Senior Lu, get back here. I'm afraid there's an ambush. The moment Changkong turned to ask what he meant, the shadows behind him twisted. Countless monsters materialized in the blizzard. He realized with horror that the entire team was surrounded. This was real trouble. La Fei, standing nearby, couldn't help but curse at the unexpected turn of events. Only Lu Fan remained calm, analyzing the movements of the beast pack. La Fei quickly identified them. Fallen ghouls. They're really the fallen ghouls the senior warned us to watch out for. Amidst the silence, a dark voice echoed. That's right. The fallen ghouls are slaves to the glorious god. Lu Fan immediately grew wary and shouted, Who's there? Changkong's face twisted in fear as a pale, purple hand reached out and grasped his hood. La Fei exclaimed in horror, Li Luo. Shen Tai was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. The figure spoke in a grim voice. Ah, Tai, it's been a long time. A cold line of information appeared. Li Luo, level 76 Fallen Ghoul Lancer Knight. Lu Fan turned to his comrades, his tone probing. Li Luo, you guys know him? La Fei replied, his voice heavy with sorrow. Li Luo was once a silver badge officer and Shen Tai's fiancé. But he went missing during a search mission. No one ever expected he'd turn into a fallen ghoul. Before he could finish, Lu Changkong cut him off. Captain La, don't say any more. Lu Fan's worried gaze fell on Shen Tai, who was covering her face, tears streaming down her cheeks. Li Luo, I missed you so much. Asterisk, sob, asterisk. Please, come back to me. A pair of feet appeared before her. A deep, warm male voice spoke. Ah, Tai, I've missed you too. Li Luo knelt down, gently touching her cheek. I've finally found you again. Overcome with emotion, Shen Tai threw herself into his arms. It's really you. Asterisk, sob asterisk. Come back with me. Everyone will be so happy to know you're still alive. Suddenly, a dark, viscous aura radiated from Li Luo. I can't go back. But could you stay here with me? In an instant, Li Luo's expression turned ferocious. All of you must stay. Stay here and serve the god who is about to awaken. Shen Tai screamed in terror. Lu Fan's voice echoed in her ears. Senior Shen. With dark, glowing red eyes, Li Luo continued his seduction. Ah, Tai, stay and serve the god with me. Lu Fan tried to pull her back. Senior Shen, don't listen to him. Whatever you do, don't go over there. Li Luo threatened, his voice as cold as ice. If you refuse, there's only one outcome for you. To be torn apart by the fallen ghoul puppets and become a soulless corpse just like them. Shen Tai pleaded desperately, while Lu Fan's calls continued unabated. Senior Shen, Senior Shen. He rushed forward, grabbing a hold of Shen Tai, who was trembling with fear. Senior Shen, snap out of it. From atop a giant skeleton, Li Luo roared. Ah, Tai, answer me. Are you willing to stay with me and serve the god? La Fei looked at the critical situation, his voice urgent. Lu Fan, we can't let Li Luo take her. With so many fallen ghoul puppets, can you even break through? What do we do now? What do we do? Shen Tai muttered in a panic, but Lu Changkong argued back. Captain, there are thousands of these monsters. Even if we follow Lu Fan, we'll get separated. Besides, if we don't fix that signal post, we'll never be able to find this location again. La Fei. With a stern voice, this is no time to be worrying about some guard post. We need to run as far as we can. But Lu Fan just smiled. Calmly, he said, I don't think breaking through is the right move. We don't need to run. This declaration stunned everyone. Chang Kong's eyes widened as he saw the magic gathering in the kid's palm. Wait a second. Don't tell me you're planning on going on another killing spree, are you? Lu Fan didn't deny it, as the nether serpent bow materialized in his hand. That's right. With military merits delivered right to our doorstep, it would be rude not to accept. Li Luo glanced at them, his voice dripping with sarcasm. So, is this your answer? What a shame. There is only one fate for those who defy the gods. He paused, then snarled, to die and become one of my fallen corpse puppets. As soon as he finished, the horde of beasts roared and charged straight at the team. Lu Fan remained perfectly calm. He drew his bow, aiming a serpent shadow arrow, and gave a sharp command. Senior Chang, get the protective shield ready. Got it. Without a moment's hesitation, Chang Kong unleashed a wave of golden energy that enveloped the three of them. And then what? Lu Fan replied with a confident smirk. There is no and then. Just leave the rest to me. The serpent arrow shot from the bow, flying straight for Li Luo, as a system notification popped up. Hearing his words, Chang Kong couldn't help but scream. Ah, what do you mean there's no then? My shield only lasts for 10 seconds. Trust me, 10 seconds is all I need. Lu Fan replied with absolute conviction. The protective shield had 10 seconds left. Li Luo watched the incoming arrow warily, and he managed to dodge it at the very last second. The protective shield had 8 seconds left. In that same instant, Lu Fan vanished and reappeared directly behind Li Luo. Xiao Ye, unleash your giant dragon form. A colossal dragon appeared from the void, letting out a deafening, authoritative roar. The protective shield had 6 seconds left. Lu Fan, we're all counting on you. Lao Fei muttered as he watched the battle in the sky. Seeing the beasts closing in, Chang Kong quickly shouted a warning. Old Fei, watch out. The protective shield had 4 seconds left. Up in the air, Lu Fan was now holding a short sword. Xiao Ye, coordinate with me and unleash the dragon's breath attack. Black Dragon Shield. With 3 seconds left, he charged forward. He landed a flurry of slashes on Li Luo's body. The system displayed the function of Void Cleaver. Xiao Ye, in its dragon form, let out another roar. It was a world-shaking sound, as flames completely engulfed the dragon. It was a massive cataclysm, and the surrounding beasts were slowly incinerated by the blaze. The protective shield had 2 seconds left. Chang Kong was stunned by the scene of utter destruction and couldn't help but praise him. Lao Fei, standing beside him, explained, "No, this is just the coordination between a dragon rider and their dragon." To Luke Fan, nearly 10,000 ferocious beasts were nothing more than weeds to be cut. Despite being heavily injured, Li Luo cried out, his voice filled with unwillingness to accept defeat. He saw Luke Fan trying to grab his hand. My God. Why? The protective shield had 1 second left. Xiao Ye was still breathing fire, annihilating the last of the beasts. The protective shield had 0 seconds left. The battle was over in a flash. Luke Fan stood watching Shen Tai holding Li Luo's body and asked with concern, "Miss Shen, are you all right?" "Thank you, I'm fine," Shen Tai replied softly. When Chang Kong suggested using the Crimson Holy Light to restrain Li Luo, Luke Fan immediately refused. Shen Tai looked at the man she loved in agony. He's Li Luo. But it's like he's not. He used to be such a gentle person. Li Luo groaned in pain, and then a massive surge of fallen corpse energy erupted from his body. Luke Fan followed the energy's path, guessing this was the essence of the fallen corpse. As the energy nearly escaped completely, Li Luo seemed to regain his final shred of consciousness. He pleaded desperately, "A Tai, get out of here." Shen Tai gripped his hand tightly, her voice choked with emotion. "Li Luo, you're back. Just hold on a little longer." After uttering his final, parting words, Li Luo's hand went limp. Shen Tai screamed in despair. "Li Luo!" Amidst the vast, snowy mountains, she wept, clutching his body. Even if it was just for a few seconds, that really was him. He really came back. Luke Fan affirmed in a low voice, "She's right." In that moment, Li Luo truly returned. Lao Fei spoke up, his tone somber. "Thanks to you and Xiao Ye, we made it out alive. Something's not right about what happened to Li Luo. We should head back to camp and report this." "Understood," Luke Fan replied, his eyes on Shen Tai. "Miss Shen needs some time to calm down too." Suddenly, a streak of purple light shot down from the sky, tearing through the air. Lao Fei yelled, "What the hell is that?" Luke Fan reacted instantly, tightening his grip on his blade, but the thing didn't disappear. "That's the fallen corpse energy from Li Luo's body. It's heading towards the blood moon." He immediately chased after the streak of light. "This energy is extremely important for analyzing the fallen. I can't let it escape." He waved his hand and used fallen corpse essence, a legendary item with unknown effects. Holding the gem in his hand, Luke Fan wondered if the Holy Mountain essence that Sha Li obtained, which represented the Starbird Kingdom, was the same type of thing as this essence. A system notification confirmed that he had obtained the fallen corpse essence. Luke Fan thought to himself, if that's the case, then this fallen corpse essence might also allow me to change to a hidden class. Become a slave of the old gods? From a distance, Lao Fei and the others had finally caught up. Fei rushed over, worried. "Lu Fan, are you sure it's okay for you to hold that thing directly?" "I'm fine for now, Captain, but we need to get this to Senior 2, fast," Lu Fan replied, his mind racing. If this logic holds, then Shakli must have already pledged his loyalty to an ancient god. A vision of someone swearing an oath of slavery to an ancient god flashed through his mind. Captain Fei's voice snapped him out of it, and his gaze shifted to Shen Tai. Captain Fei hesitated slightly. "I understand, but we'll have to wait a bit before we can head back." Sensing his hesitation, Lu Fan spoke up. "Captain, we should go help out. We're running out of time." Finally, Captain Fei nodded, and the group quickly approached Shen Tai. She was still muttering to herself, tightly clutching the necklace of unmelting frost, an epic-grade accessory. "I really hope it's true. That he said he misses you too." A tear rolled down her cheek. "But it's a shame. It's just a delusion of mine." Lu Fan stepped forward and gently affirmed, "It's true, we all heard it." Hearing his voice, Shen Tai took off her glasses to wipe away her tears. "Lu Fan, thank you." Shen Tai put her glasses back on, her determined gaze returning. "Captain, I'm fine. What are our next orders?" Everyone understood implicitly to treat her as usual and not bring up Li Luo. Seeing the team's morale stabilize, Captain Fei gave a clear command. "Glad to hear it. Squad 78, prepare to return to the barracks." The three responded in unison. "Yes, sir." The group quickly left the snowy mountain, leaving silence in their wake. That day, Shentai understood she had to let go of a sincere love to move forward. The next day at noon, Tu Jing, who was sitting before the purple gem, suddenly came to a realization. So that's what happened. Now everything makes sense. Lu Fan spoke up. Senior Tu, based on everything that's happened, I have a theory. Tu Jing stroked his chin, his voice deep and steady. Let's hear it. Lu Fan explained, I believe there must be specific conditions to become a slave of an ancient god. The dead members of the lion's pride and all those monstrous beasts, they could only become mindless, corrupted puppets. The dead can't become slaves to an ancient god, likely because they've lost their will. Beasts can't either, probably for the same reason. But the ancient god's slaves seem to retain their ability to think, whereas Li Luo was completely controlled by the essence of the corrupted. Therefore, to become an ancient god's slave through the essence, one must be chosen by the ancient god. Tu Jing held the corrupted essence, deep in thought. You mean that just having this thing isn't enough to become a corrupted slave? To gain that power, you also need the ancient god's acknowledgement? Lu Fan nodded. I'm afraid so. The most likely candidates are the living, those who still possess their own will. Li Luo also mentioned that the corrupted slaves are able to leave this place. Tu Jing frowned slightly, as if remembering something. That's an interesting theory. It reminds me of some recent rumors. Over the past few years, strange cults have appeared in more than a dozen countries. These heretical followers claim to have received protection from divine beings. Using their incredible power, these cults have been frantically expanding and recruiting followers, proclaiming they will welcome the awakening of their god. He tightened his grip on the gem, his voice firm. If what Li Luo said is true, then these heretics are either the ancient god's slaves or their followers. Lu Fan lowered his eyes and thought. More than a dozen countries. Doesn't that mean more than a dozen ancient gods are beginning to awaken? He suddenly asked, Senior Tu, as of now, this is the only inhabited barracks in the far north, right? That's right. Why? Tu Jing quickly confirmed. And about the members of the Lion's Pride, like Li Luo, how many of them are still missing? He didn't need to spell it out. Tu Jing realized the grim implication. Are you suggesting they've all become corrupted slaves? If any of them are still alive and have left this area, it's highly likely they've become corrupted slaves. Lu Fan suggested, his gaze resolute. It would be best to issue a kill-on-sight order to find and eliminate this potential threat. Tu Jing fell silent. After a long moment, his voice grew heavy. A damn shame for my brothers in arms. They dedicated their lives to our country, and now they're to be hunted down. Understanding his pain, Lu Fan placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. At this point, we have no other choice. I'm sure your brothers in the Lion's Pride would understand. Tu Jing sighed, knowing which was the lesser of two evils. I understand. This matter is settled, then. Lu Fan glanced at the corrupted essence on the table. In that case, let's use it to test and verify my theory. Tu Jing was taken aback. Test it on who? You can't possibly mean you're going to use it on a person. Let my dragon give it a try, Lu Fan replied with a smile. Tu Jing was instantly agitated. Your dragon? Don't be absurd. I can't use a living person for the experiment, but I certainly can't use your dragon either. Even if Xiao Ye isn't affected by the blood moon, what if something goes wrong? It would not only be a great loss, but it would be extremely dangerous. After getting an earful, Lu Fan quickly explained. Senior Tu, you've misunderstood. The dragon I'm referring to isn't my main one. Tu Jing's jaw dropped in astonishment. A short while later, the two stood out in the snow. He asked, I saw your battle against Ruan Changfeng. Besides those 5 dragons, what other one do you have? Lu Fan smiled. 2 of those 5. That dragon isn't my dragon pet. They're my dragon pet summons. Tu Jing was horrified. The dragon pet summons? To prove it, Lu Fan raised his hand. Come on out, Xiao Fei. Summon the twin flying dragon kings. As soon as he finished, a beautiful girl appeared in midair and, with a wave of her hand, summoned a pair of massive dragons. Lu Fan explained. This is the Dragon Bone Summoning Flute. It summons the souls of the twin flying dragon kings. The flying dragon kings level matches the users. Tu Jing stared at the scene, still reeling in shock. So these 2 dragons were summoned by the dragon pet. He never thought the legendary flying dragon Divine Tree would only be worthy of being a pet for a dragon pet. This kid, Lu Fan, none of his dragons are to be trifled with. The beast before them was the soul of a flying dragon king, level 22. When it breathed dragon fire, it dealt random elemental damage, and a host of other effects. Lu Fan mused, the flying dragon king is the weakest of my 5 dragons. Even if it turns into a fallen corpse, Senior Tu and I can still kill it. It can be resummoned after death. without any loss. It's the perfect test subject. He turned and called out, Senior 2, let's begin. Tu Jing understood and nodded. All right. Lu Fan gave the order. Xiaofei, you feed this to them. The girl nodded, tossing the fallen corpse essence into the air toward one of the flying dragon kings. A second later, it opened its mouth and swallowed the orb whole. Almost immediately, the flying dragon's body began to twist unnaturally as streams of purple energy enveloped it, causing it to roar. In excruciating pain, everyone was stunned by the horrifying sight. Xiaofei, the little girl, cried out in a panic. Tu Jing also snapped out of his daze and yelled, Lu Fan, get back. It's turning into a fallen corpse slave. Senior 2, please wait a little longer. He immediately stopped him. Looking at the furiously roaring flying dragon king, Lu Fan said, it would be a waste to kill it now. That will just be one more fallen corpse slave. If we don't act now, it'll be too late. Tu Jing protested. After a moment's thought, Lu Fan commanded, Xiaofei, you are their master. Try to take them back and break them free from the ancient god's control. Immediately, the girl rushed forward and cast Jade Light, cleansing all negative effects, increasing all stats by 30%, with each layer of the blessing blocking one damaging blow. Lu Fan guessed the Flying Dragon King was a half-dragon, so it didn't receive the double effect from Xiaofei. She was using Jade Light to fight back against the ancient god's control. Is this even possible? The dark purple aura on its body still hasn't disappeared. Streams of green energy from the jade light continuously wrapped around the Flying Dragon King. That power surged higher and higher, causing the dragon's reaction to become even more violent. Xiaofei's eyes flashed with green light. The next second, she charged forward with ancient power, getting close to the flying dragon. The two men below watched the scene in horror. What is going on now? The beast that had just gone berserk had calmed down. Not only did it avoid becoming a fallen corpse slave, but it had even absorbed the power of the ancient god. The Flying Dragon King had now transformed into a level 22 fallen corpse demonic dragon, and its skills had also changed significantly. Xiaofei actually managed to snatch the Flying Dragon King from the ancient god's grasp? You're truly amazing, Tu Jing exclaimed endlessly. He turned to Lu Fan. Looks like your guess was right. When the essence is used, the ancient god tries to seize control of the spirit. The transformation of the two flying dragons will affect each other, causing them to mutate together. That was something I didn't expect. He smiled. Good thing you stopped me, otherwise I would have killed them. He sighed in relief. With these two demonic dragons, you've really lucked out, kid. Lu Fan gently stroked Xiaofei's head, his eyes shining. I can't wait to test out the fallen corpse demonic dragon's new skills. Can Team 78's interrupted mission continue? This time, Tu Jing didn't refuse. Yes, the fallen corpse slaves and the ancient god's essence have both been verified, which leaves only one thing, the whereabouts of the god temple. At noon the next day, the entire team set out again. Sitting on his mount, Zhang Kong asked curiously, is this a god temple or some ruins? The ruins Li Luo mentioned and the Golden Light God Temple, discovered by the Star Toon Nation, are one and the same. To understand the awakening of the ancient god, we absolutely have to find this place, Lu Fan explained. At the same time, the system announced they were close to the location on the treasure map. The god-tier treasure map location is nearby. Suddenly, Shen Tairu saw something and immediately shouted, up ahead, there's a light up ahead. A flash of light made her overjoyed. We're finally out of the blizzard's range. The scenery ahead was a peaceful green, and there were even birds gliding by from time to time. Shen Teru was stunned by the scenery, unable to help but exclaim, this place is gorgeous. Lu Fan quietly thought to himself, a sunny day. It feels like we've escaped the far north. Zhang Kong's attention was drawn to a large, nearby lake. Hey, isn't that the sea? Tu Jing finally came to his senses. This is the first place we set foot in. What exactly is connected to that giant chain under the ice? Could it be that the ruins Li Luo mentioned can be found by following the direction of this chain? Zhang Kong wondered, but just then, the system announced they had arrived at the treasure map's location. Lu Fan immediately turned and dashed away. Instead, his voice was filled with excitement. I found it. This has to be the dragon egg. His hands quickly dug through the snow and ice, and soon, a glowing object was revealed. A green dragon egg, class unidentified. He excitedly reached out to grab it. The fourth dragon egg was finally his. Suddenly, Lu Fan spotted a square black box in the snow. Opening it, the system displayed information about a book inside. He was stunned. Activate dragon language. Magic. Power increased by 100%. Looking at the book, his expression grew pensive. Once I tame the blue dragon, its skills will surely correspond to the blue dragon king's roar. With dragon language resonance, the dragon language magic cast by me and the blue dragon will have its power doubled, he calculated in his head. I just need to reach level 35 to learn this skill. Looks like I should contact DOOT from the Tianhua auction house to use my VIP privilege and get a pet slot expansion scroll. Shentai and Distai. Truong approached. Shentai waved. Lu Fan, what are you doing standing over there? Truong teased. Junior Lu, enjoying the view all by yourself? Lu Fan stood up and replied with a smile. It's nothing, just taking a look. I feel like this is the border of the far north. The other side of this frozen lake could very well be an unknown land. Lao Fi returned on the great eagle and sighed. Although we've explored outside the blizzard, the far north is still vast. This is just the interior. The wind howled through the Tuyet Hoa Mountains as he continued. The Blood Moon mountain range, which stretches for miles, also ends here. This might be the very end of the ancient god's tale. Truong Kong was amazed. It's huge. Its body alone is miles wide, and that's not even counting the head. Lao Fi continued. Although the ancient god's form is still unclear, these giant chains are clearly related to the blood moon. Lu Fan nodded. Like rains, to control the blood. Moon ancient god. Shen Tai suddenly interjected. Doesn't that mean the ancient god is a giant mount, and its master is at the other end of these chains? Lu Fan crossed his arms, thinking carefully. It's still too early to be thinking about that. We should follow the chains forward and see what lies ahead. Exactly. Truong Kong threw an arm around Lu Fan, his eyes burning with determination. Who knows, maybe there are ruins or a divine temple on the other side of the lake. Lao Fi cut in with a serious tone. As the captain, I need to remind everyone of one thing. We have no idea how dangerous this unexplored lake is. He glanced at Truong Kong. Truong Kong, do you remember how you got hurt last time? At the mention of his past failure, Truong Kong's face fell. I know. The old captain's nagging me again. I won't go with you. Lao Fi huffed. Then, get rid of that idea of riding my coattails for glory. Come help me set up the positioning markers. Shen Tai put a hand on his shoulder to comfort him, smiling. While the two were talking, Lu Fan had already stepped forward. Captain, rest assured, I'll go scout ahead for a bit. I'll be back soon. Lao Fi nodded. If this were before, I definitely wouldn't agree. But now, we won't hold you back. A brilliant light erupted from Lu Fan's hand as he shouted, Xiao Ye, winged form. Xiao Ye unleashed a terrifying power, letting out a deafening roar. Lao Fi put his hands on his hips and instructed, we'll rest here, recover, and await your signal. If you run into danger, get back here immediately. I had Shen Tai bring a teleportation scroll this time. If things go south, we can teleport back to camp. Shen Tai added, not forgetting to smack Truong Kong on the head, making him yelp. Ow, yeah, okay, no problem. Lu Fan spread his wings and confidently looked back. Xiao Ye, let's move out. After 2 hours of scouting from Xiao Ye's back, Lu Fan couldn't help but marvel. This place is unbelievably huge. We've been flying for so long and still can't see the end of the chain. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Warning, entering. Ruins area. Fallen corpse ruins. Area level. Fallen corpse ruins. Lu Fan was surprised. So, it all connects. As Xiao Ye flew faster and faster, he pondered how this fit with the Tin Diu Kingdom's discoveries. All mysterious areas located next to an ancient god. What happened to the people who went to the Holy Mountain Divine Temple that turned them into holy mountain slaves? Maybe there's something similar in these ruins. Xiao Ye suddenly stopped and let out a roar. Xiao Ye, what's wrong? He asked worriedly. Looking down at the icy water, Lu Fan spotted a giant black coffin. The system quickly confirmed the secret of the fallen corpse ruins was unidentifiable, just like the blood moon. He was stunned when he saw a shadow flit past near the coffin. Xiao Ye saw it too and roared loudly. Calm down, Xiao Ye. Lu Fan quickly tried to soothe him. He gritted his teeth, thinking, for Xiao Ye to be this agitated, it must mean this shadow is no match for it. But, without an appraisal result, I absolutely shouldn't start a fight. Suddenly, the dark shadow under the water shot towards them. Not good, it's noticed us, he yelled. The ice cracked and shattered in the wake of its speed, making Lu Fan panic. Xiao Ye, head back to the other side of the lake. Lu Fan anxiously watched the pursuing shadow, thinking, this is bad, it swims. even faster than Xiao Ye can fly. Xiao Ye shot high into the sky, unleashing a wave of green light that enveloped the horizon. As he turned to look, and, seeing the shadow was no longer chasing him, he let out a sigh of relief. He'd finally shaken it off, but his expression quickly turned serious. Thankfully, the stat boosts from riding his dragon companion were perfectly cumulative. It used to only buff himself, but now, the voice of the spirit phoenix could be shared with others. Hearing the commotion, Trong Kong turned around, his face lighting up. "Junior Lu, you're back." Noticing Xiao Ye's agitated state, he asked with concern, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Lu Fan gritted his teeth. His voice was tense. "The fallen corpse ruins are right ahead, but there's something incredibly dangerous under the ice," he stressed. "We have to get word back to camp immediately." The warning stunned the entire team. Trong Kong blurted out, "No way." "Huh? Something even Lu Fan has to run from?" 15 minutes later, at the camp's command center, Du Tin listened intently to the report about the black coffin and the dark shadow beneath the crimson ice, along with the fallen corpses. He made a swift conclusion. "If that's the case, we can't continue searching there. Otherwise, we'll end up like the Morgan clan, suffering heavy casualties." Lu Fan added, "It feels like some kind of seal. The unknown presence in that lake is making Xiao Ye deeply uneasy." Du Tin spread a map out on the table, his voice grave. "An existence that even the Dragon Clan considers taboo. The frozen lake at the fallen corpse ruins must be designated a forbidden zone." He looked up and ordered La Fille, Old La, immediately cancel all search routes passing through the fallen corpse ruins. Send the coordinates of the frozen lake to the high-ranking scholars in the Dragon capital. Understood. La Fille quickly carried out the order. Du Tin continued, "Squad 78's search mission is hereby cancelled. Your new mission is to assist the scholars from the Dragon capital in their research of the fallen corpse ruins." "Understood," the squad replied in unison. He then turned to Lu Fan, his eyes full of admiration as he held out a shimmering badge. "As for you, Lu Fan, in less than a month, you've led your squad to such a critical discovery. Take it. This is the Lion Troop's official recognition of you." Lu Fan quickly tried to refuse. "Thank you, Senior Du, but this represents the mission and responsibility of the Lion Troop. I've only been here for a month, and besides, I already have a silver badge." Du Tin firmly pressed the badge into his hand. "Just take it. If you decide to join the Lion Troop after graduation, you can be promoted directly from a silver badge holder to a commander. This won't be a waste in the slightest." La Fille smiled, his voice filled with awe. "In this entire garrison, only 19 people have earned a silver badge. If Lu Fan enlists, I guess I'll have to follow his orders too." Trong Kong made a face, feigning discontent. Lu Fan got promoted to a silver badge this quickly. "I'm not envious at all. Nope." Lu Fan held up the badge and replied with a smile. "All right, I understand. In that case, Senior Du, it'd be rude of me not to accept." Trong Kong immediately latched onto his arm, whining, "Let me touch it for a sec." Thom Tai glanced at them both, disgusted. "You guys are so embarrassing." La Fille turned to Do Tin. "Commander Do, if there's nothing else, we'll head out with the scholars from the Dragon capital. Go on. You've all worked hard these past few days." Du Tin nodded, then called out, "Oh, right. Lu Fan, stay behind." Lu Fan was a bit surprised. Du Tin said, while rummaging through a pile of books. "Ever since you arrived in the far north, our search missions have progressed by leaps and bounds. I really wish I could keep you here. Unfortunately, our time for borrowing you is almost up." He handed a folder to Lu Fan. "This is for you. In one more week, I'll take you back to the Dragon Capital Academy." Accepting the folder about the national trial, Lu Fan thought to himself, "There's less than 2 weeks left. The competition is about to start. It's time to prepare to leave." Noticing his pensive look, Du Tin asked, What is it? Did you forget about the national trial, or are you just sad to be leaving the Lion Troop?" Lu Fan smiled back. "To be honest, I am a little sad to leave, but I've never forgotten my purpose." He continued with confidence. "With the rider synergy skill for my fallen corpse demon dragon, I'm confident I can win the national trial." Du Tin laughed heartily. "That's the spirit. This document is just publicly available information that the headmaster specifically found for you. Go back and review it carefully." "Understood," Lu Fan replied, then turned and left. At that exact moment, in a forest in the Tai Chi Kingdom, a monster was being engulfed by eerie, purple streams of magical light. Than Han, the representative of the Tai Chi Kingdom, appeared with a sly grin, emanating a mysterious energy. Ghoulish faces floated around him, cackling unnervingly. A terrified Kim Chao hid behind Thien Shi and asked, "Brother, your abyss summoner still hasn't evolved yet? We've been clearing this place out for ages." In Than Han's hand, a sinister energy began to converge. He replied in an odd tone, "Almost. We just need to let it devour a few more lives, and it will mature to its next stage." Just then, a commoner recognized them and called out, "Your Highness, the prince, and the princess is here too." He was astonished. "To think you're personally here to deal with the beasts." His wife, holding their child, chimed in, "Oh my, what an incredible honor. Please, you must come into our home and rest for a bit." Than Han flashed a cold smile. "All right, in that case." He summoned his spirits with their monstrous faces and continued, "It would be rude of me not to accept." The spirits immediately lunged at the couple. The man screamed, "Your Highness, what are you doing?" The wife shrieked in terror, "Monster, that's a monster." Thien Shi cried out in a panic, "Your Highness, be careful, you'll hit the civilians." But Than Han didn't. "Stop." Ignoring the desperate screams, he glanced at Tianzi, his eyes cold as ice. "I've already told you, with just a few more of these lives, my summoned beast will evolve." He sneered, "They're just worthless commoners. Once they're dead, they're dead. What an honor it is for them to become nutrients for my summoned beast." With that, Qing Han walked away, not forgetting to chide, "Tianzhi, you've been with my Jin family for so long, yet you still say such foolish things. You've made no progress at all." Jinzhou hurried. "After him. Brother, big brother, wait for me." Tianzhi stood frozen, his eyes lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the Han Kingdom, inside the Spirit, Sorcerer's Council Hall, 4 figures discussed matters by candlelight. Ji Lan, the representative of the Han Kingdom, spoke up. "Then for this national trial, we will be allies." Wei Ji, from the Nan Kingdom, frowned. "If the nations have arranged it this way, I have no objections." Jia Sanlai, also from the Nan Kingdom, added calmly, "Ah, a reminder, if anyone leaks word of this alliance, we all know the consequences." Jilan nodded. "The national trial is an opportunity every year. With our 4 nations allied, we'll definitely take the top spot." The 4 spoke in unison, to a pleasant cooperation. The candle flame was snuffed out. In the Shui Kingdom, at the mouth of a violently erupting volcano, someone rushed to deliver a message. "Young master," the family head sent word. "He wants you to prepare for departure." Andre, the Shui Kingdom's representative, shouldered his massive axe and walked away, satisfied after felling a monster. Finally, it's starting. The national trial in the massive greater Xingdiao Kingdom, inside the temple ruins of Sacred Mountain. A person dashed towards a waiting group. A refined-looking man stepped forward. "Sak Li, we're about to leave for the Taiji Kingdom. How are your battle preparations?" Sak Li, the representative of the Xingdiao Kingdom, with brilliant, golden wings, bowed his head and replied, "In the national trial, I will undoubtedly be the champion." 2 days later, a knock echoed as Lu Fan was reading through some documents. When he opened the door, he found Tu Jing and the entire team waiting. Tu Jing asked, "So, how's it going? Has our Long Kingdom representative finished reading the documents?" Cheng Kong grinned from ear to ear. "Heh, you better bring home first place." Junior Lu, La Fei added, "As the captain, I've already granted you leave from the team." Shen Tai offered encouragement. "I'll be rooting for you." Tu Jing beamed, "Are you all packed? It's time to head back to Longdu Academy." Lu Fan smiled. "Let's go." The next morning, at the principal's office of Longdu Academy, Lu Fan knocked. A familiar voice called out, "Come in." He gently opened the door. "Excuse me, sir." Zhao Shengming excitedly extended a hand. "You're finally back." Zhao Shengming gave him a warm smile. "It's been a while, hasn't it, Lu Fan?" He gestured to 2 people standing beside him. "The principal is away on business, so for now, I'm in charge of the national trial. These 2 are shadow guards, sent by the high officials of Longdu to ensure the safety of our representatives on the way to the Taiji Kingdom." He explained further, his voice steady. "The shadow guard is different from the Lion Squad. They only serve to protect the high-ranking officials of Longdu. It seems the officials are paying special attention to the national trial this year." Zhao Shengming gestured for Lu Fan to sit. Lu Fan immediately asked, "Vice Principal Zhao, will you be accompanying me to Taiji in the principal's place?" "That's right. The principal won't be back for another 10 to 15 days, he replied. "I've already chartered a private plane in the academy's name. It will depart tomorrow at noon." He looked at Lu Fan, his tone softening. "You've just returned from the far north, and now you have to set out again. Just take today to get some good rest." "Oh, right. If there's anything you need, just ask. As long as it's reasonable, Longdu Academy will provide it. Lu Fan gave a slight smile. There are actually a few things I need. I was wondering if the school could provide a pet slot expansion scroll. Zhao Xingming choked on his tea and sputtered. Lu Fan. Did you get another dragon? Yes, sir. I just want to be prepared, just in case, he replied. Zhao Shengming closed his eyes and let out a soft sigh. That item isn't expensive, but the school doesn't have any in stock. I'm truly sorry. Lu Fan smiled and stood up. Then I won't trouble you any further, Vice Principal. May I have the rest of the time to myself? Of course. And don't worry about the shadow guards. They won't get in your way, he replied. At Villa number 2, the moment he stepped inside, Han Kei rushed out and hugged Lu Fan tightly. Little Fan, you're finally back. This past half month, Auntie missed you to death, Qin Chu added, her voice full of joy. We've been waiting since last night. You're finally home, Lu Fan chuckled softly. So, the vice principal already told everyone. That's a shame. I was hoping to surprise you. Han Kei excitedly pulled him toward the dining table. Don't just stand there. You couldn't have had any decent meals in the far north. Come on, eat, Tao Xiaoman chimed in. I've been waiting for you to get here so we could eat. Hurry, hurry, I'm starving. Qin Chu laughed and said, Sister Han was up preparing all this before dawn. Looking at the lavish spread, Lu Fan's eyes lit up. This is amazing. You know, in the far north, the thing I missed most was your cooking, Auntie, Qin Chu said excitedly. Quick, tell us, how much stronger did you get over the past month? The meal lasted for 2 hours as Lu Fan recounted his experiences in the far north. Knowing everyone was safe and sound, his heart felt at ease. Lu Fan quietly gazed at a piece of jewelry with a blue gemstone, thinking of a special person. He had to see her before he left. Tao Xiaoman suddenly lunged forward, exclaiming, Look, who are you planning to give this gift to? It looks expensive, doesn't it? Lu Fan jumped, quickly pulling his hand back. You scared me! Oh, shut it. This has nothing to do with you. Han Kei reminded him from behind. We've got an early start tomorrow. We need to get this done and get some rest. Xiao Meng grinned mischievously. Come on, I don't even have to guess. It's for your senior sister, isn't it? Lu Fan's brow furrowed. Well, I'm just gonna step out for a bit. An hour later, Lu Fan was sitting slumped on the floor of a spacious room. He thought to himself, looks like my senior sister definitely isn't coming today. Suddenly, an idea struck him. That's right, I have Sister Du's number. I can ask her to get in touch with my senior sister. And while I'm at it, I'll ask the Tianhua auction house if they have any pet slot expansion scrolls. In the VIP lounge of the Tianhua auction house, a familiar voice came through the phone. Hello? Well, look who finally decided to call me. It was Du Yakyu. Lu Fan got straight to the point. Sister Du, can you help me get in touch with my senior sister? What's up? It's been a month. You miss her already? Yakyu teased. He said, a bit embarrassed. Actually, I have something to give her, but I couldn't find her at the academy. Yakyu sighed. That's going to be difficult. She had a family emergency and had to go back to her hometown. I can't get a hold of her either, and I have no idea when she'll return. She added, but hey, since you're back in Dragon City, you should swing by my place. She left something for you before she took off. That afternoon, Lu Fan went to meet Yakyu. The moment she saw him, she teased, well, look at you. Not the same little guy anymore, are you? Even got bodyguards with you now. Lu Fan laughed. They're professionals. They won't bother anyone. As they sat down, he remarked, Sister Du, the Tianhua auction house is doing better than ever. It's packed down there. Yakyu replied, well, we have you to thank for that, don't we? Ever since you had that egg recorded in the codex, people have been flocking here every day just to get a glimpse of that dragon egg. Lu Fan thought to himself, if a single Starvoid dragon egg could boost Tianhua's fame to this level, then I'd better keep the azure spearworm egg I have under wraps for now. Yakyu presented him with a box. Open it. This is from her. You should take it. Lu Fan was stunned. Inside was the Flowing Fire Heavenly Flame Sword, legendary quality, required level 30, plus 256 strength, and plus 204 agility. Lu Fan picked up the sword, a surge of excitement rising within him. It felt incredibly light and had the ability to store fire damage. It was as if it had been forged just for him. What else would it be? Yakyu replied, her voice filled with pride. The master blacksmith your senior sister found spent an entire month crafting this masterpiece. I gotta say, she really gets you. Even when you're not around, she can still have a master craftsman create the perfect weapon for you. Lu Fan tightened his grip on the hilt, his heart pounding with excitement. The cost to forge a weapon like this must have been astronomical. It meant his senior sister had been quietly watching all his battles. How could she be so thoughtful? "Thank you, senior sister," he whispered from the bottom of his heart. "Oh, and that's not all. There's something else, too," YOOO added, handing him a book. It was a fire-type draconic magic tome, Magma Burst, a skill book that required the Dragon Tamer or Dragon Mage class, level 25. Lu Fan beamed, overjoyed. Once he reached level 35, he could use Xiao Ye to activate the dragon language resonance, and then the flowing fire, heavenly flame sword, would also store additional damage. His senior sister had done him a huge favor. With these items, his power in the national trials would skyrocket. "There's a letter with the gift, too," YOOO said, interrupting his train of thought. "What is it? Could it be a love letter?" The letter read, "Junior brother, it's been a while. Something came up suddenly, so I have to be away for some time. I won't be able to watch you win the championship in the national trials. By the time you read this, you must have received the gift I prepared for you, right? You like it a lot, don't you? Last time, I said I'd give you a gift, but you ended up collecting the dragon egg and paying me back for the scroll. This time, I had a master craftsman forge this gift. Let's see you try to return this one. Your senior sister still has a lot to deal with over here. When I get back, the first thing I'll do is come to your place for a meal, and then I'm dragging you to the sparring room for a good fight. If I don't show up at Villa number 2, don't be an idiot and wait for me at the sparring room. I originally wanted to go to the Tai Chi Nation to cheer you on, but I can't make it now. But you better do your best. If you don't take first place, it'll be a huge embarrassment for me, and I'll be sure to punish you severely. Remember that. Oh, right. You promised me that never melt ice. You didn't forget, did you? Make sure you get it, and I'll come find you to collect it when I'm back." Reading this, the corner of Lu Fan's mouth curved up slightly. Seeing his silence, YOOO asked, "Hey, little bro, are you all right?" Lu Fan smiled and replied, "I'm fine, sister. Thanks for passing this on to me. Don't be so formal. You're a valued guest of Tianhua." YOOO smiled brightly. "If you need anything, I'll definitely help." Lu Fan's eyes lit up. "Sister Do you happen to have any pet slot expansion scrolls here?" YOOO frowned, her voice full of regret. "I'm so sorry, but our current auction doesn't have any of those scrolls," she explained. "The market for those scrolls is quite small. Mostly just hunters or summoners buy them, so we basically don't keep them in stock." "All right, thanks, Sister Do," Lu Fan replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "Neither the school nor the auction house has it. The plan to hatch the Azure Drake will have to be put on hold," YOOO continued, her voice firm. "But don't worry, little brother. If a dragon language scroll or magic book ever shows up at an auction, I'll definitely keep an eye out for you." Lu Fan accepted the gift box with a smile. "All right. Then I'll have to trouble you, Miss Do. It's getting late, so I'll be heading back now." Walking through the night, he thought to himself, even if Miss Do helps me look, I have to leave tomorrow. There's definitely not enough time. In the Arctic, I only gained military merit, not levels. It looks like I'll only be able to level up right before the national trial. As soon as he got to his door, he saw Jian Ying waiting. "You're back late. Seems like you're not nervous at all." Lu Fan was surprised. "Jian Ying, why are you out here all by yourself?" "I was waiting for you," she replied. "I didn't get a chance to ask during dinner. You're heading overseas for the competition tomorrow. How about a little sparring match?" Lu Fan's face lit up with a grin. "Sure thing. I've been wanting to test out this new weapon anyway." In the Longdu Academy's arena, Lu Fan drew his flowing heavenly flame sword, his aura flaring. He had already learned Lava Burst from the skill book. Jian Ying got into her stance. "A new skill, huh? Looks like you got a lot of good stuff on this trip," she whispered. "After being in the Arctic for so long, I'm curious to see just how strong you've become." Then she shouted, "Let's begin," and charged forward, swinging her weapon. Lu Fan used the sword his senior sister gave him to parry, and a wave of scorching power radiated outwards. He marveled. "This sword is lighter than I thought. It's as if it understands my every move." As he bent down to counterattack, Jian Ying was stunned. Sinful Karma Burst. The attack attribute has changed to fire. Each time it reaps a life, it permanently increases the power of its karmic fire by 0.1%. Right now, it's enhanced by 12.4%. Lu Fan dodged nimbly, remarking, "Senior sister really knows her stuff. This sword is a perfect match for me." He leaped up, his thoughts flowing freely. "Looks like the Black Dragon Scale sword can officially be retired." "Jian Ying, be careful," he called out. Jian Ying pressed her attack relentlessly, unleashing her Army Breaker heavy sword technique. A terrifying force exploded as their two weapons clashed. Jian Ying was shocked. Even though Lu Fan isn't used to his new weapon yet, he still easily countered my 5-strike sword technique. She spoke up. Lu Fan, you really do just keep getting stronger, he replied. I can feel that you've gotten much stronger too. The attacks from your sword are incredibly sharp. Is that so? Too bad. Even my combat skills can't keep up with you anymore, she answered, then let out a powerful shout. A massive force from her skill, Mountain's Embrace, sent Lu Fan flying backward. Jian Ying walked forward, her eyes filled with admiration. Lu Fan, you're always moving forward, always getting stronger. Being around you, it makes everyone feel safe. She held out her hand. The national trial. I'm sure getting first place will be no problem for you, right? Lu Fan took her hand, smiling confidently. Of course. The next morning, Han Ke waved, his voice full of reluctance. You're leaving again. Please, be careful. The two people behind him said in unison, have a safe trip. We'll be cheering for you. Lu Fan waved back. His short day in Longdu was over. He stepped onto the plane, his heart burning with determination. The national trial is in just 3 days. This is my chance to join the ranks of Longguo's rising stars. I have to take it. Zhao Shengming approached him. Lu Fan, we've arrived, he added. The overseer from Longguo is waiting for us. Overseer? Lu Fan asked. Zhao Shengming explained. During the national trial, besides having representatives, each country must also send an overseer to supervise the rules of the matches. As they left the airport, he instructed, Longguo's overseer was chosen by the highest levels of Longdu. When you meet the overseer in a moment, you must be on your absolute best behavior. Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Shengming suddenly froze and dropped to his knees. Lu Fan was bewildered. Vice Principal, what's wrong with you? A figure appeared, his voice gentle. Get up, quickly. There's no need to kneel. The old man chuckled. This must be our Longguo's representative. You're Lu Fan, aren't you? At the Jinyu City International Airport in the Taichi Kingdom, Zhao Shengming recognized the man was Han Fei Bai. Flustered, he stammered, Elder Han, why is it you? For you to come greet us personally, we are truly not worthy of this honor. Han Fei Bai waved his hand and laughed heartily. I'm here to welcome Longguo's representative. How could you not be worthy? Zhao Shengming pointed to Lu Fan and introduced him. This is Lu Fan from Longdu Academy, a second-class dragon knight. Lu Fan stepped forward, scratching his head shyly. Hello, Elder Han. Han Fei Bai stroked his white beard and threw his head back with a loud laugh. Hello, hello, such a young dragon knight. Your future is truly limitless. He looked at the boy, his voice kind. Heroes have always emerged from the young. I'm certain that after this national trial, you will be a hero of Longguo. Lu Fan bowed humbly. You're too kind, Elder Han. I will do my best. Han Fei Bai turned with another loud laugh. My relationship with Du Jing is excellent. If you run into any trouble in the future, just tell him to handle it. And if Du Jing can't handle it, tell him to come find me. With that, he walked straight towards a car, not forgetting to add, let's hurry and get in the car. Staring at Han Fei Bai's back, Lu Fan couldn't hold back his curiosity. Vice Principal Zhao, who exactly is this Elder Han? Zhao Shengming cut him off with a serious tone. Elder Han is one of the 3 elders of Longguo. He paused, then solemnly uttered 3 words. Han Fei Bai. Lu Fan was stunned. What? His face grew grim as he thought to himself, the 3 elders of Longguo, the ones who hold. The Kwok Sach family is the most influential voice in Longdu. Even the Du Tin are under their command. No wonder he has shadow guards with him. Seeing Zhao Shengming still looking pleased, Lu Fan smirked, his mind already racing. When he first met Old Han, the man seemed to see right through him. He never expected the national trials would lead to him meeting such an important figure. As the car sped down the highway, he asked curiously, Vice Principal, if Old Han is one of the 3 elders of the Dragon Kingdom, why can't I sense even a trace of a master's aura from him? Is my level too low and his power just too profound? Zhao Shengming burst out laughing. Old Han isn't hiding anything. The truth is, he's just some level 40-something cook. What? How is that possible? Lu Fan was stunned. Zhao Shengming calmly explained. Your reaction is exactly the same as mine was. In this world, while the strong are revered and power is paramount, it's not all about combat strength. He added, among the 3 elders of the Dragon Kingdom, only one holds a top-tier combat class, rumored to have already reached his 5th advancement. The second is an enhancer. He has no combat power of his own, but he's known as the Pillar of the Dragon Kingdom. And as for Old Han, the cook, he managed to win the loyalty of 3 master swordsmen, the 4 peerless swords, who now follow him willingly. Old Han's skills must lie in a completely different area, Lu Fan mused to himself. A combat master, an enhancer, and Old Han, the cook. None of them are simple. Suddenly, the shadow guard in the front seat turned around. Representative, we've arrived. The car slowly pulled up in front of a large hotel. Reporters had already swarmed the entrance. Someone with a sharp eye shouted, "The Dragon Kingdom's representative is here." Lu Fan was escorted out of the car by Zhao Shengming and the two shadow guards, into a blinding forest of camera flashes and a barrage of questions. "Mr. Lu, please give us an interview. As the only dragon tamer who actually possesses a dragon, what are your thoughts?" Representative Lu, are the online rumors about your conflict with the Kim family true? Is the Dragon Kingdom confident it can take first place this year? Lu Fan frowned, thinking to himself, Jinyu City is so small, it didn't take long to get to the hotel, but this crowd, it's noisy and complicated. Zhao Shengming struggled to push through the crowd. "Please, make way. Don't obstruct the representative's path." Just as Lu Fan was about to step through the door, a shout came from behind him. "Another representative has arrived." That afternoon, in the crowded main hall, Lu Fan found a quiet corner to sit down and let out a sigh. The hotel entrance is crawling with reporters. "You won't be able to go out for a walk," Zhao Shengming reminded him in a calm voice. "Besides, there's nothing to see out there anyway. Just relax and stay in the hotel." Lu Fan looked around and asked curiously, "Vice Principal Zhao, isn't Kali from the Startoon Nation coming?" Zhao Shengming poured a drink and chuckled lightly. "The Startoon Nation is always like this. They won't show themselves until right before the competition." Suddenly, Lu Fan's gaze locked onto a familiar figure. His brows furrowed, his displeasure obvious. Sitting not far away was Qing Han, laughing and chatting cheerfully with the crowd around him. As if sensing the hostile gaze, Qing Han turned around warily. In the midst of the tense atmosphere, Kim Taeyan suddenly shot to his feet, a welcoming smile plastered on his face as he looked in one direction. Well, if it isn't Old Han, I never expected you would be the Dragon Kingdom's battle supervisor this year." His words immediately caused a stir. Old Han, could he be one of the Dragon Kingdom's 3 elders? Kim Taeyan quickly strode up to Han Fei Bai, brimming with enthusiasm. "I, Kim Taeyan, am not only the battle supervisor for the Taizhe Nation, but I'm also the person in charge of this year's national trials." Han Fei Bai laughed heartily in response. A pleasure. The crowd erupted in discussion again. It really is one of the 3 elders. Then the people beside him must be the 4 peerless swords. "I saw him once at the Luo Man International Conference." One person exclaimed in shock. "My God, it looks like the Dragon Kingdom is pulling out all the stops this time." Han Fei Bai walked towards Lu Fan, his expression gentle. "Lu Fan, we meet again." The greeting made everyone curious. Old Han came to see him personally. Could Lu Fan have connections to the leadership in Longdu? To quell the speculation, Kim Taeyan raised his hand high, his voice booming. "Now that everyone has arrived, tonight's banquet will officially begin." Jilan cheered, "Rose, it's starting." Ganlai chimed in. "The thing I look forward to most in the national trials is always the banquet." Jilan eagerly watched as a food cart was wheeled closer. "That's right. This is the state welcoming banquet. It's gotta be good." Over at their table, Zhao Shengming leaned close to Lu Fan and whispered, "Oh, right. There's something I need to tell you. Back in the Dragon Kingdom, we're used to our own food. Here, in the Taizhe Nation, you need to be careful what you say about the meal. Don't embarrass our hosts." Lu Fan nodded blankly. "Huh? Oh. Okay." Not keeping everyone waiting any longer, the lids on the serving dishes were lifted. But when they saw what was inside, Jilan and Ganlai were both stunned, and the look on Lu Fan's face turned grim. Stunned, Lu Fan turned to Zhao Shengming for confirmation, his voice hesitant. Vice Principal Zhao. This is the state welcoming banquet?" Han Fei Bai smiled gently. "That's right. The Taizhe Nation's resources are quite scarce. Aside from minerals, they don't have much else to develop. Their cuisine is passable." Lu Fan gave a strained smile. "I see," he sighed inwardly. "This food is awful. Even a random dish my aunt throws together tastes way better than this." Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He had food his aunt had packed in his luggage. Just then, a loud crash echoed from nearby. A hand. Model. A large hand slammed down on the table. It was Andre, the flame warrior. "This food is such crap. Is this how you treat your guests?" A bearded man sitting behind him quickly interjected. "Andre, control your temper." Thon Han frowned, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "If you don't want to eat, then starve. What would a loser know about enjoying fine cuisine? Thon Han's words instantly ignited his fury, and veins bulged on Andre's forehead. He roared, "What did you just say? You got the guts to say that a little louder?" In a flash, Andre was right in front of Thon Han, his aggressive aura bearing down on him. "Say it." Again. Seeing the situation escalate, Kim Tae-an quickly intervened. "Calm down, Thon Han. The national trial hasn't even started yet." The bearded man also panicked. "That's enough. Calm down." But Andre was already blinded by rage, paying no mind to their advice. He pointed directly at Thon Han, growling, "Kid, your name is Kim Thon Han, right? In the national trial. Don't let me see you." A terrifying killing intent radiated from Thon Han. He sneered. "Same too." Andre didn't linger. He turned around aggressively and stormed off, shouting, "I'm not staying here. This food is disgusting. Throw my portion." "Out!" The bearded man hurried after him. "Where are you going? Get back here and sit down." Just as he was walking away, a delicious aroma suddenly wafted through the air, making Andre stop in his tracks. He sniffed, looking over in surprise, and discovered the scent was coming from Han Feibai's table. Han Feibai laughed heartily, praising the food. "Wow, this tastes incredible." Zhao Shengming was amazed at the lavish spread. "Lu Fan, why did you bring so much food?" Lu Fan scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. "My youngest aunt prepared it. She was worried I wouldn't be used to the food in the Tai Chi nation." Andre's intense gaze made Lu Fan jump and turn around. The two locked eyes, but Lu Fan wasn't bothered at all. He smiled and offered, "Want to eat with us? This is way better than the state banquet." He added in a friendly tone, "We can't really enjoy the Tai Chi nation's delicacies anyway." Andre didn't hesitate for a second, quickly sitting down next to him. "Thanks." He picked up a hot steamed bun, his craving on full display. "Well then, don't mind if I do." With that, Andre took a huge bite of the bun. His taste buds exploded, and he yelled in excitement, "This is delicious." Lu Fan calmly reminded him, "No need to be so formal, just sit down and eat with us." Andre quickly fit in, saying cheerfully, "Thanks, brother." Lu Fan took out a salad and turned to invite old Han, Vice Principal Zhao, "You two should try some as well." Han Feibai laughed heartily. "Well then, we won't refuse." Andre couldn't stop praising the food as he ate. "Brother, the food from your Dragon Kingdom is seriously amazing." His compliments reached the ears of Kim Tae-an and Thon Han. The people around them looked over, their eyes filled with envy, occasionally murmuring, "That looks so good." Zhao Shengming leaned back, impressed. "Your little aunt's skills are incredible. No wonder she's a chef." Thon Han couldn't hold back his anger, his hand clenched, snapping his chopsticks in two. Kim Tae-an quickly reached out to stop his next move, calmly reminding him, "Calm down." With that, Tae-an stood up, a pleasant look on his face, as if nothing had happened. He called out, "Everyone!" People instinctively stopped what they were doing, all eyes turning towards him. Tae-an pressed a switch, which made a beeping sound. The evening banquet is about to conclude. Lu Fan's group watched curiously. In a practiced voice, Tae-an continued, "Please allow me to reveal the map and rules for this year's national trial." A large screen appeared behind him. Tae-an explained, "As you can all see, this is the map for this session's national trial." Someone spoke up curiously. "A composite map. Like this is huge. It's even bigger than the last one." Lu Fan frowned, deep in thought. 9 different types of terrain, each corresponding to different vicious beasts. The bigger the map, the longer the competition, which is more suitable for me to cultivate my spirit. As if to answer everyone's questions, Kim Tae-an spread his arms and said slowly, "That's right. I'm sure you've all noticed. This year, we of the Tai Chi nation have selected 9 types of terrain from all over the world to create the largest map in history." His expression turned more serious. Each terrain contains vicious beasts from level 50 to level 80. The score for subjugating beasts is based on their rarity. The stronger the beast, the more points you get. That much is a given. He switched the screen to another area. We've also added another way to earn points, mission points. On each terrain, there are mission points that we've set up. Completing a mission will automatically grant you a point reward. The mission content is completely random. Hearing this, everyone's expression turned serious. Lu Fan listened intently, his face grim. Kim Tae-an continued, "Each person can only accept one mission at a time. Only after completing it can you receive the next one." He glanced around, guessing at the murmurs and discussions. All the introductions revolve around how to earn points. It seems to discourage fighting. But this rule is actually bait to make the representatives slaughter each other. He crossed his arms, calculating silently. When the representatives' scores get higher and higher, killing them to steal their points will become the real objective. Beside him, Han Fei Bai let out an interested laugh. Jilan pointed at the map, curious. We understand the rules, Mr. Kim, but what do the skulls on the map mean? Kim Tae-an laughed loudly. Excellent question. This symbol is a new rule. The Dark Spire. Again, everyone's eyes were fixed on the skull icons on the screen. Kim Tae-an continued, his voice sinister. Each terrain has a dark spire that moves randomly. Inside each spire is an army of the most powerful demonic beasts from history, and their leader is the Nine Realms Demon. Someone screamed in horror. What? The Nine Realms Demon? The destroyer of the Taichi Kingdom? And you're putting it in the national trial? Jia Sanlai rested his chin on his hand, looking bored. Are you kidding me? This can't be real, right? Vicky coldly uttered. You're insane. Lu Fan asked curiously. What's the Nine Realms Demon? Zhao Shengming explained. It's a demonic beast that was once sealed by the Taichi Kingdom. 50 years ago, an incident caused the seal to break, and the entire Taichi Kingdom was nearly annihilated by the Nine Realms Demon and its army, Han Feibai added. In the end, it took 5 fourth advancement masters just to seal it again. They are the national heroes of the Taichi Kingdom, Lu Fan frowned. 5 fourth advancement masters to defeat one ancient demonic beast? Jilan chuckled softly. Mr. Kim, the monsters in the trials are usually weakened. How much of its original power does this Nine Realms Demon retain? Kim Tae-an grinned sinisterly. Excellent question. This is the most interesting part of this year's national trial. He excitedly shouted, the Nine Realms Demon in this trial is its fully unsealed form, not weakened in any way at all. The army of demonic beasts inside the Dark Spires are also in their original, full-powered state. The announcement sent the entire hall into an uproar. What? The Nine Realms Demon and its army are the real deal? That's way too dangerous. What if they escape from the national trial's secret realm? Aren't you just sending us to our deaths? Putting a boss that slaughtered millions in the Taichi Kingdom on the map is completely idiotic. Another person shouted in frustration. It took 5 fourth advancement masters to beat the Nine Realms Demon. Andre spoke up, exasperated. The new rules for this trial are ridiculous. With 23 representatives all fighting each other, it's impossible to form a 10-person team. For a level 60 like me, I'd need a team of at least 10 people to even dare try. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Lu Fan raised his hand, his voice serious. Mr. Kim, I have a question. He looked directly at Tai-an. Successfully subjugating the Nine Realms Demon will grant a lot of points, right? Vaiki scoffed. Jilan turned to him, her tone amused. Hey, representative from the Dragon Kingdom, this setup is meant to increase the pressure. It's extremely dangerous, not for you to farm points. Kim Tae-an pressed a switch, and the screen vanished. He smiled towards Lu Fan. I don't know if you're genuinely curious or just trying to liven things up, but as the general director, I'll answer you. All the beasts in the point National Trial's secret realm provide points. Killing the Nine Realms Demon also gives points, and a very high amount at that. He suddenly bowed to conclude the presentation. If there are no more questions, we'll end here for today. Thank you all for coming. People began to disperse. Jia Sanlai sighed in frustration. Vicky snorted coldly, clearly annoyed. Han Feibai turned back and smiled at Lu Fan and Zhao Shengming. Vice Principal Zhao, Dragon Kingdom representative, you should hurry back to your rooms and rest. We'll see each other again tomorrow. He and Shengming bowed. Elder Han, goodbye. Han Feibai walked away, laughing heartily. The points from the Nine Realms Demon. I really look forward to seeing Lu Fan's performance. Time passed quickly. Lu Fan lay on his bed, quietly thinking. A real, ancient demonic beast, a massive map with 9 different terrains, and rules that let you kill opponents to steal their points. I don't know about the others, but Kim Ching-han will definitely take full advantage of this. He glanced at the phone beside him, turned it on, and the first notification was the national trial ranking predictions. Lu Fan frowned in displeasure, seeing he was ranked number 1. He grumbled to himself. Typical. Media, daring to put me in the same bracket as Kim Ching-han. So reckless. He scrolled on, thinking, even if it's not very reliable, there's another person also ranked first. I'll need to be wary of them. The dawn of the national trial's opening day arrived. The announcer's voice echoed. The moment everyone has been waiting for has finally arrived. This year's national trial, hosted by the Taichi Kingdom, officially begins now. Everyone, please look to the sky. Lu Fan looked up as instructed. The announcer declared, the secret realm teleportation gate is now activating. All the representatives were sucked into the realm. Gate. Lu Fan closed his eyes and told himself, everything's ready. Spawning next to a dark spire would be best. A moment later, he opened. His eyes, his face filled with confidence. Time to start. A notification appeared before him, entering the National Trial Secret Realm. At the same time, in the monitoring area, everyone gathered in front of the large screens. The announcer's voice was still booming with excitement. The last representative has entered the National Trial's Secret Realm. The point tally for the competition will begin immediately. Everyone confidently fixed their eyes on the representatives on the screen. The rankings, high or low, will determine the glory of each contestant. Du Jing watched silently, waiting to see who would rise to the #1 spot, the true winner. Over with Han Fei, Bai, and Zhao Shengming, they too were glued to the screens, watching the contestants who had just entered the secret realm. Who will claim the #1 spot? We'll just have to wait and see. The scene shifts to Lu Fan. He opened one eye, scanning his surroundings. As the system's voice rang out, you have entered the National Trial, Secret Realm. Lu Fan surveyed the terrain and thought to himself, this place looks so familiar. It must be a piece taken from the far north. The system displayed another message, National Trial Secret Realm, Ice Plains. He tapped his smartwatch, and a holographic screen immediately popped up. Looking at his position on the map, he figured he was right at the edge of the zone. The leaderboard hadn't updated yet, which meant no one had scored any points. As he assessed the situation, he noticed a mission point in the bottom right corner of the tundra map. This is my first target. This wristband allowed representatives from different nations to view the rankings in real time, and the number of survivors. The simple temptation of seeing who had more points was a natural draw for everyone else. Can't deny it. This is all pretty straightforward. I like it. He stretched out his hands, creating 2 portals, one azure blue, one fiery red, and in a flash, 2 ferocious dragons materialized. He leaped onto Xiao Ye's head and commanded, let's go. Xiao Ye, the spirit dragon obeyed, breathing a gout of fire before letting out a mighty roar and soaring into the sky. Lu Fan casually rode on Xiao Ye's back, smiling as he asked Xingchen, how about you go level up with your big sister Xiao Ye next? What do you think? The little guy descended discontentedly, clinging to his shoulder and whining, Chi. Lu Fan could only force a smile. Asterisk. This little brat is still a bit rebellious, huh? Asterisk. Without hesitating any longer, he shouted, let's go, Xiao Ye. We're off to find the dark spire. In response, the dragon cried out and shot forward, accelerating. Elsewhere, in a desert-like secret realm, a lone figure trudged along, leaving deep footprints in the scorching sand. Qinghan gave a faint smile, took off his gloves, and created a purple portal from his palm. He muttered in annoyance, back to this familiar desert terrain again. With that, he raised his hand and commanded, abyssal binders, split and serve me. Instantly, countless faces with various expressions flew out from the portal. The system displayed, summoned beast, form of the abyssal binder, level 61, evolved form of the abyssal triwalker. The emotion-filled faces shot out like the wind, splitting apart. The abyssal summon would sever its 8 limbs and hide them in designated locations. Each limb provides an abyssal symbiosis effect while remaining in a stealth state. Qinghan calmly watched the heads, now sprouting legs, scuttling across the hot sand. The system displayed more information. Abyssal symbiosis. As long as the abyssal summon lives, it will remain permanently in symbiosis with the abyss. Upon death, it can be revived within the abyssal spirit beast. The initial cooldown time is 12 hours. From the second revival onward, the time doubles with each use. He glanced at the 12-hour countdown and let out an arrogant laugh. Including the main body of the abyssal binder, that gives me a total of 9 chances to revive. I'm practically immortal. But suddenly, one of the heads scuttling across the sand was pierced by a cold blade. Zhang Tian watched the head dissolve on her sword's edge and sneered, too bad. Now you only have 8 left. Qinghan's watch displayed her information, but he was in no mood to look. He roared furiously, Zhang Tian, what the hell are you doing killing my summon? Aren't we supposed to be allies? Zhang Tian sheathed her sword and replied nonchalantly, don't get so angry, of course we're allies. I just wanted to see if I could earn points by killing your summoned beast, that's all. Qinghan retorted angrily, then go kill Lu Fan to get your points. We had an agreement before the match started. Killing my summon cuts off one of my revives. Zhang Tian acted as if it were nothing. You still have 8 more, what are you so mad about? Worst case, I'll let you kill a few bosses, okay? Qing Han couldn't be bothered to argue anymore, grumbling as he walked past her. I'm done arguing with you. Get out of my way. Seeing this, Zhang Tian hurried after him. Hey, don't leave me behind. Kim Tae-ain can monitor the battle. Just teleport me to your location quietly. You have to protect your ally, right? Qing Han just reminded her coldly. Keep your voice down. Don't let the monitors hear you. He stopped abruptly, his face cold as he told Zhang Tian. An alliance is just a formality. I'm going to kill Lu Fan, and you will kill the Black Dragon. Also, let me tell you something Kim Tae-ain left out when he explained the spires. He gave a sinister smile. The dark spires move randomly across each map, and if they find a participant, they'll attack on sight. Zhang Tian was stunned. What? Why wouldn't you say something like that sooner? No wonder you prepared so many chances to revive. Then, a thought struck her, and she shouted in alarm. If we run into the spires of the Nine Realms demon, you can revive, but what about me? Qing Han raised a hand, which was now enveloped in a purple aura. He smirked. Since you're my ally, I will, of course, protect your life. With that, he slammed the purple energy straight into Zhang Tian. She couldn't react in time, and was knocked back a few steps. Zhang Tian looked doubtfully at the purple energy surrounding her body, frowning slightly. Qing Han said smugly, no need to dodge, this is the Abyssal Pact. Suddenly, Zhang Tian's entire body felt as if it were bound by invisible chains. She struggled instinctively, but couldn't move. A moment later, she bent over, dry heaving, her face pale. Thon Han paid him no mind, walking off nonchalantly and tossing a comment over his shoulder. From now on, if you die, you can be resurrected inside my abyssal summoned beast. We have successfully bound ourselves with the Abyss contract. He glanced back, a cold smile on his face. Of course, if I really die, you'll die with me. Zhang Tian snorted in annoyance, thinking to herself, asterisk, he talks about an alliance, asterisk, asterisk, but he's still guarding against me. Asterisk. Relax. I'm not going to backstab you, Thon Han replied as he walked. Don't overthink it. Cooperating with my Tai Chi nation is the right choice. When the national trial is over, I'll dissolve the Abyss contract. Zhang Tian followed, asking curiously, wait up, are we going to find Lu Fan now? Thon Han shook his head. No. First, we'll accept a mission to get some accumulation points. We'll wait until the Nine Realms demon has killed off most of the other representatives before we start our plan. She looked around, confused. Accept a mission? Isn't that a mission point over there? Thon Han glanced back, a sinister look on his face. That's a mission trap. Kim Jae-on placed one on every map, and only I know their locations. Once you accept it, you can't take any other missions. Zhang Tian was stunned. A mission trap? What's that? Thon Han gave a cunning smile. You'll find out very soon. Because this mission trap is fundamentally impossible for anyone to complete. 5 hours later, in the monitoring room, a crowd gathered around the large screen, whispering amongst themselves. The national trial's Big Three is done for. The Big Three? What's that? Someone asked. Another person pointed at Lu Fan's image on the screen and explained, it's the Dragon Country, the Starfall Nation, and the Snow Country. In all the previous trials, the top three have always been them. But what's wrong with the Dragon Country this year? The media probably only ranked their representative as Tier 1 because they wanted to ride the hype of his dragon pet. It's all just inflated nonsense. He only has 257 accumulation points right now. You could get more than that just by killing a few beasts. Suddenly, the gentle sound of tea being poured drew everyone's attention. Kim Jae-on stared at the screen with confidence, while Han Fei-bai slowly raised his teacup and let out a sudden, loud laugh. The crowd murmured, their eyes filled with suspicion. What on earth is this Dragon Country representative even doing? It's so weird. Kim Jae-on silently glanced at them, his eyes revealing a clear sense of vigilance. The scene shifts to Lu Fan. He was staring intently at the stats on his watch. Asterisk. Where the hell is that dark spire? Asterisk. Asterisk. I've been searching forever and haven't seen a trace of it. Asterisk. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Level 60, Voidstalker Lion, 84 accumulation points. At the same time, 2 Voidstalker Lions dove down from the sky. Xiao Ye reacted instantly, cleanly dodging the vicious attack. Lu Fan observed the 2 ferocious beasts, mentally assessing them. Asterisk. These Voidstalker Lions are much weaker than the Fallen. From the Cloud Zone, asterisk. Asterisk. In this secret realm, one of these is only worth a few dozen points. It's not worth wasting my time. To get a high score, I need to take on a boss subjugation mission or kill other representatives. Asterisk. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from up ahead. Lu Fan immediately went on alert, channeling energy into his hand, ready for a fight. His watch displayed a mission point up ahead. He frowned and gave the order, Xiao Ye, we're at the mission point. Let's go down and check it out. At the mission point, Jia Sanlai swung his sword, roaring as he charged the giant beast. A series of relentless slashes made the beast roar in agony. After finally killing it, Jia Sanlai panted heavily, muttering in frustration. It really takes a lot out of you without the third selection, he grumbled. But at least I finally got this mission. The moment he turned around, Jia Sanlai froze. Standing before him was a colossal dragon.